It's raining on America's favorite parade, the swift parade of race cars in the Indianapolis 500. That picture is live. The time is now 10 a.m. Sunday morning, Indianapolis time. We're here hoping to bring you the first live network telecast of the world's most famous motor race. But the issue is very much in doubt at this moment. It will not start on time an hour from now. The track simply can't be dried that fast. But the current forecast is that they will race again. Again, they will race today, they tell us. All the numbers here are big. 500 miles, a 2.5-mile-long race course, 217 miles an hour this year. A crowd expected of more than 400,000, almost 300,000 of them in permanent seats. But many of them, as you can see, are not in those seats right now. They're huddled under the stands, or maybe sitting in their cars, or some perhaps standing by in their hotel rooms waiting for the rain to stop. That is, except for those unfortunates in the infield. They have no place to hide. They settle for whatever cover they can find. Thousands of them have been camped out on lots near the racetrack since Friday. They came in here before dawn today. They've spent a bleak, depressing night because the rain started itself before dawn. The middle part of the infield here normally is 9 holes of the Speedway golf course. Right now it's swiftly becoming a quagmire. So a wet blanket hangs over Indy at this moment, no question about it. But hope and the forecast persists that the rain will stop, the track will dry, and they will race here today. Whatever happens, you'll be here with us watching through the eyes of our live television cameras. And as you can see, outside, cars are still coming into the race course. The skies have begun not to clear, but to get a little bit brighter, and they say that that'll be happening for an hour and a half. Well, good morning. I'm Jim McKay welcoming you to Indianapolis. We had hoped for clear skies and a beautiful day as we had at the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness. A bit of an irony there because the horses would have raced in just about any weather. We had gorgeous afternoons at Churchill Downs and Pimlico. Here, the track must be bone dry, absolutely bone dry before they will race, and that could take a little time. Again, the forecast is this, that the rain will stop within an hour to an hour and a half. After that, they will bring out trucks to roll around to try to dry the track, in addition to which they have a jet dryer here, which should speed up the process. That can take anywhere from an hour to 2 hours, probably. But they're saying they expect that to happen. They will race here, and they tell us that they could start this race as late as 4 o'clock Indianapolis time, which would be 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. So this could be a long day. Get comfortable. When the race begins, it should be a fascinating one. First of all, it's the fastest field in the history of Indianapolis. And as for the variety of drivers, it is greater than ever. We have 2 father and son teams in the race. For example, we have the Andretti's, Mario and Michael, father and son, and then the other father and son duo of the Unsers, Al Sr. and Al Jr. We have the oldest driver in the history of the race, the last man who got into the field, 52-year-old Dick Simon. We have 9 foreign drivers, an unusually large number, 10 actually, if you count Mario Andretti, who, of course, was born in Italy. But dominating the scene still are the people up front. A.J. Foyt's in the back, of course, with Mario Andretti. They'll be charging at the beginning. But on the pole is Rick Mears. He's the pole sitter, by far the fastest car, and sitting next to him is Roger Penske teammate Danny Sullivan, who only happens to be the defending champion. As for our own team, they are spread all over this huge complex, and at one time or another in the next hour or so we'll be going to everybody. First, however, and appropriately, we should bring in our commentary team for the play-by-play of the race, Jim Lampley and Sam Posey. Now, Jim, you served your time down there in the pits and learned the nuts and bolts of what this place is all about. It's a little more comfortable up here, don't you think?
I'm glad it wasn't raining when I was in the pits, and I feel sorry for the guys who have been down there scrounging around finding interviews and people for us to talk to in this downpour this morning.
Well, of course, you and Sam have been here just about all month. You know, everything that's been going on. Why don't you bring us up to date?
Well, first of all, I'd like to share the impression that I have of this moment right now. As you know, Jim, from having been here through the whole month so many times yourself, you develop such a sense of anticipation and excitement about the event that there comes a time, in my case about a week before the race, when you're as ready as you'll ever be for the thing to go ahead and start. And having felt that way myself, Sam, I can only imagine the degree to which the drivers feel the same thing. In fact, if there's one statistic that stands out in my mind, it is that Emerson Fittipaldi said that he has driven close to 2,000 miles, or the equivalent of 4 Indianapolis 500s, in practice for this race. So if my heart is fairly bursting to get on with things. Just imagine how Emerson Fittipaldi and the other 32 drivers feel. Sam, I think that you're having been here in 1972 and also having witnessed the rain-marred festivities in 1973, you can shed, first of all, simple light on the question of why they don't race in the rain. There are forms of motorsport in which the race takes place regardless of the conditions.
Yeah, but it's too dangerous here. The difference is, yes, they do race in the rain in Formula One and in sports cars using specially grooved tires that actually act as centrifugal pumps and hurl the water right off the tires. But there, the turns are much slower. Remember here, the turns are 200-mile-an-hour turns, and disaster at that speed would be so much greater than spinning off the track in a Formula One car at maybe 100 miles an hour. Secondly, this track is bounded entirely by a concrete wall. And if a car hits that wall, especially in the rain where the grip of the tires wouldn't be good, it would carry them back into the way of the other cars, so you'd have multiple accidents. It's just very, very dangerous. I mean, I try to imagine technology is there. Yes, a race could be staged, I suppose, but I think it would really be hideously dangerous and well advised not to do it. I think there's another reason, though, which is rooted in the traditions of the Midwest. And you must remember that's where we are, and the history of this race is bound up with the races of the Midwest. Most of the ancestors of the Indy race were fairgrounds events, staged as much for entertainment as for sport. And there was just no point in staging a race with the grandstands empty. And I think there's still some of that flavor existing today.
Sam, I touched on my own response to having seen the rain this morning. What is this period of time now like for the drivers?
See, I mean, for me, it just takes me right back to 1973 as if it was happening all over again. And that's why I just don't like what's going on and why I so much hope that we get the race in today. In 73, the race was delayed. First one day, then another day, and then another. It was a tragic event. Salt Walther had his bad accident, which he was so burned and disfigured on the opening lap. Then Armand Terran, one of the crewmen, was killed in the pits in later chaos. My close friend, Swede Savage, was one of the promising drivers of that day, was burned and eventually died as a result of those burns. All of this, the tragedy, I think, came about, or at least was triggered, by the fact that the drivers and the participants did not get to the race when they meant to get to the race. I mean, you've waited here, you touched on this, all month. You wind yourself up like this, and there's a moment when that spring should be let loose. And if it isn't let loose then, and then you try to wind yourself back up again, it just doesn't work out right. And I think the race, if it's not staged today, will be much more dangerous than if it is.
Well, of course, we should point out that safety standards in general in the sport have improved, at least statistically, since 1973. But nevertheless, the anxiety can't be good. And it is a team sport. There are many others besides just the drivers on whom we focus, for whom this period of waiting is very difficult. Jack Arute is with such a man right now. Jack?
Jim, under normal circumstances at this hour, the drivers would be here in the garage area in Gasoline Alley getting ready, suiting up. But Roger Penske, the team owner for the three-car team from his stable out of Pennsylvania, is the only one here. Roger, where are the drivers?
Well, Jack, I asked them to stay over at the motel today and just relax, because you never know when this race is going to start. If they've been standing in the garage, we were all excited about getting the race off, but it's better that they stay in their rooms and wait until we call for the race. We've been up since 4 o'clock. The crew has getting ready, and we're all so anxious to go, but we have to wait until this rain stops.
You know, it's an incredible record for the Penske organization. In the last 11 years, you've had 4 victories and 4 second places. Many people are touting the fact that Roger Penske is the new major domo in Indianapolis 500 competition. How do you see it?
Well, I think it's just a credit to the team of people that we have, Jack. I've said it before this month. We have people that have accumulated over 275 years on our team. And it's just a great effort. You could take fellows from either one of the crews and put them together, and I think we'd still have a winning combination. But I just think it's dedication. And I tell the fellows back at the shop, there's a 12 inches in a foot, and you do 11 back at the shop, and the last inch is here. And that takes the final work and preparation and the execution on qualifying day. And the fact that the fellows won the pit stop contest really has kept us on edge. And I'll tell you, I'm ready to race.
You know, Sam Posey talked about that before we came down here, and saying that in a lot of cases the drivers, if they come here too early, they peak ready for 11 a.m. Is that maybe a little bit of what you're trying to do? Keep them back sequestered at the hotel, keep them wound down in case we run tomorrow instead of today?
Well, I think that there's a lot of people here, a lot of people want to talk to the drivers, and really this is their day, and they want to get in the garage, put their helmets on, and get in the race car. It's just one of those things. You get so up, I guess, inside, and, you know, they're thinking about a lot of things. We've gone through our strategy yesterday, each crew and each driver, time and time again, role-playing different things that might happen within the race, and I guess they just want to be there with themselves and get ready. Mentally, this is a real grind when you run 500 miles at this racetrack.
All right, you talk about strategization. You did it all yesterday. In your talks, your pre-race briefings, did you consider rain?
Well, we certainly did, and I think we've talked about it this morning again, because you've got to be there at that 250-mile mark, and we're looking at fuel mileage and just exactly where we'll be, the number of stops. You can't be at the end of that line at 230 miles. You've got to be there, because this race, if it would rain and be over at 250, you don't want to be in 5th place, and I've seen that happen in 73. We saw it when Gordy won it. I know Bobby Unser won it in the rain one year. It's just going to be tough, and there's so many people that are competitive. I think they're all thinking the same way, so we certainly don't have a license on something someone else can't figure out.
After all the victories, after all the fine finishes, any butterflies in your stomach on race day? Do they become maybe bullets down there as you get closer to the starting gun?
Well, I'll tell you, I get goosebumps on my arm every time they say, "Gentlemen, start your engines." And as I've said to the crew, and Rick said, we just have to get into this race 8 or 9 laps and settle down. We know what to do, but you're always thinking of what you've forgotten and what we haven't planned for. But again, once the race starts, I think it's like a golfer. Once he tees off, then he starts going down the fairway, and that's what we have to do here.
You know, your team has an incredible mix of drivers as well. The elder statesman, Al Unser, the national driving champion. Then you have Rick Mears, who's a master tactician on the oval courses and does so well at Indianapolis. And then the glamorous Danny Sullivan. How does that all mesh together? How do you meld it together to make it one cohesive unit?
Well, there's one thing that we do, and that's to be sure that the drivers know that they all have the same equipment. We don't have a number 1 driver, a number 2, or a number 3. They're all the same, and I think that that's what's kept us together over the years. And I can assure you that having 3 people on the team, we get 3 times as much information. And I've seen Al talking to Rick and Rick talking to Danny. What did your car do in 3? Was it windy down there today? Just confirming or reconfirming things that they're feeling on the racetrack. And that's a positive for us, because we get that information up front. We know the setup. Maybe Danny's car isn't right, and Rick might have a setup, or vice versa. I know one day last week, Rick even got in Al's car just to try it. And this is the team approach that we've made. But again, on race day, they're all 3 different teams. I'll be running Rick's car. Derek Walker, our general manager, will be running Danny's, and Don Cox and Alan Jenkins will be on Al's car. And we're all going to run our own strategy, and hopefully at the end, we can see one of our cars take that checker.
And yet now you say that you share a lot. Are you saying to me that when it comes to that last final strategy, you're in charge of Rick's, they're in charge of the other guys, and you don't interfere?
Absolutely. We've done it that way every year, and I think that's the only way to do it, because at that point, it's your driver and your combination of what you're putting together, not some overall game plan.
Well, they're beginning to call him, Jim McKay, El Commodore, and he's the only one down here in the Penske garage, but he's ready, and the drivers are waiting.
Okay, Jack, and of course, when he kept referring to Al, he was talking about the 3rd member of the Penske racing team, Al Unser Sr., along with, of course, Mears on the pole and Danny Sullivan, the defending champion, right next to him. Well, you saw the raindrops. There they are, falling into the little creek in turn 1. We are on a rain delay. We're in a holding pattern at Indianapolis. The forecasters tell us that they will race today, so we'll stay with it. The rain delay continues at Indianapolis, a very tedious time for the drivers, for the crew chiefs, and for the spectators, as you see some of them still huddled in the rain coming into the speedway, giving their tickets at that one little gate you see there. There are, of course, hundreds of those around the racetrack. More people gathering in the stands at this point. Optimistically, there are the cars gathered in the infield. It's well over, hundreds of thousands of people are here one way or another, but all they can do is stand by and wait, including Scotty there. Those are the Pipers. They're from, I believe, the St. Andrews something or other, which is in nearby Edinburgh, Indiana. I recall Jackie Stewart some years ago proudly pointing them out. In fact, he went up there at one point and did a little rehearsal with them. There is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum, and if you want to stay dry, that's not the worst place in the world at this moment. As you see, lines have formed outside there. It is, in fact, a fascinating place. Many of the race cars that won the Indianapolis 500 going all the way back to Ray Haroon's car in 1911. He won the first race, and in that race, as you may have heard, invented the world's first rear-view mirror, so that he didn't have to have a riding mechanic, but could see the other cars behind him by himself. The main function of the riding mechanic at that point had gotten to be just watching the other cars. There are the executive suites. They've got plenty of places to take cover back in those little doorways with their dining and wining. Larry Nuber is down in the pits with a young man who had a tough time here a few years ago. Kevin Cogan caused a crash or triggered it at the start of the race. However, very recently he won his first IndyCar race, and his career seems to be on the rise. They're in the garage right now. Larry?
Jim, times really have changed. As you mentioned, at Phoenix, the first race of this year, a car painted exactly like this. They have short track and big track cars now in Indianapolis racing. It is that advanced. Kevin came out of the box with a brand new crew chief, Larry Curry, and they won the first time out. What a way to start the season.
That was a fantastic way to start the season. It really gave the crew a lot of confidence, and it was kind of like a snowball thing. I think we could have rolled it over right at Long Beach, but we started to play with some experimental things, and that caught us out a bit.
Kevin, you've always been very fast, and he has shown a great deal of potential from the very beginning. The first time here, he finished 4th in this race. Did you ever think it would never happen, the success?
Well, sometimes it begins to feel that way. I think that it took me longer than I wanted to win my first race, but the team I'm with, the Patrick team now, obviously has the capability to win. I think just about every time we go out on the racetrack, we could win a race, and that's a real comforting feeling for a driver to know that, you know, if you put your best efforts in, that chances are you'll finish and that you could win.
You know, the drivers get so much attention and so many of the headlines, but I think each year, because the cars become so advanced, maybe the percentage that you guys are responsible for the success diminishes a little bit. The team becomes so important.
Well, that's true. I'd say at Indianapolis, this particular track, that's more so than just about any place else. The car, technically, the engineering staff that we have makes the biggest difference. They're the key thing. Of course, the mechanics, it's incredible. I mean, they spend every day till midnight, just about. I live with one of the mechanics here locally, and just for the month of May, and I don't think I saw him once for 4 weeks before midnight. And that's amazing if you think about day after day without one single day off.
Roger Penske told us a little earlier about how his drivers are relaxing before the aborted start of this race. Johnny Parsons Jr. is back in the hotel watching the Formula One race, and Kevin, your teammate, Emerson Fittipaldi, was here about a half hour ago, and he said, well, I'm going to go home and get some shut-eye. And you're staying here in the garage, staying here for us, or just relaxing here at the racetrack?
I think I'd be too nervous if I left the track. You know, as soon as it stops raining, I want to know about it.
What about a delay like this? Now, the last time this happened here at Indianapolis, 73, we had a lot of rain. The race was stopped, interrupted, ended prematurely in 75. You've never gone through one of these delays here at Indianapolis. Is this difficult?
Well, I can tell you for sure I wouldn't want to go the night before Indianapolis. I wouldn't want to have to do that twice. You know, it's important that you get to bed at 9:30. I don't think I ever go to bed at 9:30 except the night before the 500. And it's difficult to really relax and get into the right frame of mind and take it easy and go to sleep and try to get 8 hours of sleep when you know that you got to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to be here to race the Indy 500. So I think that's a tough strain. I wouldn't want to have to do that twice.
Does it have an impact on the potential danger of this race if you go ahead, hurry up, if the sky's clear and run today or wait till tomorrow? Sam Posey was speculating on that a little earlier in our broadcast.
As far as some of the drivers being a little too hyper, it's possible. I think that, if anything, it might relieve some of the tension, in my opinion. I think that you're geared up for an 11 o'clock start, and you're kind of like a big bubble that's just getting to the point where it's about ready to burst, and the only thing that stops it from bursting is the start of the race. But I think that this actually takes a little pressure off you for me. It doesn't really bother me, but I would like to see it happen today. There's no question.
Well, you know, your car owner, Pat Patrick, he and I were talking just a few moments before you came into the garage. He felt that because of the experience of his team and what he has gone through over all the years that he's entered cars here at Indianapolis, that a delay is not good for anybody, but maybe it will not hurt you guys as much as some of the other people. He was not at all unhappy about the delay.
I would tend to agree with that. You know, Jim McGee is our team manager, and he's the radio man on my car. And Jim's he's very comforting. You know, when the race is going on, he tells me exactly what's happening. He makes me feel like we're in control, we're in command of what we're doing. At Phoenix, the whole time I was out there, I just sort of felt like we were going to win the race because everyone was so confident, and that's the way they act every single race. So, you know, Pat could have a point there. I think that all of my mechanics are seasoned guys, and none of them get hyper about anything, and it makes me feel very relaxed and gives you a certain confidence.
Kevin, getting back to 73 again, you were not here. Perhaps you were home listening on the radio. I had the feeling that after all the delays that we hurried up, got out on the racetrack, conducted the race, and the race truly was a disaster. I had the feeling that a lot of people were making mistakes that maybe they would not have made had it been a normal race day. Would you agree with that? Do you have to sit down in the cockpit, let's say this track dries up, you're getting ready to go out, and say to yourself, now, where am I at? How do I prepare? How do I concentrate on this?
Well, I think that usually if you see that happen, that's from the drivers who really probably would have had the same problems if it went on time. That's just my personal opinion. I think that this real seasoned guys don't make too many mistakes. And I think you can only rethink this race just so many times. Obviously, I've gone over it several times, and just about everybody else has probably gone over it 10 or 12 times, how they want things to go. And I think the more you do that, the more you're just repeating all the same thoughts. So I think it's basically the smart thing is just to relax, take it easy, and you're going to go when it starts.
Well, Jim, he and crew chief Larry Curry have been doing a lot of good thinking already in 1986. They are batting .500. There's only one other team in the garage area who's done that well so far this year.
All right, Larry, it's remarkable how everybody keeps referring back automatically on this morning to 1973. If you weren't with us when Sam posed, he described it earlier. That was the year when it took us 3 days to get this race in. The first day was the terrible crash of Salt Walther, where he was terribly injured and burned. I think 8 or 9 cars were taken out or had to be worked on very hard, at any rate, in that crash on the start of the race. The second day was just a full day of rain. People came out, played a little frisbee in the drizzle, went home again. On the third day, we came back. The race eventually had to be stopped before it had been completed, although it was official. But on that day, there was the crash of Swede Savage, from which he later died from his burns. There was the crewman hit by a fire truck in the pits. It was just the most terrible 3 days of trying to cover a sporting event that I can remember. Naturally, this comes to mind when we have a rain delay here. You've heard several drivers and the crew chief, Roger Penske, say, please, please, delay is one thing, but let's get it in today. To go back tonight, to go through all that tension and try to get to sleep again would really be almost too much to bear. Well, the forecast is still. They're saying that the rain should stop within the next half hour to an hour. As you see, the trucks are going around trying to keep the track as dry as possible. It's just the friction of the wheels on the road surface that does that, and they also have a jet dryer. Someone who should be very familiar with the water medium is our commentator, Donna Deverona, who was, of course, one of America's all-time great swimmers. She is with someone right now who perhaps is even more concerned at this waiting and waiting than the driver himself might be, and that's the driver's wife. Donna?
Thank you, Jim. It is drizzling down here, and it was years ago that I competed, and we did worry about the rain then. But who's closest to the drivers? Well, the mechanics are and the owners are, but how about the wives? I'm with Shelley Unser Jr. How's Al feeling? What did he say this morning when both of you looked out and saw that it was raining?
Well, actually, I woke up at 3:30 in the morning, and I heard it, and I turned over to him. I said, Al, it's raining, and he must have already been awake because he said, I know. And I don't think it's dampened his spirits too much. I just, he feels bad for everybody, and he wanted to race today, and I wanted to race today, and all the crews did, so it's just nothing you can do about it except hope it hurries up and goes away.
What did he have for breakfast this morning? You said to me that he seemed calm, even with the rain.
Yeah, we have a new motorhome out here, and he said, I'm hungry. So I said, okay, what do you want? And he said, well, I want Frosted Flakes. So I fixed that, and he said, I'm still hungry. I fixed sausage, eggs, toast, orange juice. So he must not be too nervous because he's got a big appetite.
Shelley, you're one of the wives that doesn't sit in the stands. You sit in the pits and you time and you talk to the owner. I've always wondered, when you're an athlete, when you step into a car or you step off a platform and do a dive, the minute you begin your competition, you put your mind elsewhere. You think about the technical aspect of the sport. But what do you do sitting there when you got to deal with the fear and the tension and the apprehension? How do you talk yourself through an event?
Well, I'm really fortunate in a way because Domino's Pizza Team Sherson lets me get involved. They want me to be involved because they know it's important to me to keep my mind busy. So I get to talk to Doug Sherson on the radios and tell him Al's intervals and keep a lap chart. But it's really hard when they're racing, you feel competitive along with Al. I want him to win. But when stuff happens out on the track, for that split second, you're saying, well, where is he, where is he, where is he? And then you finally see his car come around and you go, phew. So it's hard not to think about it, but I find it easier to keep it back in the back of my mind, try to stay as involved as I can in the race itself, and then that way it's easier to deal with.
Thank you, Shelley. You're welcome. Back to you, Jim McKay.
They also serve who only stand and wait, eh? Well, that's what we are all doing here right now. Those hunted under the plastic, those parading in the plastic, and those who just can't find any place at all to be. It's a rain delay. If you've just joined us at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the race was scheduled to begin in about 33 minutes. That will not happen because it's still raining at this point. They say that the rain will stop, that we will have a race today in all likelihood. We can start as late as 4 o'clock this afternoon, which is 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. So, you know, there's a great prospect of getting the race in today. We're going to hang around until we do exactly that. While they huddle under the umbrellas and while we wait, let's take a break right now and then come back again live to Indy. Well, we're back again. Good thing we got 3 of us this year. We've got plenty of time to... This is known in our business as a format. It lays everything out minute by minute that's going to happen. So much for that.
Yeah, all these years that you've come here and been frustrated with not being able to get all the feature material, all the possible interviews, and all of the tape clips on the air. Well, this is your godsend, Jim McKay.
Looks like we'll get them in today. What do you guys have in your mind?
Well, we've been talking about what has taken place over the course of the past month here, and of course there are certain subjects that I think have dominated conversation throughout the past month, and we're going to go over just a few of them now with Sam Posey to sort of reiterate some of the major issues that are involved in this race. Subject number 1, Sam, and we've already touched on it a great deal this morning. 2 cars appear to be preeminent, and because of the personalities of the drivers, because of the man for whom they drive, perhaps in the minds of some, an inordinate amount of attention is devoted to Rick Mears and Danny Sullivan, but I personally don't think that they do receive an unfair share of attention. Your view of the Mears-Sullivan confrontation?
You know, this month has seen a day-to-day intensification of their rivalry. And I've been kind of in an interesting place to witness it because Roger moments ago spoke of how they're both back at the motel. Well, the motel in question is right here on the Speedway grounds, the Speedway Motel right outside of Turn 2. My room happens to be equidistant between Danny Sullivan's room and Rick Mears' room. And it's funny, living so close to those 2 guys gives you a real feeling for the way they really are and the way they live their lives. And, you know, Rick Mears is the racer. He would like nothing better in life than to be left alone to race his car. And so in the morning, he goes over to the garage at the Speedway, he runs the car, he comes back in the evening, he shuts his door, and that's his day. Danny Sullivan, by contrast, is the extrovert. I mean, he absolutely is trying to make a business out of being glamorous, and he does a wonderful job at it. And every day, his room, the door is opening and closing every few minutes. People, associates of all kinds, business friends and so forth, are coming and going. Danny never goes out wearing the same thing twice. And he is just a very busy guy. And they're very different, except in this respect. I think that each of them feels that when the dust settles and the race is, let's say, halfway over, or whenever it's coming into the final stages, if it is cut short a little bit today, that the guy that he's going to have to beat is his own teammate. I think it's very intense between those 2.
And it's fascinating to note, I think a lot of people would be surprised to find that Mears is in fact 2 years younger than Sullivan. We tend to think of Sullivan because of his image as being one of the younger drivers, but he's 36 and Rick Mears is 34, and both of them fit somewhere between the 2 categories, which are another big subject of discussion here. The old guard, typified by Al Unser Sr., A.J. Foyt, and Mario Andretti, and the young guard, excuse me, the new blood, typified by Jeff Brabham, Al Unser Jr., and Michael Andretti. How do you see that confrontation?
It's evolutionary, isn't it? Not revolutionary. And I'm surprised. To me, the point is that there's something about automobile racing which allows people, more than in other sports, to go on and on at it. Experience must be an enormous factor. And because of the continued excellence and competitiveness of the older guard. Look at Mario. I mean, he's as fast as anybody today. But it also makes you look a little bit deeper at the sport, I think, and say, how come these new guys, the sons of the great drivers, are automatically so good at it? Now, is it something in the genes? Is it something environmental? Did they grow up with ski mobiles and go-karts and that sort of thing? I don't think the answers are really in on that yet. It seems as if the younger generation has inherited that deep will to win. I still find it surprising, and in some ways you might say, does it make the sport look easy? That just the son of a driver immediately, like Michael Andretti, winds up on the front row of the grid, like Al Unser Jr. winds up contending the championship last year. I don't really know. I know the new guys are tremendously good, but it's odd when you see them coming just out of a family, and I don't think the answers are really full. Jim?
Jim?
Yeah, Sam, you know, one of the oldest sayings in the sport, of course, is that there are old drivers and there are bold drivers, but there are no old, bold drivers. You seem to be saying that maybe that isn't true, that maybe a guy 52 years old can have the same sort of devil-may-care courage that he had when he was 22.
A.J. Foyt has the 5th fastest qualifying time here, though he's back a little bit in the grid, and he's 51 years old.
Well, let's talk about Mario Andretti. I mean, Mario, the race starts, is going to start from the next to last row. And it is obvious to me from having talked to him that for Mario Andretti, finishing second in this race is meaningless. He's done that. He's only interested in victories now. And he is prepared to take chances, bigger chances than I'd like to see him take, frankly, as a fan and a friend of his for many years, in order to move up very quickly through those back rows of the grid. I think that it's quite possible that Mario is prepared to drive the boldest race of any driver here. Isn't that something? So yeah, there are old, bold drivers, and I don't discount AJ in this either, by the way. Mr. Foyt has lost a lot of weight for this year's race, and looks very tough to me.
Well, of course, boldness is defined in this sport by speed, and I think at some point later on we should have the obligatory discussion of speed at Indianapolis and whether or not it can or should be curtailed. But right now, Al Troutwig is standing by in the garage with one of the most interesting drivers in the race, one whose name may not be immediately familiar to you. Al?
Well, Jim, every time I walk by garage C27 in the brand new gasoline alley, this is where I found Phil Kruger, tinkering and tinkering and tinkering some more. Phil, could you just stop that for a moment and tell us a little bit about your story, which I have found tremendously interesting. If I was to draw an emblem for Phil Kruger's car, it would be a patchwork quilt. It is a little bit from here, a little bit from there. Tell me first where the body of the car comes from, the tub.
This is a car that Leader Cards bought from A.J. Foyt after he crashed at Michigan last year. And to repair it, he crashed one side. Herm Johnson had crashed his other side of his car at Indy in practice. So we sort of grafted them together.
And then some other parts for the car also came from Herm Johnson's.
Yeah, a lot of the running gear on one side did, and then of course this year with the new rules we had to completely change all the bodywork and the under tray, and we had a lot of that stuff made up locally here.
Well, Phil, you're one of the many drivers who has grown up dreaming of one day running at the Indianapolis 500. Now, after waiting and even having your car crushed by a fire truck here a couple of years ago, you are on the brink of this experience. Is this day like the way you dreamed it would be?
Exactly, only a little bit wetter.
How has that affected your preparation for the race?
Well, it hasn't. It's in preparing for the race, it's really no different than preparing for any other race. You do everything you can think of, everything you have time for. The only good thing about today is that we have time to attend to a couple of things that we were worried about. But we were pretty much ready this morning.
Phil, there was a chance when you got together with the old Indy legend A.J. Watson and Bob Wilkie to get this car that you were the chief mechanic for Gary Bettenhausen. You actually wound up qualifying before him, but it was a little bit more complicated than that before you actually got into the driver's seat of this car.
Well, A.J. Watson's the chief mechanic. I work for them on a yearly basis as a mechanic. And on the West Coast, Ralph and I and A.J. sat down and talked about the possibility of getting two cars in the race. And what we decided was, if A.J. hired a guy to help him on the new car, and I was able to hire a guy to help me on the old car, and we both concentrated on our respective cars, that we would indeed stand a chance to qualify both cars. The new car turned out to be a lot more of a handful preparation-wise than the old car, and that's the only reason we were able to qualify first week, and we got running. The car was pretty much right from the word go, and we got it in the race. The new car had a lot of bugs that took an extra week to get worked out.
Okay. Phil, final thoughts as to what this day may hold for you.
I don't know, Al. We want to run all day. You have to run all day to do well here. If we can run the full race and run strong, we can finish well. And that's all we can look forward to.
Phil Kruger, driver, mechanic, starting in row 8. He does it all for this team. It's a low-budget operation. One of the things that I really enjoy here at Gasoline Alley is how some of the drivers get around. They all have bicycles, and for the big budget teams, that means a brand-new bike. But check out this beat-up one that Phil Kruger uses. I think that's the symbol of this whole team story. Back to you, Jim.
It is indeed a perfect symbol, I think. He's an interesting young man who passed his rookie test in 1981 and really, largely through dint of personal effort, finally has a ride good enough to get him into the race. But you met him, Sam, under entirely different circumstances.
I met him in 1971. That's how long I've known Phil Kruger and how long I've admired him, by the way. I was living in Newport Beach at the time, and I'd just begun dating Ellen, who was to be my wife, I'm proud to say. And her roommates were waitresses at a restaurant down near the water there. And one day, courting Ellen, we went down there for lunch. And I ordered halibut. Now, it turned out that Phil Kruger was the daytime chef in that restaurant. At night, he was relegated to busboy, but in the daytime, he was the chef. And my halibut came out on the plate, and it had slices of lemon affixed to it with toothpicks to act as wheels, and it had a rear wing made out of paper of some kind with my racing number on it. And when the lunch was over, Phil came out, and that's how I happened to meet him. He has been a fan of racing for that long, and of course, year after year, I pulled for him here, knowing his deep commitment, knowing he never had any resources at all to work with. You know, this year he starts the race in the only car that is not a 1986 car. This is a sort of cobbled up 1985 car. And I've just hoped so much for this man, and I'm just delighted to see him in the field, and I hope he does well in the race.
Well, at the very least, Jim, maybe we can ask him to whip up lunch for us.
In an hour or so.
I'm sorry,
it's a rain delay at Indy. You didn't interrupt me. I didn't get started yet. I was just going to ask him about somebody like Phil Kruger. What sort of an ambition can a man like that have before the Indianapolis 500? In his mind, realistically, he can't think he has a realistic chance to win the race with a race car that's really pieced together from pieces of other race cars. What sort of a goal can you set yourself?
No, he's too smart for that. But at the same time, you have to start somewhere, don't you? And a good performance in an outdated car can often attract a great deal of attention to you. I think we all know that this race, more than any other run in the course of the entire year, is one that is watched and appreciated for all its subtleties and nuances. Phil Kruger, pushing that car, let's say, up into 10th place by half distance, could do himself a lot of good. It could be a stepping stone. He's 34 years old now. He has a lot of experience behind him. It's not too late for his career to get going. Danny Sullivan's is a perfect case in point of a career that didn't get going until he was in his early 30s. So I think Phil still has it ahead. But looked at in the larger sense, it's also the end of a quest of sorts that has been going on for all these years. And finally, to be in the race, I think, lays to rest, in effect, completing all those hours of work, all that hope, all those fears. And now he's going to be in the race, and I think he's going to be a happy man at the end of the day, almost frankly, no matter what happens.
Well, it's worth pointing out that there's another race at Milwaukee next week, Jim McKay, and Phil Kruger doesn't have a ride in Milwaukee, but if he is able to do something today, maybe he will. There is no committee which determines whether or not this race goes on. The power to get the cars onto the track, if in fact it dries out, belongs in the hands of one man, and he's a man that you've known for a while, Tom Binford.
Sure, the chief steward here at Indianapolis, it is a very great responsibility too, Sam, I should think.
Well, it is, and you know, I'm not going to say who was the chief steward before Tom Binford took over, or the people before that, but Tom Binford has had the most positive effect on this race. He is a gentleman. He is an extremely bright man, capable of making the kind of split-second decisions that you have to make in order to run the race properly. I think that the race has prospered since he came on board as the chief steward, and I have the highest admiration for him. He also looks like the sort of guy you'd expect to be a yachtsman, which is pretty appropriate for today.
No question about it. Looking at the what's about 16 minutes before you may be expecting still to see the start of the Indianapolis 500. If you've just tuned in, it will not start at that time. We have a rain delay here. It's been raining since before dawn. The forecast still is that they will race today. They say the rain should stop between 11 and 11:30 Indianapolis time, which would be in about 15 to 45 minutes. Then it'll take an hour to an hour and a half probably to dry the racetrack. But then they say there will be racing. They can start as late once again as 4 o'clock Indy time, which is 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Plenty of daylight to get it in. So stay with us because we're going to stick around. And right now we're going to go down to Larry Newbert.
Well, this is the back side of this sign, the Gasoline Alley sign, and we are in Gasoline Alley. And normally at this time, if this were a normal race day, Tom Bedford, you would not be here. You would be in that glass box up behind the Chief Starter, high above the front stretch at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and getting ready to listen to the command, gentlemen, start your engines, but quite a difference today.
Quite a difference, and that's exactly where I would be. We'd be just maybe 7 or 8 minutes from starting them around on the parade laps.
Tom, bring us up to date as best as you know right now. What is the situation? What's the weather?
Well, you can see the weather's not very good, but it seems every once in a while to clear a little bit. I think that the problem is that, and the reason it's taken so long, is that the wind died down, and so we're just sitting here about 8 miles from here. It's been dry for over an hour. And I think, a little wind, and I believe it's going to blow over in a while. Maybe we will get our 4 hours or 5 hours of dry time. We'll do all if possible to dry the track, and some years, if we get some, we've been able to do it in an hour and a half. We need sun and wind for that.
Last Sunday, during qualifying, the last day, bump day, was interrupted by rain, and it seemed like the track was dried in about an hour and 15 minutes. You think we're in that small of a window today? The track is pretty wet.
It's pretty wet, and we don't have the breeze that we had last Sunday, but still, we'll probably have more equipment out there. So we may get it done, and we need about 3 hours for the race, about, say, 2 hours, maybe 5 hours. So we're all right up to maybe even 1 o'clock. This is May, and it should be light until 7:30 or 8, but if it's cloudy, it's not going to be light that long.
Well, we've been speculating on the short-term forecast, basically. What about the long-term forecast? I know you've been in contact with the Weather Bureau. What are they saying is going to happen later this afternoon and maybe even tomorrow if we have to look toward that?
Well, they're pretty grouchy about the whole thing. Monday is supposed to be a washout, and Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Why they can predict bad weather so far in advance and they can't predict good weather, I don't know, but they say there'll be problems. But we need to get it done today for many more reasons than that. And I haven't given up at all. I've seen it look like this and be out on the track in 3 hours.
Obviously, whenever you make that decision whether or not to go with the race, it's a difficult one. But here at Indianapolis, because there are so many factors that are involved. We have people literally coming from around the world. We have a network television commitment. We have sponsor considerations to make. There's another race. Well, matter of fact, 2 races the next 2 weeks coming up. Do you have to make this decision all by yourself, or will you kind of gather the leading parties that represent all these factors and try and make the decision to go or not to go from that?
Well, the decision to go will probably be mine, and the decision to stop, if necessary, would be mine. But for postponement, it would certainly be the management's as to what day it might be run, whether try to do it tomorrow, the next day, or next weekend, or whatever. However, if we would have time, they certainly would be consulted. When it gets down to the point where you're like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon and you're trying to guess how light it's going to be and whether it's going to rain again, and you have plenty of time. So I would certainly consult all the good heads around here before I make that decision, because I'd have time to do that.
Tom, we've talked a little bit about how the drivers get themselves psyched up, and it's really a major disappointment when you have a delay like this. The same thing happened to you. You're the chief official here, but also a race fan. Is it difficult for you to kind of hold back your emotion in a moment like this?
I would say yes, that sounds pretty logical, but I don't feel terribly emotional at a moment like this. It's something that's happened to us, and then we have to live with and work our way through it. So I don't think the officials will be affected that way. I can see the problem for the drivers. I particularly am anxious about starting a race that everybody feels can't be finished. Maybe finished before 500 miles. That'll change their strategy. It'll certainly cause more competition to get to the front early, and I don't like that situation. On the other hand, we have an obligation to put on the race, and we will put it on if there's a reasonable chance that we can complete it.
Well, this is the man, Jim, who is going to determine the rest of the day and maybe the rest of the first half of the week for hundreds of thousands here and millions of you at home watching.
So you don't have to talk to anybody else about that subject, as Jim Lampley indicated earlier. That is the man right from the chief steward's mouth. You can see not as many umbrellas are up right now. That's about the most optimistic thing I can say. But there are plenty. There's an umbrella capped with plastic, and underneath it a straw hat. That'll protect the lady pretty well. And they don't care, really. Not at all. But there they are, huddled in the stands in the pit area, and of course all the way around this great racetrack. Permanent seats here for almost 300,000 people, and it's just such a pity when you can't get started. We're going to stay here, and we're going to be around until Tom Binford, the man who will make the decision, says that it's all over for today. But he says at the moment he still thinks we'll get it in. The Indianapolis 500 of 1986 will not begin in 8 minutes as scheduled. In fact, it will not begin for quite a while. They still tell us that it will, in all probability, begin today. There, I believe, is the car of Ray Haroon. That's it, the first car ever to have won the Indianapolis 500, number 32, and mounted right in front of the driver is the world's first rear view mirror. I mentioned it earlier, but that's a good look at the car. He invented that so he could do away with a riding mechanic. They always used to have a riding mechanic at that time whose chief function, and one of them, was to look behind to say who was coming up. Ray said, I can save the weight if I put a mirror up. And we all have them to this day. Average speed, I think, was just around 74 miles an hour in that race. It was a neat-looking thing, though, wasn't it? The Mormon Wasp. Somebody was telling me that the newspapers actually changed it for their headlines, and it was supposed to be called the Marmon Yellow Jacket, but the headline writer said that doesn't fit. We're going to call it the Wasp. At any rate, that's the first one that won Indy. We've said several times here that racing is very much a family affair, with father and son teams in the race, with brother teams in the race, with wives sitting on the pit wall. But talk about a couple of generations here at once. Here's a really young one. Let's go down to Donna Deverone.
This one's 4.5 months old. Her name's Michaela, and I don't know whether she wants to be the next Janet Guthrie to race in the Indy 500. This is Debbie and Bobby Rahal. Bobby, what's it like? You said when you get ready for an Indy, one of the biggest challenges may be to psych yourself down. Are you doing that this moment?
Well, it's pretty easy to in these conditions, isn't it? It's just too bad. You know, we have to be there. I feel sorry for all the spectators because they came here to watch us, and it's no fun sitting around in the rain all day.
Debbie, what's he like right now? Is he being calm because of us?
He's really very calm. He's very philosophical about this sort of thing. There's no point in getting upset. It'll come off sooner or later, so there's no point in getting anxious about it.
Well, you earned pole position, second row. Last year, you led this race for 14 laps, and then you had to have problems and drop out. Can you tell me how you felt that first 14 laps with the fans there and all the excitement?
It feels great, you know, to lead, but, you know, it's an awfully long race, and the first 14 laps don't count for much, and but it's nice to know that you can run up front, and this year we're going to try to lead the right 14 laps, which is the last 14.
And what does the weather do for you? How do you deal with the tension of this moment and being prepared mentally, because so much of it is mental out there?
Well, frankly, I think it calms me down a bit, and, you know, it's the same for everybody, and I think the cooler, the calmer you are, the better you're going to be able to perform if we do get started today. You know, waiting around, some people react badly to that. To me, as long as I'm with my good friends and quiet and you know, having casual conversation, then we're in good shape.
Thank you for coming out and joining the fans. And good luck. Back to you, Jack O'Rourke.
Well, Donna, we're down here in Dick Simon's garage area, and Dick has been added to the field in 33rd position. But up until Wednesday, Dennis Firestone here was scheduled to start right in the middle of the pack with a fine run in his car. But then there was the accident down on pit road, which totally wiped out your car, Dennis. And when it happened, it was only about 6 inches that kept you from buying the ranch, as they say.
I think it's probably more like 2 or 3. I got very, very close to hit my helmet on the concrete pit wall.
What were your thoughts when everything stopped and you saw the car, you saw that you were all right, you were a little shaken, but did you think at that time that you still would not be in the Indianapolis 500, or did you think you could repair the car?
No, it was several hours before I had my thoughts collected. It was a very traumatic moment, and I was out for some period of time, and I didn't even know where I was at for a good hour or two.
Now, Dennis's team is not one of the well-heeled teams on the IndyCar circuit, so this was a terrific blow to your operation, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. I mean, everyone knows it's a long month, and there's a lot of anxieties that goes into making this field, and then making it, not being able to race is just tragic.
And then up until just a couple of days ago, actually just maybe 18 to 20 hours ago, you thought you were going to be able to repair the car. Dave Lewis, your crew chief, they all worked so hard, and then they made the call to Dick Simon.
Yeah, Dick was kind enough to make an offer that just made sense for us. I think I'm really the only major loser here that I get to watch the race rather than drive it. But thanks to Dick Simon, that he put together an arrangement with the car owner that helps both Pat, the car owner, and the teams still involved. They get to work on Dick's car, and I'm happy for them. Although it's not the same, it's something.
Well, this happened a couple of years ago when Chris Neifel started as the alternate and made it into the field when Jacques Villeneuve crashed. Dick, how does it feel to first be in the show, then be bumped out of the show, and then after really most of Carburation Day to find out that you're back in it again?
Well, it's been a hectic month, Jack. Actually, we were in and out about 3 or 4 times. If you look at it, we waved off a time that was very far up in the field, and then, of course, we had the problem with the size of the heat inductor, and then, of course, the last day of qualifying there, the weather came up, and we took a slow time. And I'm thankful we did, because otherwise we may have been a Derek Daly and not been first alternate if we'd have waited until the Sunday.
You know, what does it feel like at 52 years old? You're going to at least get your name in the record books in one case, in one instance. You're the oldest driver ever to start the Indianapolis 500. Where's the gray beard?
Well, I'm afraid there's no gray beard and no hair on top, but at 53 almost, I still feel like a kid. My wife accuses me of still being 15 years old. I love Indianapolis with a passion, and I do thank Dennis for crashing on. I didn't ask him to do it, but you know, it's working out, I think, for the best. His team is elated to be working with us. Our team is elated to have them because we come out with the best of everything, and I think that if the race is good for us, everybody will come out really whole out of it.
Well, I know what your answer would be to this question, but Dennis, to you, if this race is rained out for today, and as they say, Tom Binford indicating that maybe tomorrow, a big if for you. Do you think maybe you were premature in withdrawing the car? Could you have gotten the car done, completed, and back in the field if we had a couple of more days?
Oh, yeah. We were only about a day or 2 days short of being able to pull that off. I kind of disagreed in my own way with the decision to make the decision as early as they did, because I don't think we really had any downside risk until actually this morning. But that's a decision. Let me let you into a little plan we had cooked up for Dick last night. We all decided they were going to come up with a hot dog that had a small amount of food poisoning, that we take Dick out and maybe I get a chance to drive.
Well, that may still happen. You never know. Have you eaten today?
No, I've been very careful what I eat, Jack. And, of course, our Duracell has a tent over here, and it's catered by Judd, so I'm sure that Dennis isn't going to get over there yet at least.
We've got a crew.
Well, Jim, besides the dark clouds, there's still some happiness, and, you know, they still enjoy it down here in the garage area.
Okay. Thanks very much, Jack. You know, Sam, I must say that people in your sport have a rather macabre sense of humor at times. And talking about this family deal, you know, there we saw a 4.5-month-old baby down in back of the pits. And I think back to Mom Unser, for example, the mother of Al Unser Sr. and of Bobby Unser, a woman who had another son killed on this racetrack. But she used to come every year and cook chili in the garage area for the guys and seemed to have a wonderful time. And I find that hard to understand.
You know, I do too. Oddly enough, I always thought I understood it well enough when my mother supported me, but now that I'm a father, I really would hope that my son John stayed away from the racetracks, and I've come full circle on that myself. I'm hoping my interest in other areas like painting and architecture might catch on, and it's always surprised me. I think people have got to know that their sons and even daughters in some cases, you know, will follow in their footsteps. And I think you're really taking a big chance when you start bringing the kids to the races with you, because racing, let's face it, appeals to the kid in a person, doesn't it? I mean, and you can become infatuated with this sport and maybe never get it out of your blood. A lot of us do.
Wasn't it fascinating what Mario Andretti said when you talked to him about his son Michael being in racing? Of course, he has another brother, Jeff, who is racing too, and you pointed out that some people criticize Michael and Al Unser Jr. and suggest that, well, they had it easy because they were the sons of famous fathers in the sport. And Mario was impassioned in saying, oh no, not easy, just different, quite different.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no matter what, you've still got to do it in the car, don't you? And I think the only thing, and I've questioned Mario about this constantly because it fascinates me, the only thing he says that you can't really teach, I mean, I've said, you know, what can you and can you not teach your sons, Michael and Jeff? I said, probably the only thing I can't really teach is psychological control, that somehow out there, front of the grid of the Indianapolis 500, you could crack somehow.
I've just received a bulletin. For the first time since we've come on the air, it has stopped raining. It is not raining.
I don't know if I believe you.
Well, let's take a look at the puddle. We see no
clean.
raindrops in the puddle. And the trucks are out. The trucks are rolling around. The jet dryer will probably be out shortly to try to speed that process. There you see them. And you would think by now there would be something a little more high-tech than running trucks around to dry racetracks. I know in NASCAR, for example, they put a bunch of old tires and tie them to the back of a truck and pull them all around so that they get a lot more tires on the track at one time. But here, this is basically it.
I'm glad we got a piece of news. I was just getting ready to point out that you have a son who works in sports broadcasting.
Yeah. Ask him if it was easier. Okay. Well, we're going to take a look back now. As we said at the beginning, this has been a month-long story here at Indianapolis. Jim Lampley takes us back particularly to the first weekend.
Weekend of qualifying was accompanied by hot weather and the customary large crowd. There were surprises, but they were small. The first big name to reach the track, 46-year-old Mario Andretti, champion 17 years ago, second to Danny Sullivan last May. Andretti had practiced at over 216 miles per hour in his Cosworth-powered Lola, but the track had changed, and when his four-lap speed of 212 plus was posted, Mario was quite aware that it wouldn't hold the pole. Poetically, it was Sullivan in the red March chassis who first knocked Andretti's Lola down a notch. The lesson of 1 week's practice was that owner Roger Penske's three cars were again a step ahead, and the defending champion's 4 laps did nothing to dispel that notion. Danny's first 2 circuits broke the single-lap speedway record, and his aggregate speed of 2:15 and change made him look to many like the pole sitter. But when he brought number 1 back to the pits, Sullivan issued a prophetic observation.
I've got to look at my biggest threat being Rick Mears, and I just hope that last lap didn't cost me a little bit. I got a little out of shape down in 3 and had to breathe it a little bit, and that brought the average down.
57 minutes later, we saw just how right he could be. Sullivan's Penske Racing teammate Rick Mears rolled onto the track at the hottest and least advantageous time of the day and proceeded to wipe out all records for qualifying in this form of racing. By the time the Mears March Cosworth completed 10 miles, the 1986 Indianapolis 500 had both a pole sitter and an obvious favorite, and 2-time winner Mears was on the left side of the front row for the 3rd time in 9 years. As Sullivan and Penske looked on, Mears' average speed reached nearly 217 miles per hour. The front row would be completed shortly thereafter, though it couldn't be known at the time. With his early season victory at Long Beach, 23-year-old Michael Andretti had proven he was ready to threaten his father for present-day family supremacy. Now he calmly drove his March to an average speed of 214.5 and knocked the other Andretti's Lola into the second row.
Any feelings about bumping your dad off the front row and taking his place on the outside, at least at this point in time?
Oh, it's about time. He's been doing it to me, so it's my turn.
Minutes later, Bobby Rahal, a front row starter the year before, was ready to take another shot at a lightning time. Rahal's practice laps had been dazzling, and his 213.5 run here placed him in the 4th spot, knocking Mario over into the middle of the track. Most of the other stars of the sport soon joined in. Al Unser Jr. had struggled in practice, but 4 laps at 211 plus ensured that he would make the show. Unser Jr. wound up on the inside of row 4. 1983 champion Tom Sneva had won the pole and been the first man over 200 miles per hour 9 years ago. Now he was near 212, but would find himself in the middle of row 3. Danny Ungaius had the kind of Buick engine that had put cars in 1st and 2nd positions in 1985, but his laps slowed from 211 plus to under 207. He wound up on the outside of row 6. Two-time Formula One world champion Emerson Fittipaldi had led for 11 laps last year. After running over 210 on his qualifying mission, he'll have a chance to get there again from the outside of row 4. Like Ungaius' car, the Brazilian star's March Cosworth slowed considerably on laps 3 and 4 of the qualifying run. At the end of the day, the third of Roger Penske's 3 racers moved onto the asphalt, a one-of-a-kind car never seen before in official action here. 3-time champion Al Unser Sr. is driving a Penske-designed PC-15 chassis powered by a specially built Chevrolet V8 engine, and he upheld his generation's honor by putting it on the outside of row 2. But another of the older set wasn't allowed to qualify on Saturday, and as a result, the field lost a touch of glamour. 51-year-old A.J. Foyt is the race's only 4-time winner, but officials proved that no man is above the rules when they found in tech inspection that Foyt's car was 25/1000ths of an inch too close to the ground. His Sunday run at 213 plus put him outside on row 8. Had he been allowed to do it on Saturday, he'd be in the middle of row 2. Given the speeds at which cars are traveling, it's been a relatively safe month. But there have been 2 significant accidents. In the first week of practice, journeyman driver Herm Johnson hit the wall between turns 1 and 2. He suffered severe fractures in both feet and broke his back, too. It will be some time before Herm Johnson will again drive a race car. Then on Wednesday of the second week of qualifying, or in practice, Mario Andretti felt his right rear suspension give way as he went into turn 3, and in one of the most frightening crashes of his long career, lost the car into the turn 3 wall nose first. Remarkably, Andretti was largely unhurt, though his heel was damaged, but the car was so badly hurt that it could not be repaired in time to be put into the race, and Andretti had to be moved to the back row in a substitute car. Finally, on Thursday of the following week, the very last day of practice on the track and the next to last hour, the 4-car crash which reshuffled the field once again. Watch Dennis Firestone on the left of the screen. His left rear wheel exploded. He lost it to the inside. Roberto Moreno dived to the inside to get away from him and ran into the pit wall, then banged into the back of George Snyder's car while debris hit Jose Garza's car parked in the pits. Another time in slow motion. It is Firestone to the left of the screen who starts the chain reaction, losing the car to the inside as his wheel exploded. Moreno almost got away into the pits, but reacted too far and banged into the pit wall. Now watch Snyder as he is nudged from behind by Moreno and likewise loses control. Meanwhile, Garza's car is to the far right of the screen, parked innocently in the pits. Ultimately, Garza's car had to be repaired. Moreno went into a substitute car. Snyder replaced the engine in what became a substitute car. And Dennis Firestone was knocked out of the lineup for Dick Simon.
And so the rain has finally stopped here at Indianapolis. We could be racing within an hour or 2. The wind has also picked up, which should help the track to dry, and that is the so-called jet dryer. It's actually a jet engine that has its force directed down onto the race course, and it does a tremendous job of drying, but it moves so slowly. It takes it quite a while to get around this 2.5-mile racetrack. Let's take a look at the starting grid that we're going to have here if and when we get started today, and if and when we ever get started. Rick Mears will sit on the pole. Alongside him, Danny Sullivan, and then Michael Andretti, the son, on the outside of the first row. In row 2, Bobby Rahal, Al Unser Sr., and Kevin Cogan. Row 3, Tom Sneva, Roberto Guerrero, and Al Unser Jr. Jr. starting a row back from his father. Then we have Ed Pym on the inside of row 4, with the former world driving champion Emerson Fittipaldi of Brazil and a 3-time former winner Johnny Rutherford. In row 5, the R means rookie, so Randy Lanier there, a rookie. Pancho Carter, who's driven this race many, many times, and Jacques Villeneuve of Canada also qualified as a rookie. Row 6, Danny Ungaius, who used to be a major figure here, but not in recent years since his almost deadly crash here. Jose Garza of Mexico, and Tony Bettenhausen, one of 2 brothers driving in the race. Row 7, Arie Luyendyk, the first Dutchman to drive here at Indy in the race. Jeff Brabham, the son of the great Jack Brabham, 3-time world champion. And A.J. Foyt, the only man ever to win this race 4 times, starting from way back there in the 7th row, and he'll be moving, you can be sure. Row 8, Raoul Boesel. Scott Brayton and Phil Kruger, with whom we had a few words a while ago. Row 9, Chip Ganassi, Jim Crawford of Scotland, and Rich Vogler. A lot of foreign drivers, remember, in the race this year. Moving along to row 10, Johnny Parsons, Gary Bettenhausen, and Mario Andretti with all his trials, tribulations, and travails this month, all the way back in the 10th row. Though he's one of the fastest drivers here, it's his backup car. We don't really know how fast the backup car will be. And in the final row, George Snyder, the longtime associate of A.J. Foyt, Roberto Moreno, qualified as a rookie, and 52-year-old Dick Simon, the oldest man ever to make the starting field at Indy. I don't know whether you can hear it in background, but the jet dryer is very, very loud in our ears right now. And there it is. Rain delay at Indy. Obviously, the race was supposed to have started about 11 minutes ago. It won't be anything like that, but there's a great deal of daylight left. The sky is brightening. The rain has stopped. The wind has picked up, and the jet dryer is drying. That's about all we can tell you. Right now, however, we have Larry Nuba down below with Tom Sneva.
We've already heard of a couple of ways to spend your time during the rain delay. Well, Tom Sneva was in a news conference, and we were able to wrestle him out of that room of very hungry journalists. It was warm, it was hot, it was close, it was crowded, but you seem to be having a good time.
Well, considering the situation, you know, we wish we were on the racetrack, but, you know, there's not much you can do about the weather, and so you got to sit tight and hopefully you don't burn up all the adrenaline you had stored up for the start of that race. But it's unfortunate, but, you know, there's nothing you can do about it, and, you know, it might be better for us.
Well, Tom's been around for a while, coming out of the super modified ranks in the Pacific Northwest, been through a lot of rain delays, but a rain delay at Indianapolis is something different. There is a lot more going on inside here than at other racetracks.
Well, yeah, there is. I mean, the build-up for the start of this race is just incredible. The electricity that's in the air and the frame of mind that the driver has to get himself into is so much tougher to get to than any other race that it makes it real tough when you get in the right psychological frame of mind, and then you have a letdown, you have a delay. It can be a concern. You know, you're primed, you're pumped, you have that delay, you hope that there's not a letdown mentally in some of the drivers when you have a delay, whether it's a couple hours or a day or whatever. You hope you don't have that letdown mentally, because the concentration has to be so intense here not to make a mistake, because at 200 miles an hour, mistakes are magnified.
On a road course, you can run in the rain. In Formula One racing, they provide special rain tires, but on an oval like here at Indianapolis, you simply cannot do it. Is that an accurate assessment? Is there any way, Tom, in the future, as technology continues to blossom and grow as it is, you could ever run in the rain on an oval?
Well, you know, you could do anything you want. The speeds obviously would come down tremendously. I'm not sure it's a good thing that we run in the rain in a lot of the road circuits that we run on, because that was an early tradition that was started when you had racetracks that didn't have walls on both sides. Now a lot of the road circuits that we do have barriers on the edge of the racetrack, similar to the oval track. So there's no room for error, and racing in the rain's like playing Russian roulette. You know, you pretty well know you're going to get in trouble. You just don't know which corner or which lap.
You bring up the subject of speed, and it's a subject that you have been forced to talk about, sometimes willing to talk about it many times in the past. The speeds once again this year have taken not a quantum leap, but a pretty substantial jump again. How do you feel about it now? Do we really need to set back this winter and make a concerted effort to slow these cars down?
Well, I've been trying to advocate that all along, and I talk about it quite often, but yeah, you know, racing's just sports entertainment like basketball, football, whatever. What people, in my mind, want to see is close racing. Competition is what makes the sport so exciting for me. It's not the speed. I don't get excited about the speed that we travel. It's the competition. You take 10 or 15 cars, put them side by side, nose to tail, and the people are going to be standing up watching that race. One car by itself, a lap ahead of the field, they're going to be at the hot dog stand. So, you know, you got to keep them close. It's tough for the fans to tell how fast the cars are running. They look like they're going a lot faster when they're all together. So, you know, we've got to be more concerned about the entertainment value of this sport for it to grow in this country.
Now, this is the Indianapolis 500. We are going to run this race, believe it or not. Yes, we really are. I want to ask you one thing and also kind of tip the fans off to something to look for. The rear wing on your race car, the rear wings this year grew larger because there were changes in the regulations. You, once again, have one of the smallest rear wings going. Gives the car a lot less downforce into the corners. How do you do it?
Well, you know, I don't want to say how I do it, because then everybody would have that advantage. The advantage of running a smaller wing is you have a little bit less drag. Right now, we all have similar horsepower, so the only way to go faster when you're running flat out around the racetrack like we do here, especially to qualify, and many of the laps over the race will be that way, is try to reduce the drag. But when you reduce drag, you also reduce the downforce, so then you've got to do some things to the car handling-wise so it still feels comfortable in the corners, and you know, if it was easy, anybody could do it, I guess.
Let's talk a little bit about speed. You certainly are one of the drivers, perhaps one of the 2 or 3 who was recognized as, when it comes to somebody who needs a little bit of extra speed, miles per hour, you were able to do it. You must have some secret to getting around here. Parnelli Jones once said, when we had the old roadsters and the tall tires, he would actually lean over on the tires, and as he would go into the corners, the tires would kind of jump upright, give him just a little bit of a boost, and he thought that he might be going faster that way. Is there something in your driving style or technique you think that makes it possible for you to go just a little faster than maybe the car is capable?
Well, the only thing I can think of is the poor eyesight that I have. I think that probably gives me the biggest advantage of anything, but not really. You know, it's a seat-of-the-pants feel. You know, the key between the good and the great drivers, I think, is what they draw the fine line with. We talk about the ragged edge, running on the ragged edge, or the fine line between control and non-control, and some drivers have to draw that fine line with a crayon or something with a wide point. It's got to be a thick line where they have a little bit of a cushion. And other drivers can draw that line with a finely sharpened pencil. It's a very fine line. They can run right on that line without getting over it, without getting in trouble. So the difference is how close you can run to the ragged edge, lap after lap, and maintain it. And I think that's the key between, you know, getting it done for a couple laps and getting it done for 200 laps or 500 miles.
Well, Jim, this man's pencil was sharp enough that this is the guy that broke the now commonplace 200-mile-per-hour barrier at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Okay, Larry, when Tom was an assistant school principal, as he once was, he might have given the kids the rest of the day off. But not here. As you can see, they're literally sweeping up the water from the pit wall there at Indianapolis. The jet dryer is out. The trucks are rolling. The point is that it's not raining, as you can see from that puddle. A little bit of wind is up. So the drying process has begun. It's been going on for, a good 15 minutes now, possibly 20 minutes. And when that is done, they will start the race unless it rains again. So hang in with us. We're at Indy live. Indianapolis has always been known as the Brickyard, and that's the reason that you're looking at right there. The original surface of this track, and for many, many, many years, was brick. The entire place was, and when they resurfaced it in asphalt, they left 1 yard of brick in the Brickyard. Well, it is a rain delay, but right now the news has been getting better. Hasn't been raining for some time. The drying process continues, and they tell us that if it continues this way, the race cars will be wheeled out into position on the track in just about a half an hour from now, and they should start racing within an hour and a half. All this dependent, of course, on whether or not it should rain again. Right now, though, it continues to look good. All they need is what Tom Binford referred to as a window of 3 or 4 or 5 hours, and they can get the complete race in. Of course, the race is official if they get 1 lap more than half of the Indianapolis 500 in. So, we're here again, and anybody got any ideas?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Jim McKay, that you heard Tom Sneva in talking with Larry Nuber bringing up a subject which he's discussed publicly many times, which is, of course, the speeds at which they travel here at Indianapolis. Now, I warn you in advance that some of what you're about to hear from Sam Posey is highly technical discussion, and don't get scared. Even I can understand it when it's laid out properly, and I don't have the technical capability of driving a nail into a 2x4. But let's start with the fact, Sam, that a year ago, when Pancho Carter qualified with a 4-lap qualifying speed of over 212 miles per hour, and Scott Brayton went over 214 miles per hour, there were a lot of drivers, Sneva among them, who once again suggested that they were going too fast. And as a result, the governing body got together and put together rules modifications which, in effect, were supposed to eliminate 25 to 28% of the downforce, the airflow force, which helps to keep the car on the track. The idea being that this would make them go slower. So what happened, of course, they came back this year, and Mears at 216.828 went nearly 5 miles per hour faster than Pancho Carter had gone last year. Your position, can they make them go slower, and should they?
Well, first of all, I think that the reduction of the amount of air that was allowed to flow underneath the cars this year, and if they hadn't made that 30% reduction, the designers of the car that Mears was driving that set the new record felt that the lap speeds this year would have been in the 222-mile-an-hour range. So, in other words, it was effective in keeping the speeds from jumping still further. My own feeling, I have great admiration for Tom Sneva and considerable affection. I believe he's one of the great drivers around here. I also think he's wrong. I think he's completely wrong about this speed thing. And I want to quickly say, I'm not driving the cars. I haven't actually seen with my own eyes what 215 miles an hour looks like as you drive around here. But I think there are plenty of people who are on my side in this. I think Rick Mears has no problem with these speeds. Wouldn't mind seeing them go up. I think this, from Ray Haroon's first efforts, we talked about them back in 1911, just over 74 miles an hour. The leap to Parnelli Jones, 1962, the 150 mile an hour barrier. Now we're 216, 217. What it shows is an acceleration of technology. In other words, we don't seem to be feeling a ceiling on speeds. It seems that the faster you go, the more opportunity there is to go faster still. And the obvious example is that, you know, Parnelli, going around this track, did so in exactly a minute. And when Mears made his run, he made it 19 seconds faster in 41 seconds. Now, if you take just 11 seconds off Mears's time and run this track, which is 2.5 miles long, in 30 seconds, that works out to an average speed of 300 miles an hour. 300 seems like a lot. But does 11 seconds seem like so much if you think that you might take half a second a lap off per year for 20 years? In other words, what I'm saying is in 20 years from now, with only a reasonable growth of technology, we would see 300 miles an hour. Now, I can't imagine what the cars would look like, but I think it can be done. And I think that Indianapolis occupies a unique place in American sociology, really, because here is where we look for technology to run kind of unbridled, and where a few brave men will come each year to try to tame that technology. And I think that if we were to put a limit on it, we would reduce enormously what Indy means. And I think that, of course, racing should be safe. The point is, it's safer now at 215 miles an hour than it was in Parnelli's day at 150. It's safer now than it was in Haroon's day at 75. So I think that as long as the balance between technology and speed is kept in check by responsible rules makers, that I look forward personally to enormous growth of speed. I can't wait to see a 300 mile an hour lap. I'll never drive it. But you know, there's a new generation of drivers coming to the Speedway now, which is willing to drive that speed. I talked to Roberto Moreno the other day. He's just a rookie. He's just getting going. To him, 210 miles an hour was state-of-the-art. That's what was here when he came. He'd like to make his mark. 250, he said, give me one of those. You know, it's interesting. Later this summer, in all likelihood, a car is going to run here at the track, driven by A.J. Foyt. It's got an Oldsmobile engine in it. The chassis was built by March, which is the company that's made so many of the cars, 24 of them, in fact, in the field today. And this car is not built to the current rules. It's a free, spirited kind of thing, with the fenders enclosing the wheels. It's a very aerodynamic car and makes full use of the ground effect, which sucks the car down. Quite possibly, this car will go 225 to 230 miles an hour. In other words, the technology exists this minute for that kind of speed, never mind what might lurk in the future.
And indeed, to substantiate some of what you were saying there with just one statistic that continues to fascinate me, you drove 186 miles per hour in 1972. Since the unfortunate tragedies of 1 year later in 1973, it startles me to note that only one man has died here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and during that time, the average speed has leaped by more than 20 miles per hour. Right now, Johnny Rutherford is standing by with one of our reporters, and here's a look at the brand new garage area, which is one of the major improvements in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway facility this year. Some say that it lacks a little of the romance and the charm of the old gasoline alley, but of course, as the cars go faster, the facility is going to be upgraded as well. Johnny Rutherford is one of the rare three-time winners of this event, and indeed won the shortest Indianapolis 500 ever run, a rain-shortened one that stretched to only 255 miles. He's standing by with Al Troutwig right now.
Jim, let's touch upon a few things that you and Sam have been talking about. First of all, speed. When Johnny Rutherford first qualified for the Indianapolis 500 in 1963, it was just under 150 miles per hour. It's infinitely faster than that now, Johnny.
Considerably. Times change.
What about Gasoline Alley? Is it the antiseptic place that some people have accused it of being? Does it lack the romance? Do you miss the old Gasoline Alley?
Well, of course, those of us that have been involved with the Speedway for a number of years, you know, we've griped about the old garages and how small and antiquated they were. But now that they're gone, you kind of miss that intimacy. You know, the crews were closer together, and you were able to get around to see somebody a little easier. These garages are very big and very nice, and it's something we've needed for a long time, so we're not going to yell about them too loud.
Johnny, in 1980, you became the 6th three-time Indianapolis 500 champion. Does that allow you to walk into the track on race day with a certain cocky confidence about you?
Well, I would say yes, it probably does, because I know my way around here. But there's no carte blanche. You know, you still have to earn your way each year in the race and make your position and be able to get out there and do your job. Of course, I have the experience and have had the time here that I know how to do things a little easier than some of the rookies do, or even some of the other guys. And being a three-time winner, it gives you some, you know, special dispensations here and there.
Of course, Gasoline Alley has been turned into America's largest waiting room today as a result of the rain. It looks like a maternity ward in some of the garages.
Yes.
You remember racing in rain-type conditions, winning the shortest Indianapolis 500 in history. What happened that year?
Well, it was very much a day like this, and we got the race started. I was running second to A.J. Foyt, and A.J. started having handling problems with his car, and I caught him and took the lead and had nearly a straightaway lead when the rains came, and that was just over halfway. We sat around like this waiting for the rains to subside. They did. We got a break. The thing dried up. They got the track ready. We were buckled in the car, sitting there waiting for the command to start our engines again, and the bottom fell out, and they washed it out. It rained so hard that there was no way they could dry the track in time, and it was a washout, and I walked into victory lane.
So now when you wake up this morning, as you did whatever time it was, it's raining. What were your first thoughts?
Well, I was surprised, to be quite honest, because the rain woke me up. I heard it raining, and I thought, that's not good. I don't remember that in the forecast, so it was a matter of waiting and seeing what it was like when I got up and checked the weather, and it was raining. So I knew it was a matter of coming out here and fighting the crowds and all of the umbrellas, sitting around and waiting. And it doesn't look good because it's well, it just you know, it's muggy in the air. You can feel it. Although they say there's west of us there's a hole in it, but it'll probably be one of those things where we'll get the track dry, get everybody hyped up, out there ready, buckled in the cars, and it'll start raining.
Johnny, very quickly, what type of woman is your wife?
She's a great gal. She's been the rock of the Rutherford household and the Rutherford family. For 23 years we've been married, so she's been very super, and of course I'm glad that she's able to work in with the crew and to keep track of me on the racetrack. It gives her a chance to have something to do rather than sit up there and biting her fingernails.
Sounds like quite a woman. I think we'd like to meet her, and we shall by going over to Donna Devereaux.
Thank you, Al Troutwig, and Betty's with me now. You didn't hear what Johnny said about you, but he says you've been the rock. And many refer to the Rutherford couple as the first family of Indy racing. How have you been the rock? You've been there since 1963. I know one time you had to sit in the stands, and now you're part of it. How do you think you've contributed the best?
Well, mainly I contribute by giving Johnny support and being his backup, and I do a lot of buffeting for him all month long. But it was really hard during the first times we had to sit in the stands, and then we got to go into the pit. So now I'm busy, and I do all the timing and scoring for the team, which makes it really much nicer for me, keeps me out of trouble.
Helps you put that tension aside and focus on something else. 1976, Johnny became the second, he won his second Indy 500, and it was raining. Can you take us through that and what he might have said this morning that referred back to that race?
Well, in 76, it was starting to rain, and we knew that the weather was coming, and he was in the lead. So when it rained, rain. It was just past halfway. So we sat in the pits and waited for them to call the race, and eventually they decided that they couldn't get the race in, and we walked to victory lane, I think, which is the first time that's ever happened.
And then, of course, he went on to win his third. You mentioned to me before the interview that this was his mathematical advantage. Could you explain to us what you meant by that?
Right. In 74 he won, and then in 76, which was 2 years later. Then he won again in 80, which was 4 years later, and this is 86, which is 6 years later, so it's his year.
I worked with Johnny a long time ago on a ski event, and when I was talking to him, I said, what keeps you in? He said, well, AJ keeps me in for one reason, because I want to go for 4, and I don't think I'll ever quit unless I win 4. Does he still feel that way?
Oh, he definitely feels that way. I know he wants to win 4, and I'm not sure he doesn't want to win 5, too.
And how do you feel today? You woke up this morning, you've had to deal with this. I saw Johnny just sitting down, resting. Is he able to deal with the frustrations of the moment, do you think, a little bit better than maybe the young drivers?
I think probably. He's been here long enough to know that you race when it's time to race, and I think he just kind of rolls with the punches a little bit better, maybe.
Okay, we'll be looking for you in the pits. Now, back up to you, Jim McKay.
Okay, Donna, again, the situation. It stopped raining about a half an hour ago. It had started before dawn here in Indianapolis. They've been in the process of drying the track. Some of the pre-race ceremonies are beginning again. As you can see, there's still a good many puddles that have to be wrapped up. But they say that in about 15 minutes, they may be bringing the cars out into the pits. We're live at Indy. Well, I can tell you how this day has happened for me so far. I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning, pulled open the draperies looking for a gorgeous Indy Memorial Day weekend day, and it was teeming rain. Apparently it had started somewhere in the early morning hours. We came out to the racetrack, got here at 7:30 Indianapolis time. It rained until 11 o'clock Indianapolis time, which is what, just about 41 minutes ago, but then it stopped. And when it stopped, they took the trucks out onto the race course, along with the world-famed jet dryer, and they've been in that process for some time. They told us about 15 minutes ago that they might tell the cars to leave the garage area, and here they are. Yes, as predicted, the cars are being wheeled out from the garage area into the pits, a sure sign that they are planning to run this race today. The only question is whether it's going to start to rain again. And we are told that there is a window that it could last for 4 to 5 hours, which would be all that we would need to be able to get the race in. It will be daylight here, even with this kind of a overcast day, until 7 o'clock Indianapolis time. That would be 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. So the situation is not as desperate as it appeared, let's say, an hour ago. The tires, as you saw, are being wheeled into place, and those tires are one of the reasons that the racetrack must be bone dry here. You notice that there's no tread on them whatsoever. The idea is to get as much rubber in contact with the pavement as possible. However, right now, Al Troutwig is with one of the younger drivers in this race, Michael Andretti, on the first row.
Young indeed, Jim, 23 years old and in his third Indianapolis 500. Michael Andretti didn't sleep too well because he, like Sam Posey, stayed at the motel in Turn 2 where all the partying was going on last night, early into the morning, so you were one of the first people around here to know that it was raining. And you slept a little later.
Yeah, we slept in a little bit, as much as I could. It was very noisy. We could hear all the activities from the racetracks, but, you know, I feel good, ready to go. I just hope the weather lets us.
Michael, you certainly have provided one of the early joys for my first Indianapolis experience. Following you around, seeing your confidence for your age has been remarkable, and your team really projects an awful lot of confidence. Barry Green, yourself, your car performed well on the track in spite of a few minor setbacks.
Yeah, I think the Craco team is the reason why I feel the way I do, because you know, they give me that confidence I need. I have a lot of confidence in them, and I feel we can go on, and I think we can win this race if everything goes the way it's supposed to.
There are only 3 cars who will have no cars in front of them when the Indianapolis 500 begins today, hopefully, and yours is one of them. You are also in the outside position, which normally is the first lap leading position. Is that the kind of strategy you hope to employ?
I don't know. You know, I'll just play it by ear. I'll see. If I get the jump, I'll go for the first turn. If not, I'll just fall in behind Danny or Rick. You know, you can't win this race in the first turn. It's that last one I want to lead.
We've spoken to numerous drivers in Gasoline Alley this morning about the setback of the weather. You gear yourself up for the 11 a.m. start, then suddenly it's not there, and you're not sure when it's going to be there. How have you handled that?
Well, I don't know. You just got to handle it. You know, it's a shame. It's tough on you because you're all ready to go. go, and then you got to wait. You know, I think this whole month is a waiting game, and I think these last few hours are the worst because, you know, you're all ready to go, and, you know, it's just wait stuff.
You enter this year's Indy with more confidence. Your win at Long Beach was a real boost for you. What other things has it done for your confidence?
Well, I think win at Long Beach was good for all of us again because we proved that we can win. We felt we could, but we had to prove it, and we did. And leading into this long month of May, I think it helped a lot in our whole confidence. So, you know, I feel real good. I think we're going to be strong.
Of course, Michael's father, Mario, remembers the name Bobby Unser and that controversy-filled finish a couple of years ago. Larry Newber is with Bobby Unser right now. Larry?
Al, I am. He's also a guy who's had a successful wait on a day like this. So I guess the day wasn't delayed, but the race was stopped. And Bobby Unser, you won one of these rain-shortened Indianapolis 500-mile races.
Yes, I did. It wasn't a long rain-shortened one, though. In other words, I had my last load of fuel on, and we were already trucking to the end, but that was a bad rain we had that day.
I remember a lot of confusion, and you didn't know that you had won. At that time, you were driving for Dan Gurney, and there was a very short and succinct exchange on the radio. You just kept saying, "Is that it?" And he kept saying, "Yeah, that's it."
Well, what it was is I didn't know if they were going to stop it and restart the race. I thought maybe they would go yellow. Of course, there was more water than anybody could stand. Race cars were spinning every place. But I thought maybe they would just restart the race and after yellow or red flag or something like that. So that was what my question was.
Bobby, that was an interesting day when the rain started to hit. There were race cars spinning all over the place. Somebody spun directly in front of you. I think Billy Vukovich Jr. may have been one of the spinners.
Yes, he did.
What do you do when you're in a race car and you have those terribly bald tires, the slick tires, of course, that these cars use? How do you maintain control?
It wasn't as hard on myself and like Foyt and a few of the other guys, and the reason being is that we've driven an awful lot in rain, you know, in the sports car races and road races in general. So I had an idea what was going to happen, and I can drive pretty good in the rain, so I was able to keep mine going fairly straight. But what happened is the tires just get up on top of the water and they just aquaplane. They have no direction hardly. So you do it kind of with the way the pavement lays and the banking and the turn. You have to go just a certain speed, otherwise the car falls off. You go too fast, it'll slide out and hit the wall.
Bobby, I was doing a little bit of extra homework a couple of nights ago, and I was looking at the 1982 entry list, and there were some 75 drivers that were entered. And of that list from 1982, only about a third of them have survived. We have about 30 drivers from that 82 list who are here this year. What are your impressions of the younger drivers? Are they as good as the era that produced you and Gordon Johncock and Johnny Rutherford?
Well, that's a little hard to compare because I think the important thing is that it's going to take them a while really to get there. You just don't make heroes overnight or people that have been in this business for many years. You just don't make new guys like that overnight. And I think that they're going to have to realize, and the fans are going to back them. The fans will make their heroes. That's just the way it happens. But it just takes a little while for them to get the experience and the years behind them. But they're going to come along. They're good. There's really some good young drivers right now.
Another criticism about the contemporary state of Indianapolis Major League Racing is that a lot of Formula One drivers have come over here and gotten rides that used to be heretofore reserved for people like yourself who came up through the bull rings of the short dirt tracks. An interesting phenomenon this year, more people who have graduated from short track dirt racing, sprint cars and midgets and super modifieds, made this race than Formula One racers. Your impressions about sprint car drivers versus Formula One racers?
Well, the problem is sprint car racing in the nature that it is today versus the cars that we race on the Indianapolis circuit just don't have to do with each other. In other words, sprint car racing doesn't do anything except make a guy really sharp, quick acting. His reflex is good. Whereas we need guys that can run road circuits. The big thing today is street racing, as we all know. City racing in the city streets. And if a guy doesn't know road circuits, he's just not going to make it in that. So sprint car isn't doing any good, and stock car racing doesn't do any good here anymore. So a guy has to drive the road circuits. And, you know, a lot of the guys like Johnny Rutherford, Pancho Carter, these guys just didn't learn the road circuit racing when they were young. And we have a lot of young drivers now that could do it, but unfortunately, most of them are coming from across the ocean someplace. And there's some sprint car drivers like Swindell and Kinzer. Those guys are absolutely legends. They're so good, but they just don't make it here. Number one, they just don't spend the time to learn this type of racing.
Well, one other factor that is now missing from contemporary automobile racing, they used to race on dirt also. And this guy, Jim, Bobby Unser, was one of the very best on that surface also. Jim?
No question. They also used to race on boards, and in the early days, they raced through the streets of towns. Kind of interesting that Bobby Unser made the comment that now they're back to racing through the streets of towns again, and of major cities. But you know, the Unsers are unquestionably one of the great racing families in the history of this sport. Not only Bobby and Al Sr. and Al Jr., but back before them, their dad raced, and Uncle Louie, remember? The Unsers have long been the kings of the Pikes Peak hill climb. Uncle Louie was still doing it in his high 60s, I believe, and they finally put a rule in, as I understand it, that with an age limit, principally to stop Uncle Louie. You know, he would have gone on forever.
3 wins for Bobby Unser, 3 wins for Al Unser Sr. A lot of people think that little Al is going to win it very soon, and of course, apropos of age, it's worth pointing out that Bobby Unser was the oldest man ever to win the race when he won it at age 47 in 1981. Impressive, isn't it, Jim, the serenity of the drivers? I don't see anybody spitting nails down there. You've sat through these long delays at golf tournaments, and of course, golfers have a naturally more relaxed style in approaching their sport, but I think in relation to what Sam Posey expressed earlier, worrying about the tension that these guys would develop waiting for the race to begin. That doesn't appear to me to be the case. What do you think?
And yet in golf, I think one of the things that golfers hate is having that late tee-off time. Of course, if you're a leader, you have a late tee-off time, and very few of them seem to be able to cope with this. What the heck do you do with these long hours? You wake up early, naturally, 6:30 in the morning, and you might not tee off till 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I should think that underneath, they may have beautiful suntans, but underneath they may be a little pale.
The race car drivers are, of course, a different breed. And earlier you spoke, Sam Posey, during our first hour on the air, the rain delay, about your fear that a long delay or an aborted race would create the kind of tension which produced difficult and painful events back in 1973. Is your mind a little more at ease now?
I may have overstated the case. I'll tell you, I was particularly impressed, weren't you, by Kevin Cogan. He seemed incredibly relaxed, and he, incidentally, I think is one of the people that has a very good chance to win the race today, and he was so calm. Let me still say this, though. These guys are at least an hour away from the start, right? I mean, we know that. So a lot of the relaxation that they're showing may evaporate as the moment comes, and they may find that their internal clock is not quite as lined up as they hope it is. I think Sneva was willing to touch a little bit on that roller coaster of emotions that you feel. But you know, there's a practical problem which has come about as a result of the rain, which is the track has now been washed clean of all the rubber that was laid down in the groove during the practice days and qualifying. There was no rain, for example, up until now, between the last day they ran on the track, which was Thursday during a 2.5-hour practice session, and now, in other words, if you went back out on the track for those first hectic laps of the race, you would have expected the track to feel roughly the way it was the last time you were out on the track. In other words, all those feelings, almost as if you danced with one girl, you know, and got the feeling of what that was like, and you could expect 3 days later to go out and dance with her again. Well, now it's going to be a different girl.
Could this, though, make the track a little bit better for the start of the race? In other words, you won't have the dust that accumulated for the last 3 days, the marbles, as you guys call it. Will you have a cleaner racetrack because of the rain?
Yeah, I think it will, and I think it will give a very good grip. I would expect the start to be very fast. But, you know, listening to what Michael Andretti said, you've got to realize there's a huge bonus lurking for the 10th lap. I think $25,000. I recently visited Michael's new house, and he needs the $25,000. He's got a house under construction with a jacuzzi in it as big as my whole bathroom. But, you know, I think that the front row is going to go for it, and they're going to go for it hard under conditions with which they're not familiar. And I think that makes it pretty interesting.
That'll make the first lap of the race interesting, and we're hoping to get that first lap pretty soon.
Yeah, it may not be too long, as a matter of fact. We might take a look around and see some of the activities that have begun. The race cars, to begin with, are being fueled, being moved into position, at least out into public view where people can see them. Lots and lots of tires being taken down the pit area. If they had grooves on them, if they were rain tires, conceivably they could run cars like this in the rain. But as Sam pointed out at some length earlier, you wouldn't really want to do that with concrete walls all the way around this racetrack and speeds of well over 200 miles an hour. You can see that it is a very misty, it's not a beautiful day at all. It's sort of a downer visually, but with the rain stop, that is an optimistic point of view at least. Earlier, we talked to the drivers about something we've touched on, well, a couple of times here, fear. All of us who don't drive wonder about that.
I feel fear this year. It's, you know, we're looking at 215 type qualifying speeds, and if that doesn't scare you, you're not human. You know, it's not really, I don't think it's really a good thing for us to go that fast.
I don't know if it's so much of a fear of, boy, that was really close, you know. It's more of an anxiety, you know. You're just up there that close, and you're thinking, kind of holding your breath and thinking, oh, thank you. And then when you get on the straight, you relax. But I wouldn't say it's so much of a fear.
I think if a guy goes out there without a tinge of fear, then you're kidding yourself. I think we all go out with the apprehension of knowing that, boy, this is, you know, you've got to really be on your toes and you've got to really do it right. About every time I go out.
Really? I feel fear when I see mechanical failure. But other than that, the cars are very good and they're very responsive, and I feel as long as the decision is in my hands, I don't have a problem with that.
I feel concerned, yes, indeed. I think I do that anywhere.
In other words, if you can keep your head while all about you are losing theirs, it may be that you don't understand the situation. If you understand it, you know that it's something, yes, to fear, in a single word. There is Bobby Rahal's car. He'll be sitting on the inside of the second row when the Indianapolis 500 begins. And again, it could begin within an hour now, should the rain hold off. And at the moment, it's doing exactly that. They're the new garages of Gasoline Alley. If you've just joined us, they are concrete block structures now. They don't look anything like the romantic but cramped old wooden garages that we had until this year. Even the old curved sign that said Gasoline Alley is gone. A more modern straight up and down sign is there. This is the way they drive the racetrack once again. The numbers on the poles are the numbers of the race cars in the order in which they qualified. The pole sitter at the top there would be Rick Mears, and then they go all the way down to the 33rd car, which now has become 52-year-old Dick Simon. Those stands that you see, those are all seats there, individual seats for people. They stretch all the way down there into turn 4 and all the way around turn 4. Bleachers pick up again on turn 3. You have the luxury suites on turn 2, and then stands just about all the way from turn 2 through turn 1, down the straightaway, and into turn 4, which you saw. There are the numbers that I was discussing just a while ago, all the way down through the 33rd starting place. Al Troutwig is standing by with one of the fathers in this race, Mario Andretti. I wonder, too, Al, if Mario and his son have had any contact. Do they talk to each other during these hours, or do they stay apart?
Well, we'll find out. Mario, Jim McKay was just speculating as to whether you spoke to Michael this morning or just went your separate ways.
No, we spoke. Actually, we were just checking on one another whether we were watching the Belgian Grand Prix on TV, since we had this luxury this morning.
Couldn't get away from racing. Mario, I've been told that the last rain-delayed Indy race was in 1984 at Michigan, and it was a race that you won. Is that an indication of how you've learned to pace yourself when a race is postponed and you can relax and then peak yourself for the race again?
I think we all do our own thing, and there's not very much you can do when you're dealing with the elements, so you just, it's a bit of a letdown because obviously you just programmed, but right now we're just reprogramming, and I think, as I said, everyone has their own way, and I just hope all these good omens work for me.
Good omens have come far and few between for you at Indianapolis. Is it the type of thing where almost you start believing that you have a string of bad luck here that really is a bad luck jinx?
Well, the bad luck is behind us. Let's look forward to some good luck ahead of us here.
Your good luck will have to come from the 10th row. You said to me last week that it's a horrifying place to start. You've also said that you're willing to take a couple of risks at the beginning where you think you have to. What is your strategy?
Well, whether we like it or not, in the back there, you're always going to be taking some risks, and no question about it. I don't think you have a choice, and as I said, that's the problem perhaps about starting with some in between and having to do with so much traffic, but as I said, there's no choice here, so we just got to deal with it.
The one positive sign, if you are looking for good signs, is the fact that your car, the backup car, performed very well and had good speed, and you liked it very much.
Well, the car, I think, is ready to go. The car is definitely capable of winning the race, I hope, and just a matter of just having the right setup. I think the car itself should be able to do the job.
Mario, you suffered minor injuries in the practice crash. Would any of those injuries give you a problem in the car for as long as you would have to be in for 500 miles?
No, I don't think I'll have that to worry about.
Okay, one final note about the problem from starting in row 10. What is the single largest problem from starting that far back?
Just traffic. Just too much traffic.
A lot of traffic from row 10. Back to you, Jim McKay. Thank you, Mario.
Well, that's the problem of our society today. Too much traffic anywhere you go. Smallest town in the country has a 5 o'clock rush hour. Okay, they're drying out the track. You can see it's much drier now. We'll be back. Back again live at Indianapolis, where we're waiting for the start of the race. Could be in about an hour or so. Right now, however, Jack Arute is standing by with one of the most successful drivers in the history of this racetrack, I would say, Al Unser Sr.
Not only is he successful, Jim, but he's the calmest driver that we've seen all day today. There's no butterflies, and you even came dressed up like you're going to go out for a Sunday tan.
Well, there isn't any reason to get excited until the green flag goes down, and then that's when it all happens.
Well, Al Unser, you're going to be driving a brand new vehicle in 500 miles of competition. It hasn't been done before, the PC-15 and the Chevrolet engine. Does that make you maybe consider driving it a little differently than you would if you were in a March or a Lola with Cosworth power?
No, it doesn't. I think it's a very competitive car and a very competitive engine. I think that we'll be in the hunt with them, and no, it doesn't change your way of thinking. Just because you have a new item, you go after it the same way. I have to concentrate on one thing, and that's try to win the race.
We remarked earlier when we spoke to Roger Penske about the interesting mix between the drivers, the elder statesman Al Unser Sr., the flamboyant Danny Sullivan, and the tactician in Rick Mears. Is that the way you see it? Are you kind of the guy that they go to, or do I have it all messed up?
No, they don't go to me on that. No, I don't know who they go to. It's a neat team because they really don't. Roger doesn't go to anybody. All three drivers are pretty equal on anything that goes on. And why I'm in this car is because I elected to be. I chose it, and since I'm not going to run all the season, it was feasible for me to do it, because if something was different about the car, the engine, then the other two wouldn't want to be in it because of the points.
Now, your son, Al Jr., will be starting in the race as well. You've had that experience before here, right from the first year as a rookie. He was involved, actually, with the victory of Tom Sneva when you were trying to chase down Tom. But has that changed at all, Al? Is it different than it was in the beginning, or is it still a close relationship when they say, gentlemen, start your engines, for you and your son?
Oh, it's still a close relationship. It never will change on that. It does change when the green flag goes down and all that, because, again, Al and I are racing each other as cars, not as son and father, see. But it does, as a father, it does work on my mind once in a while underneath the yellow lights or in a lax period, it does. But I actually keep my mind fully occupied during the race on my own activities, so I really worry less about him than I would if I was standing in the pits.
Well, now, there's no question that you are with what has to be considered the first chair of auto racing IndyCar style, the Penske organization. A lot of teamwork there, though. How does that shake out? You do a lot of research and development, a lot of testing, as does Rick's. Where does the crossover come?
Well, it all comes together, and then it all ends when the green flag goes down. In other words, we really communicate with each other during the testing parts of it. You know, we'll tell each other anything. It doesn't make any difference. There is no secrets held that I know of from one another. It never has been between Rick and I, and so far with Danny, he has been overly nice about all that. But when the green flag goes down, it is person against person, as it is with the whole group. So it's neat. You know, they always say, well, is there any teamwork that goes on during the race? Well, if there ever has been, I haven't seen it yet.
You know, you remarked earlier in one of my previous questions about the fact that you're kind of laid back right now. Does that come from the years here, the maturity that you've got? I mean, do you look at the Indianapolis 500 and say, I've got to wait to peak properly? Does that come with all the years you've had here?
Oh, I think that you learn to control it, yes, very definitely. As I've said several times, I think I'm calm. If you went to talk to my wife, she has another version of it. But I think that I'm calm, but I do have a point that I boil over, and I'm just like anybody. I'm excited today, and I'm ready, but yet you have to keep your head straight.
Well, now, when you went to bed last night, you thought you were going to start at 11 o'clock. You got up, you saw the rain. Now, for a long period of time, we thought we weren't going to run today, and now it looks like we may. What does that do to your Al Unser Sr. battle plan for this race? Have you had to adjust in the last hour or so?
No, nothing. No, it wouldn't make any difference. I would have liked to have already been racing, sure, but towards my plan and my feelings towards the race, it doesn't change whatsoever. The track's going to stay the same. It'll be a little bit different because of the rain, but it's a green racetrack, and it'll just take a few more laps for it to come in, and you just go from there.
Well, we've heard it all from the elder Al Unser Sr., and Larry Newber is at the other end of Gasoline Alley with Al Unser Jr.
Thanks, Jack. And there's a welcome phenomenon. I'm standing on the space that just until a couple of minutes ago was occupied by Al Unser Jr.'s race car. Yes, it has been dry long enough that the cars have been rolled out, and now they're headed out toward pit road, and maybe we are going to have a race today. And by the way, there is one more Al Unser. There's a third one, isn't there?
Yes, there's Mini Al, we call him, since everybody calls, in the racing fraternity, everybody calls Dad Big Al, and then they call me Little Al, and so we had Mini Al.
Al, have you and your dad ever sat around and talked about the subject of genes? It does seem like there's something inherent in the Unser family that makes you good race drivers.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's genes, Larry. You know, it's just successful race car drivers, and they know how they're successful, and Dad's been able to kind of show me and tell me things that maybe would have taken me a long time to do and to learn.
This guy has been driving race cars since about the age of 13, getting behind the wheel of powerful dirt Bronco bucking sprint cars, 500-600 horsepower machines. It really did come natural, didn't it?
Well, you know, I had been driving since I was like 3 years old, when Dad would put me on his lap, and we'd drive home from dinner or something like that. And then when I was 9 years old, I was able to get an old car running out of the junkyard, and we'd go out in the mesa and throw it sideways and just have fun with it, you know. And so when we got into the sprint car, it was, you know, just we had already experienced most of the things.
What about Mini Al? Do you want him to be a race driver?
Well, that's an awful long ways off. He's only 3 right now, but we are going to get him a go-kart, and we're going to kind of put him in that direction. And then, you know, once he gets old enough, I'll tell him what my dad told me, and that was that I don't care what he does for a living, as long as he does it at his best effort towards it. And that's all I ask from my boy.
Bringing things back to the realities today, Al Jr. had his most horrifying moment a year ago in the rain. He was leading a race at Elkhart Lake up in Wisconsin, and the rain was really what put you out. Crashed very hard.
Yeah, well, we learned, and so, you know, I just hope it dries off enough where we can go run today.
Do you think about that when you see the rain clouds? Do you think back about that moment, or have there been so many races, so many laps that, today is just another day, it's raining?
Well, the next couple races I did, you know, I was a raindrop would land on the car or something like that, and I'd get this funny feeling in my ankle. It'd start hurting again, but, you know, not anymore, no.
Well, there are already 6 Indianapolis 500-mile wins in the family, and a lot of people think that he may be responsible for number 7 if his father doesn't beat him to it first. Jim?
Okay, the Unsers, father and son, as the race cars continue to be moved into position here at Indianapolis. Still no rain, and the track is drying out a good deal faster now. Let's go down again to Donna De Verona.
Well, we talk about, Jim, the Andrettis and the Unsers and the families that participate in Indy car racing. When you think of the Bettenhausen name, you think of the 32 times since World War II a Bettenhausen name has started at the Indy 500. And I'm talking to Waveland Bettenhausen, Gary Bettenhausen's wife. And it was rain. It was 15 minutes window that allowed your husband to reach this final. Right. And afterwards, it was an emotional moment. Can you explain?
Very emotional. It was very exciting. I don't know how to explain it to you. We got up in the morning and we thought there's just no way. And I could not see going to the racetrack and seeing my husband miss another race. And when it opened up and he qualified, all emotion just let go. I couldn't believe it. It was great.
It's like you can feel it all over again.
Oh yeah, it gives me goosebumps.
Gary once raced for Penske in the 70s, and because he wanted to wander, he went out and raced other cars, and he broke both arms in an accident. And since that time, it's been a struggle for him to get the sponsorship, to get the rides. How have you helped keep him positive?
Just love him.
Is he that lovable, and why?
He's a big teddy bear. Sure he is. No, you just keep plugging along with him. Just wish him well. There's really not much I can do personally, but just love him and support him.
Okay, well, we wish you well today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back up to you, Jim.
All right, Donna, thank you very much. You know, it wasn't that... Let's take a look at the track for just a moment. You can see it's drying out. You can also see that there is still moisture on it, so it's still going to take a little while. But the preparations that are necessary to get the cars ready to run are underway, so that when it is finally dried out, things can begin, the routine can take place, and the race can start. Then it's a matter of getting in at least more than half of the race to make it official. There is Al Unser Jr.'s car, which will be starting in the third row of this race. He's driving in car number 30, that brilliant red one. And all of the 33 being wheeled out here. Looking at that interview, I was thinking that it wasn't that many years ago that you never saw a woman anywhere near the pits here at Indianapolis because it simply wasn't allowed. I believe the color green, eating peanuts, and women were considered bad luck in the pits. Now they're on the pit walls. They're allowed to be here and support their husband. And I, for one, find it a much better situation.
Oh, it's nice. And you know, if there are any women who should be allowed in and around the pits or near the Speedway at Indianapolis, you might think of the Bettenhausens first, because they are one of the first families of Indianapolis, as Donna pointed out. In fact, there's a very poignant story involving Gary Bettenhausen, who not too many years ago drove for Roger Penske. And you were driving in the race in 1972, Sam, when, while driving for Penske, he very nearly came up a winner.
He was within 75 or 80 miles of winning this race, and I think it would have entirely changed the whole history of his career. But, you know, it brings to mind why Roger Penske, who owned that car of Gary Bettenhausen's that year, chooses the men that he does choose to drive for him. And it's a fairly complex equation. And why is Gary Bettenhausen, for example, having come so close to winning this race, not today driving for Roger Penske? And it's a funny thing. I drove for Roger Penske once myself, and in effect got fired. I mean, my contract wasn't renewed. Roger looks for people who have a knack for winning. And it doesn't matter what form of the sport they win at. And the perfect example is Rick Mears, because Roger got Rick shortly after Rick's career in off-road racing had gotten going. Now, that's the most unlikely kind of training ground for Indianapolis, but he saw a man that could win races. That ignited his interest in Rick Mears, and of course he's stuck with him ever since. And you know, it's odd. Roger himself, of course, sees himself as a winner. He sees himself as the kind of guy that can take advantage of a situation and somehow emerge on top. And he has an instinct for finding that in other people. And right now, if you look at his stable, you have, you know, each of them has won the Indianapolis 500. So let's dismiss, you know, he's got the winners.
Well, it brings up a couple of interesting questions. Now, Danny Sullivan is not deep in accomplishment in this sport, but he won the Indianapolis 500 and became instantly a huge media star, the kind that this sport hasn't seen in many, many years. Aren't there people in automobile racing here in Indianapolis who resent Danny Sullivan, his command of the spotlight, and his ease with it?
Yeah, and you know, interestingly, two of them are, I mean, maybe I'm going overboard a little bit here, but Al Unser Jr. and Michael Andretti, I think both of them, I felt in talking to them, just slightly, they'll joke about Danny, you know, as being a little Hollywood-oriented and so on. And to me, it's kind of ironic because, if anything, those are two guys that really did have all the opportunities handed to them. I have enormous respect for Danny. Of all the drivers in the field, he really came from nowhere. I mean, we've talked about family associations and what good it can do for you. he didn't have any. I mean, he started from scratch and has really made something of himself. I think he's a real motivator inside of the Penske team and good for the mix. I mean, Roger, you know, a racing team is a very complex unit. In some ways, I mean, you could see it like a battleship at war. You need many ingredients to make that thing function perfectly. And I mean, you must respond to the needs and the wishes of the sponsors, which God knows Danny Sullivan is equipped to do. You must have a tactician and a technician like Rick Mears, who is in the old Mark Donahue mold, a driver engineer. He's got that. And then why not have about the most experienced driver, you know, a three-time Indy winner around to kind of season the team a little bit in Al Unser Sr.
But weren't there rumors earlier this year that Unser Sr. was looking around for another ride?
Rumors, yes, because obviously Al is only doing the 500 milers this year, and he's still got a lot of racing left in him, but I don't think he's seriously considered any of them. When you've got Roger Penske, wouldn't you agree, Jim, you've got the right guy?
Well, that's true. And there's one other area, which is the meticulousness and the perfectionism of this operation, which extends right down. For example, I've noticed driving in and out of here the last couple of days to his vans parked out in the back here. The vans are washed and polished every day, just like the race cars. Now, some people ridicule this, as they do with the horse trainer, Wayne Lucas, who came into this sport from the quarter horses, started putting up hanging plants and flowers around his barn and rah-rah college mottos on how his operation worked. Same thing with Penske. They remind me of each other. But don't you think that this does have a psychological effect? You can laugh all you want.
Oh, of course it does. Yeah. And the vans are a perfect case in point. Not only are they washed every day, but they are on the outside row of the area where vans are parked. Thus, you see what it says on the side of the vans. You see Penske's sponsors. It's the thing everybody first sees when they drive into the Speedway grounds. Everybody else's vans are hidden behind Roger's vans, all right? How did he get them there? He had to come early. He had to be ready. He's ready for everything. And I think it has an enormous psychological effect, not only on his own people. And, you know, we've had in this month ample opportunity to hang around the garages of all the different teams, something I enjoy doing tremendously. And in the Penske garage, whether it's the man sweeping the floor, which is often Roger himself, by the way, because of his fastidiousness, or just the, you know, the lowest guy on the team right up to the chief mechanics and the engineers, the real brains of the outfit, there's a sense, a self-conscious sense of being part of that team, and it really does pay off. And that special spirit, esprit de corps, I think you could say, just doesn't exist in the other garages. And incidentally, just a quick thing about the women finally allowed in the garages, which I think personally was the greatest leap forward in Indy history, never mind the 200-mile-an-hour lap and all that kind of stuff. You know, the reason given, because when I first came here, they didn't allow women in the pits, and I asked the officials of the day. They said it's because if a woman goes by, she might distract one of the mechanics from his work on the car, causing him to do something that would later lead to an accident. Well, I'm glad to say that they're in the garages and the pits, and I don't think we've had a higher accident rate. In fact, I think we've had a lot lower accident rate.
Why don't we take a look around right now? Here's Jose La Garza's car, the young man from Mexico who came here virtually just out of his teens, a very wealthy man at that time, paid for his own team. The family fortunes fell upon some ill times after that. He now has sponsors like the others and is a very talented young man. Let's see, who do we have here? Can't make... Johnny Parsons is here. Johnny Parsons, he and his half-brother, Pancho Carter, both driving in the race again, as they have a good many times here at Indianapolis. Here is Tony Bettenhausen's car. Looks like the orange of the Foyt team, but it isn't in this case. This is Tony Bettenhausen, named after his late father, who was the biggest name here really for a couple of years and then died tragically in practice, trying out a car for another driver. I think it was Mario Russo, wasn't it, Sam?
Got me on that.
Now, here is Michael Andretti's car, the one that will sit on the outside of the first row. Remember, he bumped his dad back to the second row, and then after Mario had that crash, he had to put the backup car way back in the field. Sitting on the race car, that won't disturb anything, I hope, Sam.
I think that might be Roberto Guerrero's car. It's hard to tell for sure because we can't see the number.
Yep. Without the number, you can also see how dry the area in the pit is getting right now. Let's go down to Jackaroot.
You know, there are 11 foreign-born drivers in this field, Jim McKay, and that shows the interest coming from across the other continents. And one of them is Roberto Moreno, making his rookie start in the Indianapolis 500. It's been a rocky road for you, though, Roberto. You crashed in part of that altercation during carburation day. Have you shaken off the effects of that?
Well, the main thing is we've got to start with a backup car in the back of the grid, so it's going to be tougher than starting on the 15 row. And we're going to drive a car that hasn't been driven yet, although my mechanics are pretty capable to get all together in one piece, you know, in a way that will be competitive in the race.
How about from your standpoint as a driver, going in with an untested, untried car, does that give you any concern? Add to it the fact that this is your first time at Indianapolis. You've got a lot of races under your belt in IndyCar competition, but not in 500 miles at the Brickyard.
Well, I've done altogether only 6 races of Indy cars, really, since last year. But, you know, a race is a race, and you've got to just play the game as the rule says. And I think the team and the crew and everyone is behind me in a big way, and they're putting me to run a lot of mileage so I can could learn the circuit in time enough before the race. And I feel pretty confident, and the car before I crashed was quite good, and I'm sure that this car is going to be just the same.
As a veteran of the type of racing that allows you to race in the rain, how do you feel about it? Could we do it here at Indianapolis?
We were just talking when we were coming in about the rain, and it would be fun to have all the cars here driving in the rain. I think I think we could probably make it. Maybe not. It probably would not make as fast as it would do in the dry, but we would get away with it, I think.
You know, we've always talked about the Indianapolis 500 being a slice of Americana, part of a tradition since 1911. What about in the foreign countries? What about in your country? Is there a great deal of interest in the Indy 500, or is the focus still upon Formula One racing?
Well, you've got to look the way race came into Brazil, you see. Emerson was the first Brazilian driver to go overseas, and he went to Formula One, and he was twice world champion. And because of that, the interest became Formula One, and that's been since 1971. Only last year, at the end of last year, we started to get Indy cars televised to Brazil. This race is going to be alive over there, and so the interest is still very great in Formula One. And but we're going to change that. We've got 3 Brazilians racing Indy cars, and slowly it's going to change. And the Indy car is a great series, and it's very competitive. Even maybe we put a better show than Formula One for sure for the public. It's probably not as good for a driver who comes from a road course to drive in an oval. But once you get used to an oval, it's great. I really enjoyed it.
Well, this is the foreign influence at Indianapolis, Indiana, and Al Trotwig is with the Midwestern influence.
Jack, I'm with Johnny Parsons Jr., who, of course, is a name that is familiar to many Indianapolis fans over the years. Johnny, your father was a really big picture here in Indianapolis. People speak of him fondly. I've seen many pictures of him with movie stars, and it's a special kind of tradition that you've carried over into Indianapolis in the 80s.
Well, thank you. It just worked out that way. I was backstage, so to speak, and growing up around racing with my father and Dwayne Carter, my stepfather. A second-generation driver in this case is either burn out with the sport, because you see your father lose some friends in the past when racing was more dangerous. So you either turn your back on it or fall in love with it, and I think I've done the right thing.
I'll say your 11th Indianapolis 500. You've been able to finish 5th twice. Today you will run in a car that is colored beige. Last week, however, it was colored yellow. It was Rick Mears' backup car. Your group purchased it from Roger Penske. How is that car feeling as you prepare for today's race?
Well, the car feels real good. We qualified the car with a basic race setup with a little more wing angle in the car, and it was a conservative run, and we were real pleased to be in this event. Andy Kennepinsky, the Machinist Union manager, promised me at the onset of the month that we would be in the race in a good piece of equipment. He's come up with that. Now I'm going to supply him with a victory today.
Well, that would be good news for your group. I was kind of amused by the fact that it was very similar to a purchase that I would make of a car. Before they turned it over, Roger's group took it out for one last check, made sure all the fluids were right, and everything else was together.
Yeah, I was present in the pit apron, on the pit apron, when Rick Mears took it out before they handed it over to us, and I was familiar with the changes they had made, and I talked with Rick, and he was real helpful in us on setting the car up. Looks like we may get it in after all. It's hard to tell, but
I was set to think if the good Lord wanted to rain today, we just have to come back and run it another day.
All right, Johnny, you seem very optimistic. That's great. Thank you. Back to you, Jim McKay.
Sam, you have a thought about Johnny Parsons and his car?
Well, it's a fascinating, small story, really. That car, as he said, was bought from the Roger Penske stable, and as the Penske men were preparing it in the last hours before it was turned over to the machinist union team, the man doing the work in the Penske garages was a guy called Guy Oder, a very nice and experienced mechanic. And I said, at that point, it wasn't really known to whom Roger was going to sell the car. Several teams were bidding for it. And I said, Guy, who would you really like to see this car go to of the several teams that are bidding? And he said, oh, I believe, and I'm doing the work with confidence, that it's going to go to Johnny Parsons Jr. And I said, oh, why is that? He said, well, I want it so much for him. I was his chief mechanic here 3 years ago, and I think he's one of the great drivers of the place, a guy who's never really had a proper chance. So I think it's kind of neat that Johnny's mechanic, in a sense, is a man now from the Penske organization who turned over to him the best possible race car he could.
Amazing, isn't it, the number of really warm human stories that exist near the back of the pack today that we've been able to expose here because of the rain delay. Parsons, Phil Kruger, Gary Bettenhausen, some of the others.
And others yet to be talked about, like A.J. Foyt starting in the back of the pack, and of course we talked a good deal about Mario Andretti being back there. Once again, you can see the track continuing to dry out. Still a little damp there down near the white line towards the infield. The crowd, I don't know where in the world they were, because we were conjecturing among ourselves during the commercial that they couldn't possibly be all under the stands, 400,000 of them waiting, and it looked like there was nobody here about 2 hours ago, but they all just suddenly appeared when the rain stopped, and they have filled up just about every place you can find at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. All told, an expected crowd, remember, of well over 400,000 people, and there are seats for almost 300,000. As you can see, maybe there were some of them back in their hotel rooms waiting for word, because they're coming in now. The cars are still arriving, and people walking in there, giving their tickets. And believe me, you will not get into this place without a ticket, no matter who you are. Another break. We're getting closer. The stands, it appears, just about completely filled, awaiting the start. Yes, we're still waiting for the start of the 1986 Indianapolis 500, should you just have joined us. The race was scheduled to begin almost an hour and a half ago. The rain started before dawn today. It continued until 11 o'clock Indianapolis time, or noon Eastern Daylight Time. Since then, it's been a process of drying out the track, getting the cars and the spectators back into position. That process well along now. Car number 81, there, that's Jacques Villeneuve's car from Canada. Let's go down now to Larry Nuber.
Well, Jim, I'm standing in front of a garage that has a sign across the top that's painted white and rocket red. And the reason is because those are the colors that carried this guy, Emerson Fittipaldi, to the World's Championship, and now you've brought them to Indianapolis.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with Marlboro being the first time in Indianapolis and, you know, driving the Marlboro car.
Well, obviously, Emerson is one of those Formula One drivers that we were talking about that has infiltrated the Indianapolis ranks, but you've had a very good time, and the reception has been very warm. You've enjoyed being here, haven't you?
I'm really enjoying racing America, you know, really enjoying to be my third year in Indianapolis, and I'm getting used to the ovals. Still, the most difficult part for me will be the drafting, the slipstreaming, the turbulence. But I mean, racing America has been very, very good to me, and I'm very pleased.
Obviously, Emma, when you're running the Formula One circuit, you run in wet conditions. We don't run on wet racetracks here in America. But do you think that gives you a little bit of a psychological advantage because you are used to those perilous conditions when the racetrack is a little slippery?
No, and I'm so pleased they don't race here on the wet, because I remember a few times track like Hockenheim in Germany, where we had a very long straight and the top speed was about 200 miles per hour in Formula One. And once we raced in the wet there, and just aquaplaning. I mean, actually the tire would lose contact with the track, and you just, you know, you didn't know how to control the car. You just hope the car would stay in straight line, and that's not a nice feeling for a driver. You know, I like very much the American rule.
Many of the drivers, by the way, here in the pit area have been monitoring the process of today's Formula One race in Belgium. We can tell you that Nigel Mansell has won for the first time in 1986. Question for you: do you like IndyCar racing more than Formula One?
I think as second part of my career, yes, I'm very motivated. It's a new challenge for me. I'm restarting my racing career here. I'm learning a lot, and you know, I try to learn as fast as possible to be able to be competitive here, and I think that's fantastic. You know, after done 11 seasons of Grand Prix racing, you start losing the motivation, you start losing that will, you know, like going to the track, you know, and thinking about the race, and now I'm really very excited again.
Well, has he learned? Well, yeah, I guess so. Everybody expected, of course, his first win would come on a road course, but it didn't. It came on the high banks at the Michigan International Speedway last summer. Jim?
Thank you very much, Larry. You know, it's interesting that Emerson Fittipaldi, the former world champion, as we watch the Purdue University marching band, Golden Girl, and the Girl in Black and all, interesting that Fittipaldi said that he prefers the rule here where you don't race in the rain, because it's always seemed to me, Jim and Sam, that through the years when we've covered Grand Prix racing, I love the sport. I like it very much to watch, as you know, but there's always been a certain, if you will, snob appeal, I think. They used to look down on decals on cars 20 years ago, and they found that how much money was behind that. But also, they used to look down on such things as the fact that those guys don't even race in the rain. Well, here you had the world champion, former world champion, saying, hey, this is the right rule.
So the snob appeal, of course, is in some eyes another word for glamour. And I can remember in my lifetime what I think of as the foreign invasion here of Formula One drivers occurred in the early 60s when Jack Brabham and Jimmy Clark and Jackie Stewart and Graham Hill, other drivers of their ilk, came over here to race at Indianapolis from Formula One careers and were very successful. You've pointed out to me, Jim, that there was indeed a previous foreign invasion a long time ago when drivers from Europe were also here, and we're looking right now at Rick Mears' car, the one on the pole, which will be driven by an American. But it's interesting to me, Sam, while we're talking about Fittipaldi, that a lot of people believe that he can and should soon win the race. I wonder how much of that you think is because of what he's been able to accomplish in this form of racing, which ought to be the criterion, and how much of it relates to the glamour, the snob appeal, as Jim McKay referred to it, of having been World Formula One champion twice.
You know, a point you made earlier about how much Emerson had practiced this year. He has run almost 2,000 miles and has thus become the man who's practiced for this race more than anybody else this year. Who do you think practiced for it the most last year? Danny Sullivan. He went on to win. So that may be an indication of something. And I think that the other reasons that, I mean, the more fundamental reasons that people might feel that Emerson's time is coming. He won the Michigan 500 last year, a very significant race, and he won it in great style. Never forget, Jim McKay remembers this, I'm sure, very well, that last year, with less than 80 miles to go, Emerson Fittipaldi moved past Mario Andretti into second. In other words, he was almost Danny Sullivan's closest pursuer here last year. So he's a very fine record. You sense that if there's going to be something that goes wrong with the Penske juggernaut, and goodness knows in the course of a 500-mile race, even a 300-mile race, if that's all we have today, there are plenty of opportunities for things to go wrong. I mean, last year, Rick Mears had his visor come loose, you know, just a screw came out of it, and then later his transmission went, and Danny Sullivan had a spin that really could have, maybe should have cost him the race, and Al Unser, the third Penske man, ran over his air hose. So anything could happen, and if it does, it's a man like Emerson Fittipaldi who's standing in the wings, readier than anybody to take advantage of it.
Well, another man with a Formula One background, but certainly not the glamorous credentials of Emerson Fittipaldi, is Jim Crawford in car number 31, and that car is powered by an engine that Crawford would never have expected to see in Europe, a stock block Buick engine of the kind which won the first two qualifying positions here a year ago. Jim Crawford is standing by right now with Larry Newbert. Let's go down to him.
That's exactly right, Jim, and also he had perhaps the longest odyssey of any race driver this month. Getting into this race for you was tough. Tell us about it.
Well, I came in late. Unfortunately, the last driver got whisked away by the government, and we lost a few parts on the car early on, and the mechanics had to work treble time, but we made it.
The car was originally to be driven by John Paul Jr., and he did have some problems with the law, and unfortunately they did not allow him to run the race car. But you went out twice, apparently with plenty of speed, there were problems underneath the bonnet. Everybody thought it was the Buick engine, but it wasn't exactly, was it?
No, it was the turbochargers, of all things. It's the same turbo that everybody else runs, and we lost 2 in quick succession, and everybody was pointing fingers at the engine saying, oh, here we go again. But it wasn't. It was the turbos.
Now, obviously, this guy is not from the Bronx. You can tell by the accent. He's a Scotsman. Do you feel like you're racing for Scotland, America, Detroit, or your adopted home of Lee Summit, Missouri?
Well, first and foremost, racing for the sponsors. I consider myself English and Scottish, really. I spent most of my life in England. I was born in Scotland, and now I live down in Dallas, so I don't really know. We'll see which flag goes up if I win it.
Jim, last year, the Buicks just didn't last. What's different about this year?
They've detuned a little, hoping for more reliability. We've knocked maybe 800 or 900 revs off the top, and touch wood, I can't look at anything on that engine and say it's going to fail. I think the thing's quite capable of going 500 miles, and I think it's capable of going very quickly for 500 miles.
Well, there are a lot of doubters down here, but a lot of optimism, I will tell you, Jim, in this garage.
Okay, Jim Crawford of Scotland, following Jackie Stewart and others who have gone before him. I think, is that Sullivan's car? Sure looks like it, yeah. Car number 1 that'll be sitting in the middle of the first row. Here's a statistic for you guys, that since Mario Andretti won from that position in 1969, only 2 cars that start in the middle of the first row have been able to finish the race, and nobody's won. Can't think of any reason for that.
I can't imagine that the statistic is all that significant, other than that it indicates something about luck. And luck is, of course, a big part of racing here.
Okay, let's have a look at Jeff Brabham's car here. Car number 8, the son of the great Jack Brabham, the man who brought the rear-engine revolution to Indianapolis back in the early 60s. There's number 11, that's Al Unser Sr.
This is the car, Jim, of course, that is unlike any other in the race. It's the Penske-built car.
There's our man Phil Kruger, who was on with us a while ago. Car number 42.
Had no sponsorship until about 2 days ago. He's come up with a little bit in the interim.
Still a good deal of white on the car.
Yeah, there is. The car is different chiefly because from nose to tail, it was built by the Penske organization and shares no components with either the Lolas or the Marches, which are the primary factors in the race today. The car designed by a computer built over in England. Penske has a subsidiary car building company over there. But I think perhaps when the dust really settles, the most interesting thing about this car is its engine. Built as a joint venture between the Penske organization and Chevrolet, and a pair of very bright young engineers in England. The engine, which is called the Ilmore Chevrolet, really is very like the Cosworth engines that will power the rest of the field, but it's different in subtle ways, and it has a very, to those with a musical ear, it has a very sweet note indeed. It runs more, it has stronger power lower down in its power range, which I think is going to make it effective later in the year for the oval racing that they do. But this is a car to watch, if not today, then certainly later in the game.
Car number 84 there is George Snyder, the longtime associate of A.J. Foyt. A.J. always has a ride for George in this race. He was involved in the accident that took place here on Carburation Day, if you remember. Car was damaged, but there he is.
In fact, one of the great pieces of trivia, Jim McKay, is that A.J. Foyt, of course, with 29 consecutive starts, if he goes today, holds the all-time record for the longest streak of consecutive starts at the Indianapolis 500, and a lot of people would be shocked to learn that number 2 in that category is not Johnny Rutherford or Al Unser Sr. or Bobby Unser or Mario Andretti, but it is George Snyder, who has been Foyt's compatriot for all of those years.
Well, A.J. Foyt is a very complex man, as you know, but one quality he has always had is loyalty, a tremendously loyal man, particularly to his father. Gee, they were so close, and to this day he seems to miss his father very much.
This car, which we're seeing brought out now, is one of the last of the cars to be brought out from the garage area. We've seen almost all of the 33 brought now into the pit lane.
Okay, so we're getting closer and closer. Believe it or not, it looks like we'll race at Indy, and today. The big day of the year in the American Midwest, the day of the Indianapolis 500. No racing so far. It started to rain before dawn. We're still here waiting, but it looks very much now as if we're going to have a race. That'll be good news to just about everybody. One of the greatest names in the history of Indy, A.J. Foyt. He's with Jack Arute.
And he's getting ready, Jim McKay, to start his 29th consecutive Indy 500. Is this one any different than the first one, A.J.?
Well, it's looking a little wet right now, and I hate to see a day like today when I'm starting as far back as I'm starting, because that means one thing, that when they drop the green, I've got to go.
Now, when you have to go like that, though, in with the conditions, and, you know, out in the corners there are a few weepers, as they say, where the water kind of bubbles up. What does that do to you as a driver?
Well, I just got to make every move count and try to move up as fast as I can. If the car's working good, we're just going to have to go.
You know, we talked all month about A.J. Foyt, the new A.J. Foyt, slimmed down quite a bit and also kind of a new attitude. You've really been loose, and some people said, it's just because he's got bigger garages. But you've got a new sort of dedication to this sport.
Well, I think we got behind there a couple of years ago. I think we're back up, you know, on Carburation Day. You know, we had some misfortunes happen to us, but the crew's got the attitude, you know, that we're going to win again. I think they're sitting on the winning attitude like we've had, and every now and then, you know, it takes something like that to realize that you're not on top anymore. So we realize that now, and we're going after them.
Now, you talk about a winning attitude. One of the things that I've noticed all month with you is the fact that unlike past years where you were really underneath the car all the time, taking a look at it, Jack Starn, your crew chief, and a lot of the other fellows, they helped, they assisted, but A.J. Foyt was the guy that got it all done. That's really not the case now. You look more like a team manager in the garage area all week, all month, in fact. You called the shots, but you didn't actually do them yourself.
Well, that's true. I didn't do near what I used to do, and I just thought we'd try this because someday I'm going to be probably a team manager. So right now, it's good training for him.
When you take a look at that someday, being a team manager, you still got a few years left in the seat, but have you started to look at other drivers and start to rate them and say, you know, when I hang up my helmet, that's who I'm going to put in my car?
Well, I've looked at a couple of them and got in trouble the other day, but all in all, we're going to have to start looking a little bit more serious next year.
We've started to take a look at an influx of road racers, especially into IndyCar racing in general, but at Indianapolis as well. Are they at a disadvantage at a place like that, like this, as let us say you or Johnny Rutherford or some of the fellows that came up through the dirt tracks and the sprint cars and the champ cars of old?
I'd say 1 out of 10's not, but I'd say a lot of them are, because a lot of them don't realize the speeds that you're traveling here. But you know, like when Jackie Stewart and Jim Clark come over, and some of them guys, they didn't take the back seat to nobody. They was just good on ovals. They was a road course.
How about Jack Brabham when he brought the first rear-engine car here? In fact, you were the last guy, if I recall, to win in one of the old Champ Car Roadsters. Did you ever expect the technology to get to the point that it is today?
I'd like to have this technology back in 1961. I looked like a real hero, but no, Jack Brabham was one of the first ones to bring the Cooper over, you know, and Jack was real good on ovals, too.
One of the things that A.J. Foyt's been working on as well, we talked about the Chevrolet engine, the racing engine with Roger Penske. You've been working on a V6 program as well. Didn't make the show, though, did it?
Well, we was running quite fast enough. We got caught by rain and weather. The car was running right at 212 miles an hour from the first day we got here. It was just one of the misfortune things. We just got caught, and the weather beat us. You know, the clock ran out on us. You know, we wrecked the car twice. It had over 211 mile an hour qualifying run, third lap, got in the wall, and then we got it all fixed back, and just weather caught us in line. We never had another shot.
You know, if you're a betting man and look back at your 4 Indianapolis 500 victories, they always came when things were a little odd for the Indy 500, whether it was a crash on the last lap, etc. What would it mean to you today, with the rain and everything, if A.J. Foyt made it to Victory Circle for the 5th time?
It'd mean I've been there 5 times.
And that's it?
No, not really. It'd mean a lot to us all. I mean, anytime you can qualify for this type of race, it means something to you. But all in all, it'd be a great victory.
Well, 4 laps into this race, gentlemen, he'll be scoring his 10,000th mile here at the Brickyard. Close friend of the late Tony Holman. Some people say A.J. Foyt is just simply Indianapolis in persona. Jim?
I've often wondered if A.J. Foyt doesn't get nervous, why does he chew about 5 packs of gum before every race I've ever seen him in, including during interviews? Well, we say that one of the focuses of all of our ABC sports programs is the people. Well, there are many thousands of them out there, and as far as the race drivers are concerned, if you haven't gotten to know the race drivers this morning, you're never going to get to know them, and I think it's fascinating. The man who's going to sit on the pole here is one Rick Mears.
Well, there has to be a favorite, and I don't know that it's a good seat to be in, but you're the favorite. Do you feel like it?
Well, no, not really. It's, you know, this day, it's 500 miles long, and qualifying is one thing and the race is another one. So, you know, there's a lot of guys out there that are running very, very well, and it's going to be a tough day, a good competitive race, and, you know, if we can hang in there all day long and get to the end, we might be in good shape.
You know, you qualified at 2:17. You don't really expect to race that fast, do you?
No, no, absolutely not. And it's like last year, they qualified at 2:14, and the quickest lap of the race was 2:05. So, you know, I think you'll see some maybe quicker laps, much quicker laps than last year, some 7s or 8s possibly, and possibly even a little bit quicker than that, but few and far between. The rest of them, I think, if a guy can run around 2:05 to 2:07 all day long, he's going to be in good shape.
You know, we've been on the air since 10 o'clock local time, scrambling around here. We've talked to a lot of drivers in various stages of dress and undress in terms of their racing togs. Some have been in the garage, some have been watching the Formula One race, and you just got here. Is this an indication that you're cooler and calmer and more collected than everybody else?
No, no, I don't think I am. That's why I stayed away, to try to calm down and stay cool and collected, I guess. But no, we just stayed at the hotel and relaxed and kind of kept things quiet and watched the Formula One race and just kind of waited until it was necessary to get over here.
What is the latest thing that you have heard now? We've had some conflicting reports as to what we might expect, but next half hour, next 1 hour perhaps to start this race?
Well, I guess 2 o'clock they were shooting at one point, but from what I hear, the way they're talking around here, that, you know, might even try to get off earlier than that. I don't know. It's just going to depend on how quick the track does actually dry.
Rick, if there's going to be a formidable adversary, without question, it's going to be your teammate. You know, I'm curious, do you and he get together and talk about, hey, what are we going to do the first lap? Do you look at each other when you come off the fourth turn? Do you gesture to each other? Is there communication on that final pace lap? Do you talk about the night before? How are you going to handle this?
Oh, yeah, we've talked about it, you know, off and on since qualifying, you know, since we found out that's where we'd be starting. You know, we get together and talk about it. We talked with Michael about it and everything else, too. So, you know, that first corner doesn't mean anything. And, you know, the last lap is the one all three of us wants, not the first one. If we can get the first one, fine. If not, fine. So, you know, we've talked about it. Whoever's got a nose ahead at the corner is going to go ahead and take it. You know, we aren't going to fight each other through the corner. It'd be ridiculous to have something, you know, stupid happen in the first turn just to, you know, end your day.
Had the car lasted all day last year, it turned out it did not, but had the car lasted all day, you had a very unusual problem, one with the helmet visor last year. How do you plan for something like that? Have you taken extra steps to be particularly cautious about that this year?
Oh, yeah, we've gone through and made sure everything was Loctited and
Can you believe it?
Fired up. But, no, that was the first, and hopefully the last. I think the new Simpson helmet's going to be working well this time.
Outside of yourself and Danny, obviously everybody's talking about that, but who do you guys think is going to be your main competition? There must be 1, 2 other drivers, maybe teams that you kind of have to watch. You're running your own race, I know, but pay attention to those people too.
Well, there's, you know, I don't know who would be a strong one, but I think there's a lot of them. You know, Michael's going to be strong. Ray Hall's going to be strong. Mario will get up there. Emerson's going to be tough. Al's going to be in there. So, you know, it's hard to pick any one. There's about 10 guys that are going to be strong all day long. And, you know, for the weather being different the way it is, the track conditions are going to be a little different. It's just going to be whoever comes out with the right setup for this given day.
But it will be this man's job to determine what pace we go for once that track dries and the green is finally ready. Back to you, Jim.
Here's an interested spectator, Paul Newman, who is also quite an outstanding driver and national champion on several occasions, and not only a friend but a former driving partner of Sam Posey.
Yeah, Paul is not driving right at the moment because he's had a pinched nerve, and I think that's very frustrating for him. The season is underway, and he hates not to be in the cockpit.
He was holding his ears, not because the race cars are running, but I believe because the jet dryer was going by, which is just about like a jet airplane being right next to you. Take a look at that race course. It can't get much drier. There's the thing that he was holding his ears about. It'll make you do that. But as I say, you can see the race course. The puddles we saw before are not there. It looks like on the left, as we look right down by the pit wall, there is still some dampness.
But and they're here. They're here, Jim. Few empty seats in the grandstand now. Not very many at all.
No, as I say, I don't know where in the world the people were, but they have all reassembled. They're ready for the start of the Indianapolis 500, and they will stay here until Wednesday if necessary. There are, remember, almost 300,000 seats for people here. There's nothing like that anywhere in the world for any purpose. And with the crowd in the infield, assuming they're still all out there, I suspect they are, the crowd will be well over 400,000, possibly as much as 450,000. As we said at the beginning, that's about the population of St. Louis, Missouri. And if you can imagine trying to move all of St. Louis into one racetrack, for one day. It's quite a logistical miracle that they pull off here every year, and they do it extremely well. Even getting the crowd out of here later doesn't take as many hours as you would think it might. But talk about a stage wait. All this many people waiting and waiting and waiting because of nature. As we continue to wait for the start of the Indianapolis 500, which grows closer and closer, it appears. We're going to go down to the garage area. There's the car of Danny Sullivan. You know, we've talked so much this morning and early afternoon here about the fact that this is a family sport, and we have the Unsers and the Andrettis and so forth. The wives are here. But the defending champion is very much a bachelor at age 36. Let's go to him.
Well, you know, Jim, 1 year ago at about this time in the afternoon, Danny Sullivan had already accomplished his pirouette on the way to victory. But, Danny, you only showed up at the racetrack about 10 minutes ago. Nice of you to come to work.
Well, Roger called me this morning and gave me the weather forecast, and since we're only right across the street, he said, don't bother to come over until we need you. And then it looks like it's going to clear up, but now it's sprinkling again, so I don't know what the deal is.
Seriously, though, what does it do to a driver to have the up, the down, the up again this morning, open the drapes, find out that it's raining, and then be called later, say, come on out, put the suit on, it's time to go to work, and now to have a few raindrops?
Well, I think it's very, very tough on your emotion, and you know, you get that peak and you're all pumped up and ready to go for the race, and then somebody pull the carpet out from under you, and it's hard to keep rising to the occasion, if you like, and very tough on the emotion, especially if this happens to go on for another day.
Compare your feelings before last year's race with the feelings that you've got in your gut in this year's race.
Well, of course, last year it was close, but of course I've gotten that win, if you like, out of the way, so now I know that we can do it, so it's one of those things where I've got a different kind of anxiety from last year, and the emotions are still tough. This is still another race, and I've got to look at it like that, try to forget last year, forget everything that's gone on, and just go and try to do the job.
We've talked a lot during the course of today's telecast about the new Danny Sullivan, what you've done for IndyCar racing, your association with Hollywood, your acting career, so many things that you've done. Do you see yourself as maybe a standard bearer of a new breed of race car driver in Indianapolis competition?
Well, I'm not trying to set any standards or anything. I'm just trying to do my own thing, and if somebody wants to follow suit, then great. Everybody has been complimentary of it. It's helped the sport and so forth. That's not why I set out to do it. I'm looking after my sponsors and my team and everything else. And, you know, there's some people in the sport that are very capable of doing the same thing. And I think with sponsorship and everything, they're going to push them to do more of the type of thing that I've done.
Is it more fun to do it your way, or do you think it was more fun to do it the A.J. Foyt way, where you didn't have those responsibilities? All you had to do was turn left and hit the gas pedal.
Well, it's probably a little less strain on you to do it the old way, but, you know, times have changed, as I said, and there's different demands now, and we just had to fit in with the times. I don't know any other way, so this is the way I've always done it, and I'll stick with that.
Indy 500 victory, the champagne, the milk, everything that goes with it 1 year ago. Can you make it two?
I've got about as good a chance as anybody ever had to repeat. I think with the Miller-Penske team, it doesn't get any better than that. The equipment's there, the team's there, the preparation's there. It's just a matter if we're lucky enough to have it fall our way. Of course, probably the hardest person I've got to beat is my teammate Rick Mears and my other teammate Al Unser Sr.
You know, we've talked to all of them already, and one of the things that we talked about first with Roger Penske was strategy and where it stops and where it's given over to each of the individual teams. And Roger and Rick and everybody, Al included, said it stops when they say, gentlemen, start your engines. Then do you increase your input to your team leader? Do you have to give him more to say, I want this done to the car? Or do you just in there as a tactician pushing the buttons and stomping on the pedal?
No, we're constantly talking with them all the time, and you have to have a plan when you start off. You just have to have a game plan in this, and usually when the green flag drops, everything changes anyway, and the car, you know, that you think is handling one way is handling a different way, and you have to adjust it as you go along. But I think that we're about as adaptable as you can possibly get to those situations, and I'm always telling them it's doing this, doing that, trying things in the cockpit. No, let's try this, and I have to be constantly giving them the feedback that they need to improve the car.
Kind of a laid-back Miami Vice look, Jim McKay, but the thing that I am interested in is when you get inside the race car in the heat of competition, does the voice go up maybe 2 octaves on the radio? Do you start to tremble just a tad, get more emotional because of the intense competition?
I think a lot of that depends on where it is during the course of the race and how the car is going and whether we're in the heat of a battle or If we were, say, leading comfortably, then I'd probably be a little calmer. But if we're battling like we were last year with Mario and it's right there, it's probably going to be a couple octaves up.
Well, we've heard it from Danny Sullivan. He says that he's got the best chance to score 2 in a row. Jim?
You know, one of the problems of modern-day motor racing is that you can't really see the driver inside the car. But as we've been finding out through our interviews for the past couple of hours here, there is a human being inside each and every one of these cars. We're going to have a piece coming up for you right now. I think we're going to do the Rick Mears piece now, or do you want to do the cockpit piece? Okay, I get an answer in here, believe it or not. That's what I was saying, that there is a human being inside of each of these cars, inside the helmet and the coveralls and the gloves. Rick Mears is such a one, the man who sits on the pole here, the man who will be diving first perhaps into turn 1, and he's a very human being, believe me. When Rick Mears won this year's pole position with a new track record, it was a high point in a career which has been defined by extremes, a series of high highs and low lows. It started spectacularly. A win at Indy in 1979 in only his second try. Then, 2 years later, near tragedy, a fire during a pit stop, invisible flames burning Rick's face, his wife with him here, and his father, who put out the flames. The following year, helpless frustration, the loss to Gordon Johncock in the closest finish ever in the 500. That close. Then, winning Indy for the second time in '84, he put his name among the legends of the Brickyard and was seemingly at the peak of his career when disaster struck. During practice at a track near Montreal, Rick had spotted a gap in traffic, tried to dive through it, and miscalculated. Injuries to his legs and to his feet. They were serious and posed the question of whether he'd ever walk again. As for his career, it came to a total halt. In December, 4 months after the crash, with his divorce from his first wife pending, Rick passed his 33rd birthday in casts and in constant pain. With Chris Bowen, his new girl, at his side and his own limitless optimism, Rick began to rebuild his life. Sam caught up with him in late April of last year at his new home outside Reading, Pennsylvania. His first steps had been just 2 weeks before. His walk was uncertain, but not his determination to race at Indy. And remarkably, he did race at Indy. Still shaky and surrounded by doubt, he managed to qualify 10th, but because of a mechanical problem, was unable to prove that he could finish the race. Mears was back, but slowly. The doubts persisted through the summer until almost exactly a year after the accident, Rick put himself back in the winner's circle at a 500-mile race, Pocono in Pennsylvania. Today, his feet aren't fully recovered, and they may never be. They still hurt, but not as much. Now he's again the favorite to win, a position in which he never doubted he'd find himself.
I never had a doubt. I don't think there was ever any time. That's like I had somebody ask me the other day if there was ever any doubt in my mind that I'd be able to walk again, you know, right after it first happened. You know, like I told them, I said, as soon as I saw my feet were on the end of my legs, it wouldn't matter if they were just a couple of nubs. I'd have figured out how to walk on them, one way or another. And so there was never any doubt I'd walk again. There was never any doubt I'd run again. There was never any doubt I'd run hard again. The only doubt that I ever had was when.
The child's drawing hanging in his garage, the only decoration on the wall, seems to be a symbol of new beginnings, of better days ahead, of trying your best all the time.
Sam, we are by no means the only reporters who continue to talk and write a great deal about the effects of those 1984 injuries on Mears. To what degree do you still think they're a part of his makeup?
Well, you know, it's often said in racing that when a driver has a bad crash, it seasons him somehow and makes him tougher. And when I went to see Rick that day, which was 8 months after the crash, and the first day that he was to walk without the aid of crutches or a cane, I wondered how different a man I'd find from the man I had known before. I found the same man, absolutely unchanged, to my delight. I think that that crash represented a segment out of Rick Mears' life. But the moment he was fit to race again, he resumed exactly where he left off.
Now, Danny Sullivan is one of many who've been quoted as saying that Rick Mears is the greatest of all oval track racers. How do you assess his talent?
You know, in this sport, there are a lot of people that come and go, and each year seems to bring a new crop of people that promise to be maybe the next A.J. Foyt. Well, let me tell you this. I believe that it is significant in every way that when Rick Mears first won the Indianapolis 500, in only his second try, that the man he beat was A.J. Foyt. I think the eras have changed, and I think that when the dust settles on this era of automobile racing, that Rick Mears will have rewritten the record books, and that A.J. Foyt's name will have been supplanted by Rick's.
Well, what ingredients exactly are we talking about? I mean, the layman might look at this and say, hey, what is there in it other than having the courage to continue turning left at a higher speed than somebody else? What is it that Foyt and now Mears have that others don't have?
Something, right? Because they keep coming to the surface and the other guys don't. And God knows anybody wants to win this race. And yet these are the men that are able to do it. I think it is a combination of some enormous desire to win. I once asked Cale Yarborough, another great champion, Cale, what makes you better than the other guys? Thinking he might talk about his eyesight or his reflexes or something. And he said, Sam, I think it's that God gave me more desire than the next man. I think that Rick, despite his casual demeanor, you know, A.J. telegraphs that desire, doesn't it? Rick doesn't, but it is there, and it burns incredibly brightly.
Remarkable, isn't it, Jim McKay, that he, in addition to having won the race twice, has been second once, third once, has finished in the top 5 another time. Had he not been knocked out by a mechanical malfunction last year, he was once again in a position to have a chance to win the race, even though a lot of people didn't think he should be racing here at the time.
Consistency, right? May I ask you a question, Sam?
Sure.
Where'd you get your tie? I mean, you don't look like your normal Ivy League demeanor at all. You're really cool today.
Don't adjust your sets.
It was given to me by the noted artist Frank Stella at his birthday party the other day. We exchanged ties. I had my 24 Hours of Le Mans tie on, and I took it off and gave it to him, and he gave me this, and I thought I'd wear it for luck, and also because it ties in slightly with something that, a little talk I had with Danny Sullivan the other day. I said I'd been at Frank's birthday party, and Danny said, Frank Stella, that's terrific. I'd like to meet him. I'm interested in his painting. I play racquetball, and I know Frank loves racquetball. And, you know, it said something to me about Danny, which is that he is interested in absolutely everything.
As is Frank Stella, who likes race cars also and race horses.
Jim, if we're going to stoop to name dropping at this point, I think Frank Stella is about as good a name as we can possibly drop. I mean, he can be proud of that, can't he?
How about Tom Vintford, the chief steward? I think we'll have a word from him right now.
Well, I was not going to do this interview with this, but once I arrived here, Tom was waiting for me. The drum majorettes were spinning their batons. The bands were playing. The race cars are all out here, but it's too wet to race, isn't it?
It's definitely too wet to race. In fact, it's actually sprinkling right this moment. But if it should stop right away, you know, another 30 minutes or 20, 25 minutes even, we might get it dry. We just have to keep trying.
Have you been in contact with the Weather Bureau?
Yes, I have, and they cannot be specific. They do not think it's going to be very good between now and the end of Monday, but there might be a little hole in it long enough for us to do something, and there might not. We just are not getting any kind of advice that we can really rely on. So what we do is move ahead, and if we get stopped, we have to stop, and we move ahead again, and we'll just do what we can.
Now, we did make some progress. The track is drier than it has been all day, and we were very close to being able to start this race.
Yes, we're probably in 45 minutes, maybe 30, 45 minutes. We have made progress, and we're holding it. The reason we took trucks now is to try to hold that progress. The little rain you see now, or the dampness that the result of this rain will go away very quickly when it stops. So we still may be within 45 minutes.
Still very much on a holding pattern down here in the pit area, Jim.
And they could start this race as late as almost 3 hours from now. There is A.J. Foyt. By 3 hours from now, if we're still waiting, we may have discussed Sam Posey's entire wardrobe.
Oh, my. What else shall we discuss? You're looking at me with
anything you'd like.
I have a question for Jim. After our talk with A.J. Foyt there we saw in the garage, Jim, you and A.J. are both owners of horses, thoroughbreds, I believe.
And Frank Stella.
Exactly, and Frank owns horses as well. All right, 3 very successful men. Let's expand it to that. All who have turned to owning horses, not to insult you, but relatively late in life, let's say, after your many accomplishments. Now, why is that? Is there some sense of passing the competitive urge to a thoroughbred? I'm unable to understand this myself, possibly because I'm a younger man.
Not as wealthy as they are.
I couldn't afford them exactly. But what is it? You and AJ must have talked about this. I know you did a couple of years ago.
I think it's because we hate money. It's the quickest way I know to get rid of it. Actually, no. I've examined that subject myself, and you and AJ and I talked about that down in the garage, because most of the people who own racehorses are people who have been successful in one way or another, and particularly people who like to do things themselves, to accomplish things themselves. Here's a situation where you're not the horse, you're not the jockey, you're not the trainer, you're not the groom. Yeah. You're just sitting there, but when your horse crosses the finish line first, I've never seen anyone walk to the winner's circle. Everybody runs, no matter how old they are, and it's as if it will go away. So I can't really answer your question, except to tell you it's one of the great thrills you can have. James Garner is a man of many facets also. He's down with Donna DeVerona.
Yes, Jim, and I think we're both a little nervous now because the umbrellas are going up and the rain's starting to come down again. James, you've been here many times. You said almost 20. You've driven the pace car. What's your hunch now? It's really coming down.
My hunch is now that if this is any kind of heavy rain, we got a problem today because it takes so long to dry the track out. We just got it dry. Looked like they're going to get a slide, and then this happens. I'm not sure they can get one today, but they've still got a few more hours to try.
You're a performer, and how do you identify with these drivers? I know, I'm an athlete, you're a performer, I don't think it's much different, but they do risk their lives.
Yeah, well, that's the big thing about automobile racing. It's not just win or lose, but they're risking their lives when they do it, so they win at a very high risk.
You did a fabulous movie called Grand Prix. Of all the movies you've done, and since you like racing so much, did you feel that you'd really identified and gotten into the role of a driver?
Yeah, that was the most fun I ever had making a motion picture, because I got to drive all the circuits in Europe with the best drivers and the best cars, and I got really involved in racing at that time. So yeah, that's very dear to my heart.
Well, after this interview, I'm ready for Murphy's Romance. He did marry Sally Field in that movie. Back to you, Jim.
Okay, looks like one of our cameras may be starting to wear out before we do, but we got the interview in. And now we're going to go to Jack Arute again with Pancho Carter.
And 1 year ago, Pancho Carter was on the pole for this race, but you're still in pretty good shape driving for the Gallus team this year, aren't you, Pancho?
Oh, we sure are. The Coors Light Silver Bullet that I have this year is an excellent car. It's a Lola Cosworth, and we've made a lot more miles this year than I have last year just in practice alone. So if we can get the weather to cooperate today, then hopefully we'll go out and have a good race.
Before we talk about the weather, are there any differences, subtle as they may be, between driving the Buick power plant last year and now going to Cosworth this year?
Not really. I mean, it's just a basic matter of having horsepower, and there's really no big difference in the way they produce the horsepower, a torque or any kind of big change on a big track like this. It's just a matter of keeping the RPMs up, no matter what type of engine it is.
Just to keep the scorecard up, we've asked practically every driver in the starting field about the psychological impact of the rain. What about if this race is delayed one day? What does it do to you guys as a driver? When you go home tonight, do you have to start that whole routine all over again, or what happens?
I don't know. I've never have figured out a good routine the night before the race. I probably do something different the night before the 500-mile race here every year. So I'm not sure. We'll probably go home and have something different for dinner tonight, or maybe go out tonight for dinner. So it's just hard to say. There's no real, ritual or anything. I just go home, try and get a good night's sleep. I got one last night, got up early, so I'm sure I can go to bed early and get another good night's sleep for tomorrow if we have to go tomorrow.
Why is Indianapolis so special to somebody like Pancho Carter?
Well, I think partially because my dad raced here for so many years, and also it's more or less hometown for me. I only live 12 miles from the racetrack, and I think those two reasons right there, a lot of tradition in the track, a lot of tradition in the family, and then just nice to be able to do good at your hometown track.
And yet you're one of the guys that's kind of caught in the power squeeze with the transition, with the rear-engine cars and the foreign drivers coming over and not running a full schedule this year. Do you resent any of that maybe your expertise in ovals has dropped you off the National Driving Championship chances?
Well, I think so. Finished as high as third in the national point standings, third, fifth, and usually always in the top 10. So if you can't run all the races, you definitely can't finish in the points system. So I don't know if it's resentment. It's just a matter of, you know, I would like to do all the races, and hopefully we'll be able to do that next year, or maybe add a few more races here at Gallus Racing with the Coors Light Special before the year's out.
Well, what would happen, though, let's say if you made it to victory lane today, tomorrow, or Wednesday, whenever, and won the Indianapolis 500? What do you think about it? Would that maybe change your perspective as it applies to the Gallus team? Maybe get a full-time ride?
Well, no, I mean, I'm, you know, under contract now for the 3 500s for Gallus, and if I can find a ride for somebody else, I can go ahead and do that on the IndyCar circuit. So it may change the priorities within the team and within Coors, or, you know, Coors Light sponsorship. They may want all of a sudden, because of the exposure we can get from winning this race, get more involved. And if they'd want to do that, then there's a possibility of running, you know, the rest of the season.
You talk about sponsorship, the dollars. It's almost like a driver has to have a financial aid package to get a drive. If you were going to write your resume, Pancho Carter, available as a race car driver, his expertise as a specialist is 500-mile races. Why is that? Why are you so much better in those?
I don't know, unless it's just a matter of knowing how to make a car live for 500 miles and being able to run hard and be around at the finish. And I think that's a lot of things you have to do to win a 500-mile race. You got to finish it first, and I've finished this race 6 times, and I think it's about time to go ahead and win one.
I also think it might be about time for us to take it back up to Jim McKay, because the rain is really beginning to come down here in Gasoline Alley, and we're both getting soaked. Before we leave, what are you having for supper tonight?
I'm not sure. We may either go to the Italian restaurant or we may have Italian at home, but
I may be right behind you.
Come on over.
Jim?
Well, we've really got a problem here now. We got within reasonable time, there's AJ again, of having the start of this race, but now, as you saw, the rain is really coming down, apparently damaging camera here and there, getting into the cables or something. But it's going to be tough. I mean, they can start as late as 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, but look at that. I mean, what do you think, Sam?
It looks bleak to me. I'm no weather forecaster, but we saw earlier today that with no wind and no sun breaking through the clouds, that the fastest the track can ever be dried is about an hour and a half, but it took today fully 2.5 hours, I think. So if we make the calculations, even if it were to stop raining this instant, I don't know, it doesn't look good. But I've been surprised here before, and I think, again, that's part of the problems that the drivers face, is that you can't really say, well, it's going to be 2.5 hours. By the way, that's the swimming pool over at the Speedway
your hotel.
Yes, I look out at that. It's surrounded entirely by concrete, as you can see. It's a funny
romantic setting.
But it's unpredictable. And Jim, you know, you wait and you get your hopes up, and then they go down. And I think we're sharing this probably with all of the people watching the telecast. You know, we all want to see the thing come off. But I know one person who's probably getting wet down there now is our man, Larry Newber. Larry?
Well, I'm standing with Chuck Sprague, who is the crew chief for Danny Sullivan, and this last rain shower seems to have loosened up a lot of the tension. People are smiling and laughing and throwing their hands up. It was tense before. There seemed to be some tension, but now it feels a little different.
Well, everybody was in a pretty big rush to get out here. Normally, we had come out to the pits about 2.5 hours before the race, and they were talking 2 o'clock at 12:30, so there was a bit of a panic there. And all of a sudden you realize, well, maybe we are going to do this, because you come in the morning and you're all keyed up, you're ready to go, and then it starts raining and you slowly come down off the cam, so to speak. And then the next thing you know, you're asleep in the corner of the garage, and then they call up and say, okay, we're going green here in about an hour and a half. So, you know, you just get a little more tense when you have to rush out there in a hurry. But now it's hard to say. You know, it looks like it's not going to be good news here for a while.
Chuck, at this point, would you just as soon they decide, we're not going to get it done today, let's call it off and try again tomorrow?
Well, I don't know if they have much choice, as long as it takes the track to dry and then to actually get the race in. You know, it's going to be close at this point. We need it to stop raining right away, I think.
What about the race cars? You know, the cars have grown to be so delicate. Does this rain, does it hurt them? Is that a problem?
Well, it doesn't hurt the cars themselves. What it does is it changes the track. It washes whatever rubber has been ground into it, which probably isn't much anyway, because we haven't run here since Thursday. But if you get a little mud washed across, or it brings some of the oil up to the surface, that's the biggest danger. As far as the cars are concerned, I mean, it's a real break for the guys who set back Thursday. But as far as the teams that were ready to go 2 days ago, like most everybody else, it's really no change. You just go back and polish it another half dozen times.
What about all the rain that we're having? It's likely, obviously, to make the racetrack respond differently. Do you think you're going to have to change the setup in any way in the race cars? Will you have to make some tweaks now?
Well, probably not. I mean, you think about it, you got 33 cars out there running 500 miles, or 33 cars running continuously, and the rubber or whatever will be back on the track fairly quickly. At any rate, even if you thought you knew what you're doing, you're still taking a shot in the dark, and it's too risky.
Well, one thing it looks like we're going to need down here in the very near future, Jim McKay, is a life preserver.
Okay. All right, Larry. Preserve yourself, as you say, any way you can. Hard to find cover around here if you're not under the grandstand roof. We're going to take a break on this gloomy day at Indianapolis, and then we'll be back. Back again at Indianapolis. Rain delay is all too graphic a definition of it at this moment. A while ago it was rain delay, but it was recovering. The sky was brightening. The track was drying out. The cars were out in the pit area, but now it is raining and raining hard all the time. Jimmy?
Well, Jim, one way to kill a little time here and hopefully entertain our audience as well is to look back at one of the most exciting races ever to take place here in the Indianapolis 500, the one that you and Sam called a year ago. The last year's race capped off an interesting month in which, first of all, the pole and the second qualifying position were won by two relative outsiders, Pancho Carter on the pole, Scott Brayton in the middle of the front row, both of them driving cars powered by stock block Buick engines, which hadn't been seen here in quite some time and had not been expected to make that big a splash. Alas, neither car lasted more than 19 laps in the race. Bobby Rahal was on the outside of the front row, took the lead early in the race. He was soon gone because of mechanical malfunction. And eventually, the race seemed to begin to narrow down to a two-car battle between Mario Andretti, who had been the pre-race favorite of many and who hoped, of course, to win for the first time in 16 years, and newcomer Danny Sullivan. Let's pick it up about midway through.
This is just past the halfway point. There's a lot of racing yet to do and a lot of fuel calculations. Danny's rush to the front may be a function of his choice to use more boost to get back into the action that Andretti was using. Mario has led for a long time. It may have been his decision to make it kind of a quiet time for him. Both are able to get more than 30 laps to the tank full, which is impressive mileage. But of the two, Sullivan has been getting more. He got 34 laps to his last tank, Andretti only 31. So despite Sullivan's speed, he's running an economical race.
And that lead is dwindling by the second. The scoreboard showing it a half a second, but it certainly isn't. It's nothing now. Danny Sullivan going down low. Can he make the move? Sullivan down low. Side by side, Sullivan has the lead. Danny Sullivan, Kentucky. And just at that moment, losing control of the car, doing a magnificent job of not hitting the wall and continuing in the race. It's unbelievable.
The incredible move maybe ever in Indianapolis, and Mario didn't hit him, Jim. That's even more incredible. Andretti subtly moving to the side like a fighter, taking a punch but letting it slip by him. Sullivan at 200 miles an hour recovering from that spin. You have to go back to Jim Clark in 1964-5, Jim, to get a move like that on this racetrack.
I've never seen anything like it on the Indianapolis racetrack.
Incredible.
Unbelievable, but he's going to come in. That may have caused problems in the car.
That is absolutely unbelievable what we saw. Of course, he must now stop because he's flat-spotted those tires. He's coming down that very rough pit lane there, which keeps the speeds down.
Listen to the cheers for him.
Oh, it's incredible. This place has come alive, and of course, Andretti is in the pits too, both the leaders. But Sullivan is going to have to change all four tires because of that. Mario will go back out. You see, they're even changing that left front tire, which they never change.
Well, that'll cost him the lead, no question of it. But Danny Sullivan is back out on the race course. I have never seen a person take a spin like that and begin to slide towards the wall and still recover. Let's have another look at it. We're going to have slow motion here in just a moment.
I'll tell you exactly what I think happened, Jim, even before seeing it. Aerodynamic effects. Watch what happens. I'll bet you that if Sullivan gets in front of Mario, No, I'm dead wrong. It's running over that the white line. The very thing that he was doing that made him so fast, I think, tripped him in this one move. Yeah, Mario's too far back, I think, to have had a rear guard aerodynamic effect. But all right, now, Andretti faced with the moment of his driving life. He can't see where he's going. Fades slightly to the left by a miracle. Sullivan stays wide enough to the right, hits nothing, and we may have seen the most dramatic moment of racing, certainly that we're going to see this year. Incredible.
Well, there's a long way to go, Sam.
How good are those two drivers?
We return to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where once again we are in a long rain delay. We have waited all day for a potential start of the Indianapolis 500, and right now the conditions here look bleak. We ask you to stay with us. In about 15 minutes, we're going to be going live to Sam Donaldson in Washington, D.C. for ABC News coverage of Hands Across America ceremonies there in our nation's capital. But right now, we're going to rejoin our highlights of last year's race. And as we move you forward toward this second segment of our highlight package, we're going to go forward about 50 laps, during which time there was a brief challenge from Emerson Fittipaldi, but he soon was out of the hunt. And as the race moved toward its conclusion, it was once again a two-car battle between Danny Sullivan and Mario Andretti. At this moment, as we pick it up with Sam Posey and Jim McKay, Sullivan had retaken the lead from Andretti.
Just a break here.
We continue to race towards the end of the Indianapolis 500. Danny Sullivan the leader, Andretti second, Guerrero third. 24 laps left in the race now. Debris flying around the track. Earlier, a piece of it got on Mario Andretti's car. Didn't cost him in this case, however. There is the leader, Danny Sullivan of Louisville, Kentucky.
With 24 laps to go is a critical strategic point, because with the tanks topped up, they can now make the rest of the distance without any pit stops. So we are, unless there's another yellow, we're going to see a dash for the end.
Okay, there is Danny Sullivan, and just in front of him, now look who's in front of him. It's Michael Andretti, the son of Mario. Mario, trying to gain on Danny Sullivan, is behind there and not very far behind.
Nope, there he is.
Is Michael Andretti doing a little blocking job, as Al Unser Jr. appeared to do for his father a couple of years ago?
Well, there's certainly every possibility. Michael, because of the good radios, good radio communication everybody has, I would say there's no doubt that Michael is aware, at least by now, of the situation. Yeah, he's going to make it hard for Danny to get by. I don't know how hard, though. And Danny has got a really quick car at this stage. I don't know. Yeah, I think this is very exciting. Here it comes. Look at this.
Mario is gaining. The red car behind the other red car.
Yep.
And Michael is still hanging in front of Danny.
Yeah, and you know, Michael doesn't have to block him per se because of this turbulence factor. That alone is enough to keep Danny at bay for a lap or two. Look at how much closer Mario is now. Jim, look at that. Mario's right in the picture.
A real factor in the race. We've got a race going again. Thanks, it appears, to Michael Andretti, who's just holding his own. Well,
okay.
Danny's made it this time.
All right, yeah, but I don't think it's over, because Mario had started to close in. Mario, you know, changed some things on that last pit stop.
Well, look at this. Fittipaldi coming into the pit.
Can't be routine because he stopped way too recently for this.
Very tough break, but the race still goes on from first and second place. But it looks to me like, Sullivan is pulling away again. Pulling away again. For a moment there, it looked like this could have been a dash to the finish, but I think Sullivan's just got too much. Nothing untoward occurs.
Yeah, but so many things that can go wrong. I mean, as simple a thing as all the debris on the track. I mean, some of that could lodge in a radiator or something like that. Sullivan, you mentioned, of course, Louisville, Kentucky. Jim, home of the Kentucky Derby. Here's Danny from Louisville, Kentucky. That name suddenly coming up in this month of May.
Yeah, we started the month in Louisville, and here we have a man from Louisville, perhaps about to win the Indianapolis 500. Must be so frustrating for Mario Andretti. This was going to be the year, and nothing really is going wrong with his car.
Nope. This was the centerpiece, really, this Indy victory for Mario, the centerpiece of the whole Newman-Haas effort. This whole team that they put together a couple of years ago worked so hard on. Mario's the national champion. He won the race at Long Beach. It was the race before this, and now at the most critical moment, his car does not have the speed. It just does not have the speed. That has got to be incredibly galling to Mario Andretti.
But still, the 400,000 are in place.
Oh, I can't believe it. Oh, this is far from over. He's passing Derek Daly. Danny Sullivan passing Derek Daly. I remember back to the very first day Danny Sullivan ever came to the Indianapolis track. I happened to be here. I watched him register and everything. There's Emerson Fittipaldi out of his car. What a contrast to A.J. Foyt, incidentally, Jim. No histrionic. And after a much more bitter disappointment...
Oh, Bill Whittington up against the wall in car number 12. So that'll bring out the yellow again.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And not that many laps to go. This race could finish under the yellow flag.
Yeah, it's that close. Well, that gives Mario one more shot.
Yep. With just 12 laps, 8 laps now, actually, left in the race. The yellow flag is out.
Now we are back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and in case you have just joined us, what you have been watching is not this year's Indianapolis 500, but rather highlights of last year's Indianapolis 500. And you are seeing that because ever since this morning here in Indianapolis, we have been involved in a long rain delay. There was a period of time during which the track appeared to dry out. We seemed to be within maybe an hour or so of starting a race, and then the rain began to fall again, and right now it appears very doubtful that there will be a 500-mile race or a race of any length whatsoever at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway today. But very shortly we're going to be going to Washington, D.C. to join Sam Donaldson of ABC News for live coverage of Hands Across America ceremonies in our nation's capital. And right now we're going to go back to the conclusion of our highlights of last year's race. After that pit stop, it was once again a two-man race to the finish between Mario Andretti and the leader, Danny Sullivan.
We are going to get a green flag with 3 laps to go after the yellow came out because of the crash of Bill Whittington's car. Whittington walking away from that crash, apparently all right. But we're going to have a dash to the finish. The 2 red cars are the ones to watch. Because of closing up under the yellow, the lead of Danny Sullivan over Mario Andretti is only 1.5 seconds. And 3 laps for Mario to make it up. The crowd urging them both on. Mario, 16 years after winning his only Indianapolis 500, was the favorite here today. At age 45, it could be his last chance. And he's got 3 laps to try to get by 2 cars and catch Danny Sullivan of Louisville, Kentucky. The green out. And here they come.
Well, Jim, in that yellow, neither Sullivan nor Andretti pitted. So Andretti's car, they have not been able to change it in any way at all. Sullivan was able marginally to outrun him before. Andretti has already moved by one of the 2 guys he had to pass. He moved by Kevin Cogan, incidentally, his nemesis, the man who put him out of the race at the start several years ago, and now he's breezing by Howdy Holmes. Neither of those men wanted to get in the way of Mario Andretti.
Behind him, Al Unser Sr., who's a lap down and who would be right in this dash had he not been penalized a lap earlier in the race for running over his own air hose in the pit.
That is true.
Danny Sullivan seems to have that same lead. But how careful he has to be on these last couple of laps.
And once again, what do you think? Penske's cars are, with just a couple of laps to go, now 2 laps to go, running first and third, just as they did at this point last year, Jim, in a race which, of course, was run by Rick Mears. This year, it may be Danny Sullivan.
But he has now lengthened that lead to 2.4 seconds. The next time around, he will get the white flag, indicating 1 lap to go for the leader. Just 1 to the checkered flag. Looking around inside the car, it appeared there.
Yeah, Sullivan has worked as a janitor, a cab driver in New York, a hand on a chicken farm, a waiter, a lumberjack, a sod cutter, but I don't think he's ever worked at a job quite like this. The winning of the Indianapolis 500.
Here comes the white flag, 1 lap to go. For the 35-year-old who, the point you make so well, Sam, he is known as the swinging bachelor of the circuit, but he has paid his dues. All the menial jobs he had with 13 years of racing behind him.
Yes, he has, but for all of the things that I hope and wish for Danny Sullivan, and I'm one of his greatest fans, this man, Mario Andretti, looks as if he's headed for defeat today on the day he said
he had the best chance ever in his 20 years to win the Indianapolis 500. I feel incredibly for Mario, who put so much work and so much hope into this and is coming up short just a few seconds worth.
The old American hero will lose the race. The new American hero is Daniel John Sullivan III of Louisville, Kentucky, who has won the Indianapolis 500. Mario Andretti finishing second. Roger Penske, the crew chief. Now is the time to celebrate. They didn't budge a muscle until he had crossed the start-finish line, that yard of brick, for the last time. Roger Penske team winning for the second year in a row.
Yes, changing of the guard that you spoke of earlier, Jim. Now personified in the face of this man, Danny Sullivan.
The top five then, Danny Sullivan, second Mario Andretti, third Roberto Guerrero of Colombia, fourth Al Unser Sr., one lap down, and in fifth place, and quite remarkably, Johnny Rutherford, who came from 30th place, the three-time winner of the race, to finish fifth. A view of the wide scene, the 400,000 still in place, no traffic on 16th Street right now, but wait for about 10 minutes. Danny Sullivan headed for victory lane at Indianapolis. A moment he has to have dreamed about, thought about, planned for, but I would imagine, Sam, you're never quite ready for it.
Jim, he gave up a promising career in Formula One just 2 years ago to take a chance on IndyCar racing, and this is where that chance led.
Well, that was then, May 26, 1985, a day of spectacular sunshine at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and this is now. I'm Jim Lampley, along with Jim McKay, Sam Posey, Al Troutwig, Jack Arute, Donna De Verona, and we have been waiting in vain, apparently to wait in vain for the rest of the day, for a race to begin at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But the rain continues to fall. Coming up, ABC News live coverage of Hands Across America. Those of you at our local stations are as aware as anyone that the best laid plans of ABC Sports have gone haywire today, and perhaps we haven't given you enough chances to identify yourself. So we're going to offer our stations a chance to offer you some information on their own account right now. When we come back, very shortly, we'll be going to Washington, D.C. to visit Sam Donaldson. Right now, this from our local stations.
The best laid plans of mice and men and all that sort of thing, that's what we're experiencing here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Unexpectedly, by which I mean it was not in the forecast originally, it started to rain here and rain heavily before dawn this morning. Here is one happy soul, presumably. A plastic duck all decked out with his binoculars to watch the big day at Indy. He, too, would be disappointed, as these people are, however, because it does not look like the show is going to take place. It certainly doesn't. Technically, if it would stop raining right now, they could dry the track out probably in 2 hours, which would mean we still could start the race and get the entire race in before dark. But as I say, the likelihood of that is looking smaller and smaller. So that's the situation here. If you've just joined us, we've been vamping till ready here since 10 o'clock Indianapolis time this morning. So has Jack Arute, who has a very interesting lineup for us right now.
We've got the entire front row, as they say, right here. And gentlemen, you're not in your race cars, but start your engines. Rick, first of all, it looks pretty much like it's a foregone conclusion. We're going to have to at least go till Monday. What does that do to you?
Well, really, it doesn't do much anything other than just make you wait another day. You know, all the circumstances, everything's the same. You know, getting ready for the race, and you'll go through the same game plan just a day later.
But what about tonight? You know, you've run the race in your mind. You've thought about it. We've had 25 days of May here at Indianapolis, and now it's going to be 26. Normally, tomorrow night, you'd be going to the victory dinner.
Well, it's, you know, just not, there's nothing you can do about it, so it doesn't do any good to worry about it. You just, you know, try to get a good night's sleep. It's going to be a little bit tougher than it was last night, I think, but, you know, you just got to kind of say this is the way it is and just get on with it.
Well, on the inside row for the 1986 Indianapolis 500 is the 500 champion from '85, and your teammate. Is he going to play any head games on you, Danny Sullivan, tonight? Maybe try and talk you out of the setup?
No, I don't think he will. I don't think.
Danny, what about your routine from now until 11 a.m. when they say, gentlemen, start your engines?
Well, I think it's just like Rick said. We can't do anything about it. We just got to go through the same process again and try to get a good night's sleep. Maybe the crowd's going to be a little rowdier out there another day with drinking, but there's nothing we can do. We just have to sit here and wait, try to keep an even temperament, because you never know when we're actually going to get to start.
Is it kind of like being a fighter pilot on call, that you're going to get the call and have to, like a fireman, go down the pole, come out here, get ready, strap in the car? Or do you just kind of sit back at the hotel? In fact, what did you guys do at the hotel this morning? Rick, was there anything special you did when Roger called and said, stay where you're at, it's raining?
No, not really. Just kind of relax a little bit and watch whatever racing I could find on TV to watch. And, you know, it was really bad. It's pretty good just being able to relax over there and not have to really come out and get involved in everything. And it just lets you kind of settle yourself down and get ready for the race itself.
How about Danny Sullivan? What did you do?
Same thing. I sat there and watched the Belgium Grand Prix on TV, saw a little bit of other racing, and basically just sat there and waited for it to stop. There's really nothing you can do. You're just on hold, and you sit there and hope for the best, hope it stops raining.
Well, let's go to the outside of row one, and standing by with him is my colleague, Al Troutwig. Al?
Jack, I want to make one observation. Michael's chair is slightly ahead here in the front row. I don't know what that means. Michael, I know this morning you, as these guys did, watched a little of the Belgian Grand Prix. What are you going to do when you get back to the motel this afternoon and PKA Contact Karate is on?
Try to look for another race if we can. You know, we'll just sit back and relax, and hopefully we'll be able to get this race underway tomorrow. But if not, just gonna have to wait. You know, it's the same for everybody, so that's the way it goes.
Sam Posey, Jim McKay, and Jim Lampley were talking before about how racing really brings out the little kid in big men. As a little kid who has seen his big day washed away, perhaps, what is that like? Is it a real big disappointment?
Well, it's a little disappointing because you're all geared up, ready to go, and then you got to sit and wait again. So it's going to be another uneasy night, you know, the night before again. But you know, it's just you just can't do anything about it. So you just got to try to have patience.
No problem effect on the car with the rain at all?
No, in fact, probably be a little better because it'll clean up the track even more, and you'll probably see even quicker times.
What do you think of the guys you're on the front row with?
They're tough, real tough.
You know, Al, we saw one thing when we were getting ready to do this piece. It looked like Michael was trying to crowd these two guys. Is that a shade of things to come?
No, I don't think so. We've kind of talked about the start, and I think we all agree that the first lap doesn't mean anything. We all want the last lap, so I think we're going to, you know, use our heads and get through the first turn as even as possible.
Well, that's the story from inside Gasoline Alley. Larry Newber's got the story out on the start-finish line.
And boy, am I envious of where you are. We're outside where it is definitely raining, and an update from Tom Binford, who just came in off the track.
Well, it's still raining at the moment. We really lost the track that we almost had a little bit ago. I think we were within maybe 25, 30 minutes of starting the race. It'll be a good 2 hours, 2.5 when it stops raining for us to probably get it safe again. So I don't know. I'm not very optimistic at this moment.
Yeah, Tom, when you got out of the van, you said to me, for the first time today, my mind and attitude has changed to pessimism.
I'm afraid it has, or realism. But we're going to stay at it, and we're going to stay at it long enough to make sure that if we can have a race, and I mean at least a 101-lap race.
So, Tom, what does that mean in terms of time of day? How late can we wait to start this race to dry the track before we can get in 101 laps?
Well, there's a lot of ifs in that, but I certainly, at this time of year in this cloudy weather, you wouldn't be wanting to race much past 6:30. So you back that up 2.5, say 3 hours, and you're at 3:30. But, you know, possibly we should go ahead and run if we have a hope of getting in over 101 laps, but we're back at 4:30. So I don't know. I would guess probably 4:30 we should be on the track if we're going to have a race that's at least 250 miles today.
Well, the excruciatingly long day continues, Jim.
Okay, Larry. You know, gentlemen, the drivers, most of them seem to try to mask the tension, I think. After all, here we are. We're sitting up here. All we're waiting to do is to talk about the race. But I must confess that I've gone through several down periods. Then you get up with the race looking like it's going to start. And I know tonight is going to be very frustrating and will be, in a sense, difficult to get up, don't you think? Tomorrow morning, what must they feel?
You know? I couldn't agree more. In fact, one of the things that's astonished me in this situation, and where as you're pointing out, there's a great deal more pressure on them than us, we owe a debt of thanks to a lot of drivers and crew chiefs and car owners today who've helped us out in a tough situation. I think it's worth saying once, we've been on the air for about 4 hours, and to any of you who are watching, without you guys helping us out, it would have been a great deal more difficult. But they have indeed shown, I think, and we've said it before, remarkable composure in this situation.
Yeah, but of course it's composure and self-control that is the hallmark of the racing driver and the people in racing, because you have to be able to control your emotions. I mean, it's not that hard to control a little disappointment because it's raining. What about controlling the emotions that you feel at the actual moment of the start? You have to be able to do that. So this is relatively easy. But I still believe what I said a long, long time ago now, it seems, yes, 4 hours ago, that there is an emotional roller coaster going on inside these men, and I know Tom Sneva agreed with that, and I think it's very, very tough for these guys.
Okay, you know, now speaking of the emotional roller coaster, we are now told it has just about stopped raining again. Should it stop within the next 15 minutes or so, we could still have a race here today, believe it or not. Now, Hands Across America is very, very close. Sam Donaldson is standing by in Washington. Let's go to him. It may be a question of whether we get the race started today or all those trucks out there run out of gas, because they have been driving around and around at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for hours now, and if by some chance you don't know where we are or what we're doing, we were trying to bring you the first live network telecast of the Indianapolis 500. We've been on the air basically since 10 o'clock Indianapolis time this morning, or 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, but it started raining before dawn this morning. It rained heavily until 11 o'clock Indianapolis time, at which point it stopped. Now, it takes a long time to dry out a racetrack, and for these particular cars to run, the racetrack must be absolutely bone dry. Different in Grand Prix racing, but that's another story, and that's not what we're doing here today. So from the point where the rain stopped, it would have taken about 2 hours to dry the track and get the race started. We got about an hour and a half of that in, and suddenly the heavens opened, started to rain again, rained for about an hour and a half, and now it seems to have just about stopped again. So what are the prospects? They're very narrow, but there is still a chance that the race might be run at least one lap more than halfway, which would make it an official race. Tom Binford, who is the chief steward here, told us just before we went away for the Hands Across America that he thought we could start as late as 4:15 or 4:30 Indianapolis time. Well, that's 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. If you figure 2 hours to dry out the track, it is just possible, and they tell us that it is not raining now, apparently not in any part of this race course, which may sound strange, but this place is so big, it's a 2.5-mile race course, that it can be raining in one corner and not another. We've had that happen during the running of the race. Suddenly the yellow flag would come out and you'd think, why? The sun is shining here, and they'd say, well, there's some rain down in turn 3. Right now it doesn't appear to be raining anywhere. The track drying process, as you saw, is continuing there. So the thing is still a possibility, and that's where we are at this moment. Jim McKay here with Jim Lampley and Sam Posey and our entire platoon of commentators. What we're going to do right now is to give all of our stations around the country another opportunity to identify themselves and to take what we call a station break. So you'll be hearing some words possibly from your local sponsors and things like that. And then we will once again be back live at Indy. We are really not trying to cliffhang you here, but it really is brightening a little bit. That's downtown Indianapolis. We haven't been able to see that most of the day. The new skyscrapers sprouting there. Can't quite see the Hoosier Dome from here. That's a little lower down behind the trees, but it's all there. The sky a little bit brighter. We are told that we may get an announcement at 3 o'clock Indianapolis time, which would be about 43 minutes from now, one way or another, as to whether we're going to have a race or not. But at the moment, it still looks like a possibility. And as I say, we're not trying to just get you to hang around, but like those people in the stand, that's all we know, is that they're still trying to dry it. Down nearer to the track than we are, however, is our colleague Al Troutwig. Is it drying?
Jim, not really. Pity the poor person who's going to have to make the announcement that 400,000 people go home, having never seen a lap here. This is an indication of what kind of a problem we are facing. Hold on one second. It is pretty darn deep, and I'm taking a throwback to an old thing that my father once taught me. Walk by a puddle of water, make a wish, and throw in a coin. I'll let you guess what my wish is. Back to you.
Okay, Al. Cued that truck rather nicely, didn't you? Al Troutwig down at trackside. as we continue to stand by here at Indianapolis. As I said, Jim Lampley and Sam Posey obviously are still standing by waiting to do the call of the race. Are you all warmed up?
We've been ready for a long time now. We've called it. I called it about 3 times in my sleep this week, and I'm sure that several of the drivers have run the race already in their sleep. I guess that Troutwig is suggesting to us that he doesn't believe there's any way, shape, or form whatsoever that they'll do this, but I think, Sam, there may still be a chance, don't you think?
I don't know. I think maybe they ought to put numbers on the trucks, though, don't you think? That would enliven things. We could at least start making some sort of a call.
Yeah, it would be fun. At any rate, I feel as though we will have some excitement if and when a race ever takes place because, as we've mentioned before, we have maybe the most competitive field in terms of the number of cars which could win the race ever to have been assembled here at Indianapolis.
Very true, but the most depressing thing, I think, is that Tom Binford, the chief steward, said the weather forecast he has, and that should be the best one, is that the weather's going to be worse tomorrow. And I don't know what we do after that.
Why should his weather forecast be any more worthwhile than any of the ones that we listened to all week? The 30% chance of rain was absolutely the worst forecast I heard all week.
Absolutely. But much earlier today, we were talking about 1973, and Sam was here at that time, and to come out here 3 days running and find rain was a very depressing thing. On that occasion, as you know, we ended up with a terrible accident on the first day and an even worse accident on the last day. And you just hope that this isn't setting the mood for the whole 1986 season of Indianapolis. Someday maybe they'll build an Indy Dome.
We didn't have the great privilege of calling the race live in 1973. You mentioned earlier today your trepidation related to that specific incident, and there was a time during which we watched the drivers and saw how relaxed and composed they were during this situation, and you suggested that maybe you had overblown that particular fear a little bit, but I sense that maybe that's creeping back up on you again now.
I think so, especially as it looks more and more as if the race might not go today and might be tomorrow instead, because I think, I mean, when we saw those drivers speaking so calmly to us, after all, they weren't about to start the race either, were they? So they were on the lower part of their cam, so to speak. But I think that when the moment comes for the driver to get back in his car, whether it's later today or sometime tomorrow or whenever it may be, I think at that moment he may say, wait a minute, I'm not really ready. I think that's when the danger sets in.
Larry Newber has been talking to Chief Steward Tom Binford again. Larry, what's the deal?
Jim, I'm standing outside of the United States Auto Club office right here behind me. Tom was ready to talk to us, but the phone rang. Don't know the subject of that phone call, but he and I both agreed that the skies are brighter right now than they have been at any time during the day. No decision, however, has been made as to whether or not this race is going to go on, but if the skies remain as they do and no more rain falls, it looks not promising, but at least we're in a holding pattern as they continue to try and dry the racetrack. Now, we have talked about the hours of 3 or maybe 4 o'clock to wait to make that final call. And at this point, the weather has a factor on that. Now I'm being told that Tom is ready to talk to us. He's coming out. Was the phone call anything important?
Well, it's important, but I know what you want, and I'm afraid I cannot give it to you because I don't control the weather. The track is, again, beginning to dry as it did before, and we all can see it looks like it may be lifting. Again, I'd say if it continued like this, it may be another hour and a half. We may be getting down to the point where we can't run for other reasons, but we're not there yet. So I'm a little less pessimistic than I was the last time we talked. I say there is a chance. There's a chance.
Have you ever gone back and forth so many times on your emotions in one day?
No, but my optimism was tempered and my pessimism was tempered, and whatever I'm doing now is tempered.
Tom, it also seems that we are now at the point that should we get this track dry, which is not going to take place for at least another 1 hour, we're probably talking about a shortened planned race.
Oh, if I were a participant, I would plan the race to be shortened, although I don't think we would want to start it with the idea that it would be less than a completed race. Possibly not 200 laps, but at least a completed race, which would be anything over 101 laps. So we just have to see. There are so many variables, as everybody who's been out here today can see, all those variables operating, and it's hard to predict.
Well, Jim, Sam, and Jim, the emotions have changed so many times today, and right now we're on the upswing, Jim.
No question about that. Maybe we're going to be in prime time after all, like we've been in years gone by, only live. We'll be back. Back in Indianapolis, rain delay continues, but it continues to brighten a bit. It has not started to rain again, so the drying process continues. And it could happen in an hour to an hour and a half. We have some things to entertain you, however. In a couple of minutes, we're going to show you some of the highlights from the thrilling 1982 race. That was the closest finish in Indianapolis history. As I recall, it was something like 14 1,000ths of a second. There's Roger Penske down there, the team manager of the favored entry of Rick Mears and Danny Sullivan and Al Unser Sr. What he's discussing is probably something like we've been discussing for the last 5 or 6 hours, and that is just about anything you can think of. There again is a look at the pavement. You don't see the puddles that you saw an hour ago or that you saw 4 hours ago, but whether they return or not, we simply don't know. Those are no doubt soggy camp chairs or loungers that they're sitting in. Look at them. And the people are just as dirty as the car. Isn't that a terrible sight, Jim?
Yeah, some of those urchins on the infield, in fact, were creating a sports event here a little while earlier. I don't know if you saw it on one of the other monitors. They were taking long runs and simply sliding through the mud on their backs, which I think demonstrates that in these circumstances, people will do almost anything to entertain themselves.
It's not their only event either. We'll be back. Well, some have given up. We wouldn't kid you and say those are still people coming in for the race. They have given up and are going home. However, it is not raining. It hasn't been raining for a while. Track is continuing to dry. I could play this on a tape by now or a cassette. And there is the jet dryer, which has been putting in a lot of hours today, using up a lot of fuel, too. Sam Posey was just saying it's a good thing we don't still have an energy crunch around here. The trucks alone must be using hundreds of gallons of gas because they've been doing this, remember, since about 8 o'clock this morning. You still see some drops on the lens there, but as for the atmosphere, it isn't raining. It almost feels like it is so humid and heavy out here. It's warm. It's not cold or anything, as you can see. But as you can see, the umbrellas are not up, and everybody still likes to get on the tube. Okay, while all this goes on, as I said, we're going to take you back to the year 1982. It turned out to be the most thrilling finish in Indianapolis history. But we'll begin, logically enough, at the beginning, the start of the race. Now at Indy, the crowd is waving to the driver. Sam, has the driver time to see any of this? Is he conscious of it?
Oh, absolutely. You see them? I remember it was a sort of collective consciousness, them waving at you, you waving back.
Well, that's what it is now. Let's have a look at our color weather map. The green areas are good weather. Indianapolis right in the center. That looks like we'll have clear weather for the race. However, that black area out there is over Kansas City. They're having a bad time right now, weather-wise. Let's have a specific look here right now at the weather conditions as reported to us. Temperature 72 degrees. Of course, that's in the shade, and the sun is shining. Humidity 70%. It's kind of a muggy day. Little or no wind. Chance of rain 40%. It doesn't look like that right now, however. The cars there moving. It's time then to meet the people who are inside these cars. Let's have a look at row number 1. Rick Mears, the pole sitter and a former winner on the Roger Penske team, is the fastest qualifier in history. His teammate, Kevin Cogan, second fastest ever in only his second 500. Driving in his 25th 500 is the only 4-time winner of the event, the 47-year-old driving legend from Texas, A.J. Foyt. Now in the second row. Mario Andretti looking for another Indy win 13 years after his 1969 victory driving for Pat Patrick, as does Gordon Johncock, another former winner, positioned next to teammate Andretti. Outside him is Bill Whittington, one of 3 Whittington brothers who have qualified for today's race. Bill was fastest of the 3. In row 3, Tom Sneva has finished second in the 500 3 times, but he still looks for victory number 1. Don Whittington, eldest of the brothers, is a former winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours with brother Bill. And Danny Ongaias is back, remarkably so, after his terrifying crash in last year's race. We move to row number 4. Pancho Carter is the son of an Indy driver, now appears in his 9th 500-mile classic. Chip Ganassi is a 24-year-old rookie from Pittsburgh, just graduated from Duquesne University. Johnny Rutherford has won here 3 times, but hasn't started this far back in 5 years. Row number 5. Rookie Danny Sullivan comes to the Speedway from an impressive career in road and endurance racing. Herm Johnson is another rookie from Wisconsin, up from the ranks of Super V racing. And Hector Rabaque of Mexico rounds out an all-rookie row. He comes from the Formula One world. Let's look at the 6th row. Al Unser is a 3-time winner, but started in one of the first 2 rows in each of those victories. Bobby Rahal is another rookie from road racing, winner of Daytona's 24 Hours last year. Howdy Holmes, the smallest in the race at 5 feet 5, was a good 7th in 1979 as a rookie. Now the 7th row. Roger Mears is the brother of pole sitter Rick Mears. Jeff Brabham is the son of Grand Prix champion Jack Brabham. And Dennis Firestone appears in his 3rd Indy 500. Row number 8. Michael Chandler is the son of the editor-in-chief of the LA Times. Dale Whittington is the youngest of the Whittington brothers. And Jim Hickman is a rookie, a rancher turned racer. Here is the 9th row. Johnny Parsons, son of an Indy winner, makes his 8th appearance here. George Snyder, a veteran in his 17th 500. And Tony Bettenhausen, namesake of a famous father. Row 10. Jerry Sneva is the brother of Tom Sneva. Chet Phillip is the first bearded driver here in 46 years. And Gary Bettenhausen is the elder brother of Tony. The 11th and final row. Tom Bigelow is a veteran from Winchester, Indiana. Pete Halsmer is a Purdue graduate in his 2nd race here. And Jose La Garza is the Mexican hero starting in the final position. Remarkable circumstance this year that there are 4 sets of full brothers in the race, including the 3 Whittington brothers, and there's 1 set of half-brothers, Johnny Parsons Jr. and Dwayne Carter. But now the great scene, once again, it's so well worth looking at, Sam.
Oh, absolutely, Jim. Just look at that as they're coming down there. I might say, too, 30 Americans in the race and 3 foreigners.
Okay, well, now Jack Whitaker is in that pace car with the flashing light. He's the only man in the back seat. His first time at Indy. Let's go to Jack Whitaker.
All right, Jim, we're in turn number 1 of this pace lap, and I'm excited and scared. I don't think I felt like this since World War II. The wind rushing through the open roof of this pace car, the masses of people over here to the right, and that great white wall, all are very daunting. We have Jim Rathman, though, the 1960 Indianapolis champion, driving this pace car. We're in good hands, and look at the payoff I get looking out this rear window. Behind me here, the 33 racing cars getting ready in this pace lap, straining at the accelerators now as they have to keep down to the speed of this pace car, waiting for us to get out of the way so that they can take the green flag and go on their flying start. Around now to turn number 2 we are, past the VIP boxes with 3 balconies jammed with people, and the infield across the way, just one sea of humanity. This race is very close now to being on. We're picking up speed as we go down this back stretch. The closest cars to me, of course, the blue and white Penske's of Kevin Coogan and Rick Mears, but a colorful sight as you see. The red, the black and yellows. 33 of the most sophisticated racing machines in the world and the best drivers. This is the moment of the Indianapolis 500. The anticipation is over. We're about to get underway. We have helicopters above the Goodyear blimp. 350 to 400,000 people. We're in turn number 3, so let's send you back to Jim McKay.
All right, Jack, has to be one of the thrills of a lifetime. Jack Whitaker on his first trip to Indy, riding in the pace car. There is the first row again. Remember, it's Mears on the inside, car number 1. Kogan number 4 in the middle, his teammate. On the outside, 4-time winner, A.J. Foyt. Second row, Andretti in the 40, John Cock in 20. Their teammates on the Pat Patrick team, Bill Whittington on the outside. And look at the crowd once again in a scene that just about literally, Sam, beggars description.
Certainly does, Jim. It's very, very hot here. It's in the high 80s and getting hotter steadily. Remember that these drivers have not driven since Thursday here.
Pace car is off the track, but they must await the green flag before the race is underway. Watch the starters platform on the left there. It's still not out. They appear to be in pretty good order in the first 5 or 6 rows at any rate. A little bit ragged towards the back. And look out, a crash!
That's one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen. Remember, they were going about 130, 140 miles an hour when that started, but there is just no explanation, and now one of the favorites is totally out of the race.
And Dale Whittington's car is up against the wall. That's one of the three Whittington brothers. Number 40 you saw there was Mario Andretti. There is the number 4 car of Kevin Cogan that appeared to start it all.
Roger Mears is out of the race with a damaged right front. Jim, this is absolutely...
Well, we've seen many unexpected things, but never a crash even before the green flag fell for the start of the race. We had a terrible crash just after the start back in 1973. That was when Salt Walther spun, started it, rode up the wire caging. 10 or 11 cars were involved. There you saw Cogan trying to explain things.
To Andretti. Poor Andretti spent the entire month here. Mario has getting ready. There's Kevin Cogan.
And now we have a red flag, Sam. That means the race is officially stopped. Remember, it didn't start, but it is officially stopped. It's not just a yellow situation. Let's look at it again. The middle of the front row, just behind him is John Cock. A little out of order.
Yes, but now Cogan just looks absolutely fine. He just veers. It's as if he turned the wheel intentionally, Jim.
Just unbelievable. And that was Andretti coming right into him, into the side of his car from the inside of the second row.
Of course, that's Andretti now backwards.
Yeah.
Look at the height that wheel reached back in the back of the pack, where on the right of your screen, that's Roger Mears.
Dale Whittington, the yellow car up against the wall.
That tire bouncing along, that's Andretti's car stopped with its back to you on the right.
Maybe you noticed the yellow flag came out instantly.
Instantly, yeah. The officials can't be faulted in any way. They've handled this beautifully. There it is.
Somebody has a theory that...
Unbelievable. And, of course, he hit A.J. Foyt really hard, Jim. And it may be Foyt's luck not to have had his car damaged in any way. I've never seen anything happen on a racetrack for which there was no explanation.
Well, now, you and Jackie have been saying if there ever have been odds-on favorites in this race, it's the 2 cars of the Penske team. One of those cars is gone, and the race hasn't even started yet. A red flag situation, as you see. There, a look at the pole, which are, all those positions are already confused. They'll have to reorder the cars. May have to have some sort of new rule for the start. This one isn't in the rule book, I don't think.
No, it certainly isn't.
All right, tell you what we're going to do is take a break here at Indianapolis, and then we'll return.
To provide a safe service for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it took 3,200,000 paved bricks. This strip at the start is the only remaining part of the original surface.
Well, that was 1982, and this is 1986. As you can see, a tremendous number of people are still here because they have been told, as have we, that there is still a realistic chance of running this race today. It would almost definitely be a shortened race, but if they go one lap more than halfway, then it is a complete Indianapolis, an official Indianapolis 500. And right now, still no more rain, despite those drops that you see on our lens there. They've been there for some time, but there's no more rain. The track is drying out. They could be racing in an hour or so. And of course, we're going to continue on with our coverage of 1982. We'll had such an inauspicious beginning and to have a most auspicious finish. We'll be back. We're hanging on hope still at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Still no rain, still track drying, still daylight. Will be daylight in, well, for another 3 hours and 45 minutes, something like that. Could still have the race. Meanwhile, however, it's going to take time, so we're going to return to our coverage of the 1982 Indianapolis 500 after that strange crash on the start. We talked to some of the drivers. We're going to pick it up at that point now. Still no word as to what might have happened to that car of Kevin Cogan. Any new thoughts, Sam?
No, Jim, they were coming up very, very slowly to the start. There's certainly the possibility that when he punched the throttle, the car somehow went out of control.
Look at this. This was Cogan earlier. This is videotape of Kevin Cogan trying to talk to Andretti. Andretti appearing to push him away. He doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to hear. Mario Andretti is very, very upset. Now, our reporters are fanning out, trying to get the principals. Bill Fleming is with Mario Andretti right now. Okay. All right, Bill.
One more time
sorry, Mario, I couldn't hear what you said.
I said, this is what happens when you have children doing a man's job up front. That's what happens.
Somebody cut right across in front of you.
Yeah, Cogan, you know, just, I guess, messed up, and his side was in front of me. I just had no choice but T-bone him.
All right, well, there's A.J. Foyt. He was just talking to Cogan for a moment. Had some choice words for him, no doubt. Now, Chris Economaki moving in on A.J.
A.J., how'd that start? Well, I don't know. He ran right square in my goddamn left front. What are you talking about? Cogan? Cogan. A.J. Foyt blames it on Kevin Cogan. Back to you, Jim.
Well, A.J. blames it on Kevin. We haven't heard from him yet, the man who obviously was the principal figure. There's A.J.'s car. Chris Economaki now with Kevin Cogan. All right, Chris.
Kevin, tough break at the start. Can you describe what happened?
Well, all I know is we were moving down nicely and started to accelerate, and the car just moved to the right. There's a tire mark on the right side of my car. I don't know what happened.
What kind of shape is your car?
It's finished.
A.J. Foyt sort of puts the blame on you. Do you feel you might be responsible?
I don't think so. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Just veered to the right. I had to take a look at the film because it's no point in me saying that somebody pushed me or anything like that until I take it.
You're okay and disappointed, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, very.
Kevin Cogan, 26 years old, finished fourth in this race as a rookie last year. Another replay. He's in the middle of the first row. Watch him.
Well, he speaks of wanting to see the film, Jim, to clear this thing up. I don't know what he's going to find out when he looks at it, honestly.
Oh, Mario Andretti just T-boning him on the side. There was nothing at all that Mario could do.
Mario, very lucky not to be injured in that. Did you notice? He almost went underneath Cogan's car, which would have been, of course, terrible if it had scraped up over his head.
Man who may have seen something is Gordon Johncock. He was directly behind Kevin Cogan as they moved towards the start. Let's get a word from Johncock now.
Well, Gordon Johncock had the $75 seat for that one, I guess. So, Gordy, can you describe that? Could you describe what happened and what your feelings were?
Well, you know, I think we came down for too slow a start to begin with, Chris. And Kevin got on it, and the car got sideways with him a little bit, and he veered off in and touched Foyt. And then he came back across the track, and Mario nailed him broadside.
And you think the reason was too slow a start?
Well, it's one thing, definitely too slow a start, I feel. You know, I think you should come down through here in third gear where you don't have all that torque and horsepower to spin the wheels and break them loose, and we wouldn't have them problems.
Well, there's A.J. Foyt. Some of the veterans had concern about the younger drivers in this race because of the tremendous speeds this year. Seems to be proving true. Let's go to Chris again.
I'm standing by the front of A.J. Foyt's Marge. What happened in the crash was Kevin Cogan's car nicked his and bent the left front steering arm. This rod here was bent, and that made the front wheels pigeon-toed. That appears to be the only damage, and crewmen over here are replacing that rod. Now, they can get it replaced all right, but whether the steering will be as precise as necessary, that remains to be seen. A crew will definitely have this car fixed, but only A.J. Foyt will know whether it's fixed right once the car gets on the track. A.J., will they be able to get the geometry right, do you think, on this repair job?
I think we can hit it pretty close. We're just guessing. We don't have time to put the strings up on or anything, so we're just really guessing, Chris.
What'll it mean if it's out, A.J.?
They just won't hardly be able to drive it or be very competitive at all. If it's too bad, I'll have to park it.
Well, you heard Mario Andretti say that they had children doing a man's job in the first row. Let's get more word from him now.
Yeah, well,
What was his explanation?
the usual alibi. He said that Foyt hit him.
Would you like to see some changes in the rules for the young drivers?
Well, I don't know. I think there's nothing you can put in the rules. I think this is all up to the discretion of the car owners. I think, in my opinion, Roger Penske has a car that's too good for a person like him, obviously, because the kid can be more dangerous than anything else.
Is this something you don't see or can't discern during practice, during qualifications?
No, of course not. In fact, I had a run-in with him in practice where he just out of the blue, he jumped out in a groove in front of me. I almost crashed into the back of him, and I tried to go up and talk to him like a father, if you will, and he wouldn't even listen, you know.
Did Roger Penske talk to you?
No.
What sort of personal disappointment is this to you, Mario?
Oh, I'm throwing everything away that I worked for very hard up to this point. I mean, it's the biggest disappointment that I could ever describe. I don't think I can describe it.
Is it a bigger disappointment than last year's ruling on the race?
Well, of course, because I had never had a shot at even going through the first turn, and You know, diligently we worked on it. I think we were well prepared to give a battle here, and you'd like to have a chance at the battlefield. And obviously I'm denied that chance by a situation like this.
What will you do now for the rest of the day?
Cry.
That was Clyde Lee with Mario Andretti, who was talking about Kevin Cogan. Of course, there's Roger Penske, the team manager of Cogan's team. Let's go down to Bill Fleming. He's near him.
Roger, let me get you here for a quick comment. I just talked to Mario Andretti back in Gasoline Alley, and he much has said that as far as he was concerned, Kevin Cogan wasn't qualified to drive that car.
Well, obviously, this is a tough situation for Mario being knocked out of the race. I feel bad for him and for everybody else involved. But I've seen a lot of things happen, you know, at racing, and I think that's a pretty strong statement at this point. Kevin's done a good job for us, and obviously he's a man driving on our team, and I'm going to back him. It's unfortunate what happened, and who knows.
Can you make anything out of all of that as they move A.J. Foyt's car back out?
I don't know, Jim. You know, Cogan getting that ride was a lot like the traditional scene where the Hollywood producer, the famous producer, picks the unknown, you know, for the coveted role. And I guess it hasn't come out very well.
All right, they're still under the red flag, and there is an annoyed A.J. And we've still been showing you our coverage of the early stages of the 1982 Indianapolis 500 while the track continues to dry, and we hope from before the beginning of the 1986 Indianapolis 500. There is the place where Dwayne Sweeney will be waving the twin green flags that he favors. If and when we get it in today, we got word from secondhand from the pilots of the Goodyear blimp. They say that over at the airport the weather looks better than it has looked all day today. If that is true, we can still have a race. And if these people don't give up, why should we? There is the Goodyear blimp, and when the Goodyear blimp is flying, that's a good sign. When the weather is really bad, they don't take any chances with their aircraft. If there are high winds or lightning or thunderstorms, they go down right away. Okay, so we're standing by at Indianapolis. Waiting at Indy, you see that the wind has picked up now, which is often a good sign. It at least means that the weather you've got is going to move out and something else is going to move in. You don't know exactly what, but right now it seems to be bringing in better weather. And as you can see, the race course is you know, looking a little bit better all the time. We're going to go back here in a minute to our coverage of the 1982 race, however, while we're waiting on this, because still it will be sometime. It'll probably be possibly another hour before we can get the race underway. You see those puddles down there way on the right of your screen? Well, that's what it would look like still in the race course were not those trucks going around there and drying the whole situation out. However, at this point, why don't we go back to 1982. We've had no starts so far today. In a sense, they had 2 starts, or at least 1.5. We're back at Indianapolis. This is Jim McKay with Sam Posey in the commentary booth. We're about to get not a restart, but another attempt to get a start in the Indianapolis 500. The green flag never fell before the crash. We have had about a 45-minute delay. You'll notice that one car is missing from the first row, another car missing from the second row. On the front row, we now have just Rick Mears and A.J. Foyt. Kevin Cogan is gone. Second row, just Gordon Johncock and Bill Whittington. Mario Andretti is gone. The third row is the first one that's intact. Tom Sneva, Don Whittington, and Danny Ungaius. But there is the first row, an unusual sight for the start of the Indianapolis 500, Sam.
Well, of course, the big question, Jim, is how is Foyt's car? He can't tell at this point, but when they get up to speed, he'll know.
Stand by on the left of your screen is starter Dwayne Sweeney. Still no green flag. There it is. They're racing at Indianapolis. And it's Mears and Foyt going into the first turn. A.J. Foyt, it appears, going for the lead. He's got the lead. A.J. Foyt quickly snatching the lead. Those are firecrackers, remember. That is not a crash or anything, the noise you hear in the background. It's a tradition at Indianapolis from the start. A.J. Foyt quickly going off to a fast lead in a car that had to be repaired under the red flag.
Amazing courage to be able to do that, Jim. Almost anybody else you would think would have given himself a turn or two to feel it out, not A.J. Foyt.
He has not taken a small lead, he's taken a big lead. There you see Gordon Johncock in car number 20, the red and blue car, in third place. The 2 Whittingtons are together back there. Bill and Don, the 2 remaining Whittingtons. Dale Whittington was in the crash for the first attempt at the start and is out of the race. A.J. Foyt and Rick Mears are spreading it out very, very quickly. Moving back to third place again, we've got Gordon Johncock and Tom Sneva, then the Whittingtons, the brothers side by side.
Yes, and it's in tight traffic like this, with the turbulent air
may cause these ground effects that I spoke of earlier not to work quite as well as they should. So whenever the cars are packed together, we have a potential for danger.
All right, there go the lead cars, and now the other cars spread out in the field. Third, fourth, and fifth, once again, is John Cock and Sneva and Whittington. But up front, A.J. Foyt and Rick Mears. It had been expected, certainly, wouldn't you say, Sam, that Mears would be the man to take the lead?
I certainly thought he would, and as a matter of fact, he is not letting Foyt get any further ahead. Mears, oh, there's Garza, there's Jose Lee Garza posting. He was the
Rookie of the Year last year, that's right, and now it appears out of the race just that quickly. Now back to the leader again, A.J. Foyt. There's Rick Mears in the blue, the traditional orange car. Super Texas, they call him, A.J. Foyt. There's the speed shot.
Mears, of course, probably trying to be very, very cautious at this point because he is the only remaining Penske entry.
And incidentally, it's Don Whittington who is up among the leaders. He started a row back of his brother, car number 91, Don Whittington. Not Bill, who was in the second row. Look at the way Foyt is spreading it out.
But this could be because Foyt has turned his boost up, Jim, the turbocharger boost, which allows you to run a few laps very, very fast at the expense of the fact you're using up a lot of fuel. Foyt may have made the decision to lead early, but this may not be a lead he's able to keep. What it convinces me of, though, is that his car, his chassis, is all right. They've been able to repair it properly after the accident.
But as you said, it took tremendous courage going into turn one when he did not know how the car was going to handle to go for the lead.
Foyt is one of the most remarkable racing drivers, I think, ever to get into the cockpit of a car, and this is proof positive. Here he is in his 25th Indianapolis, and he's leading it with everybody else out behind him.
There's Garza parked, just about parked. Young man from Mexico, his team manager, the man who won this race last year and declined to defend his championship because he was going to manage Garza's team, Bobby Unser. Bobby Unser and his day's work apparently is done. Back up in front, the 47-year-old, four-time winner of Indianapolis, only man ever to do that, Anthony Joseph Foyt, Jr. of Houston, Texas.
In second place, Rick Mears has to be trying to feel out his car, get the sense of the pace. In many ways, he is still absolutely the favorite, I think, in my mind, in the minds of many other people. But at this point, he's got to be looking at Foyt and wondering, how's he staying out there in front of me?
And A.J. Foyt has taken so many approaches to this race successfully. Don't they have to be wondering a little bit, the Penske people, what's he up to?
Yes, because in qualifying, when he had showed not very much speed during the practice, all of a sudden, when it counted, he had the speed. Suddenly, he has it again when it counts.
And he particularly has the speed on the straightaway as opposed to in the corners, where the Penske cars seem to handle the best of anybody. So it's A.J. Foyt leading the Indianapolis 500 once again. We'll be right back. Leading it, of course, in 1982. At this moment, there has not yet been one wheel turned in anger or in competition here at the 1986 Indianapolis 500. We're still waiting, but it looks better and better. There's a shot from the Goodyear blimp. You can see that it's not as dank and as dismal, nor is the visibility as bad as it's been most of the day. The fact that the blimp itself is up, of course, is a good sign. All the things are brightening. Things are looking up. We may yet get a race in, and we've invested this much time. Let's you and I and the rest of us just stay here. The cars are being moved back out again. Again, that indicates that Chief Steward Tom Binford has told them that they'd better get ready. Car number 71 there is Scott Brayton. And, gee, the ups and downs, or as Sam Posey called them, the emotional roller coaster that people have been going through here since very early this morning continues. It just has to be tough on everybody involved, but of course, obviously, most difficult for the drivers. So we'll be back at Indianapolis for what we hope will be the start of the race sometime today. Okay, the waiting continues, but I guess you could call it preparation at this point. While the trucks continue to dry the track, the race cars are being brought out into the pits. Back in the garage area of Michael Andretti, though, his car is still there, but they seem to be getting it ready so that within the hour we could have racing at Indy. It's going to be one of the stranger events that we've had at this race course, but every year there does seem to be something different. You would think that after a while they would have run out of scenarios, but they just absolutely never do. And every time a race car is towed out here, people in the stands cheer and gives them something to do. So that's about the story. I think we'll have time, however, to go back, I know we will, to 1982 again, to the race that had a start and a half and then had A.J. leading after being in a crash, and there was a lot more to come. Here it was. A.J. Foyt continues to lead the Indianapolis 500, but Rick Mears is closing in on him. Foyt, who appeared in his first Indy 500 in 1958. Dwight Eisenhower was the president then, and the man just behind him at the moment, Rick Mears, was 6 years old. A.J. then in his 25th Indianapolis 500. Again, if you don't follow motor racing, he's won this race more often than any other man, 4 times going for an unprecedented 5th. Boy, this is good racing right now in traffic.
It certainly is. They're just starting to lap the tail enders for the first time. You know, Jim, Rick Mears, an extraordinary guy. Most drivers refuse to believe really in their own natural gifts as a driver. Instead, they feel it is only the force of their individual will which carries them forward in a race, and I think Foyt is characterized by that. But Mears is willing to lay back a little bit, let things develop, and I think you're seeing him do that here now.
Great respect for his machinery. A.J. Foyt in traffic right now, about to pass, I believe that's Chet Phillips, the bearded driver. Mears not too far behind him.
Remember, Mears is driving this race with some damage to his fingers. He hurt them in an accident when he was tuning his car up a few weeks ago, so that is a question mark for him, too. Look at Foyt trying that outside pass, Jim. That is very, very dangerous as he went around Phillip. A very gutsy move by A.J. Foyt.
Of course, the talk in the pits is still of the accident, but these men can't think about that. They must concentrate every split second that they're on the racetrack.
Yeah, the accident has to be put totally behind them.
That's right, but down in the pits, they're still wondering what in the world happened to Cogan's car. Let's go to Bill Fleming now with Bobby Unser.
You saw what happened on the first start of the race. Now, you're a veteran. You've been in many, many 500s. You've won it 3 times. Did you see anything at the start, for instance, that Mario complained about with Cogan cutting him off?
Well, I think really what happened, and the films will probably show it, is that the start number 1 was way too slow. Way too slow. So much too slow, I don't even know how to emphasize it. And after that, Kevin was in first gear like Rick would have been, or in his second, because they have a 5-speed transmission. And I don't think Kevin was experienced with the type of rim wheel torque that they would develop in what normally we call first gear. And the car just got sideways on him, I'm sure, and I'm sure that's what the films will show. And I think that it's very, very, very sad that guys with that much experience can't do a better job of starting a race than that. And I was a little bit ashamed of it.
Well, there's the opinion on the crash of the man who won this race last year, Bobby Unser. Here's the current leader, A.J. Foyt Jr. Battle for second place shaping up between Rick Mears in car number 1 and Gordon Johncock in car number 40. You might point out, too, whose responsibility it is to control that speed. Unser talk about the start being 2 slopes. Car 20 is Gordon Johncock. Car 40 was his teammate Mario Andretti.
And the responsibility for the pace as they come up to that flag at the start is Rick Mears, as you see him just pulling out there. And it was his responsibility that they had such a slow start.
Because he was the pole sitter.
Exactly.
The fastest qualifier.
Exactly. Now they're bunched up here behind George Snyder with that day-glow helmet. It's interesting. Snyder used to be A.J. Foyt's teammate, Jim.
Couldn't be helping his old buddy a little bit. You don't do that at 200 miles an hour, do you?
Well, you can't say that he doesn't. There's John Cox taking a sensational move. Looks as if he's got gears. Yeah, John Cox got some horsepower, Jim.
Gordon Johncock in car number 20, passing Rick Mears in car number 1. Mears the pole sitter. John Cox sat in the middle of the second row, was just behind Kevin Cogan on the crash, but was fortunate enough or skilled enough to avoid getting involved in it.
The car that George Snyder is currently holding them up with, and it's interesting, they've made a whole lap and they've come up behind Snyder, but now they can't get by him. That is the sister car to the one that Gordon Smiley was killed in two weeks ago, Jim, going into the third turn here at the track.
So as Snyder holds them up, that gives Foyt the opportunity to keep spreading out his lead.
Oh,
he's got quite a sizable lead right now.
Yeah, he's streaking ahead. I can't say it's team tactics, and yet it sort of looks like that.
Okay, it's Foyt in the lead at Indianapolis. Okay, so that's the way it continued in the year 1982. And the drivers are still waiting, as are the rest of us. It must be something like, let's say, as if you got a brand new job and you're really up for it on Monday morning at 9 o'clock, and you get there at 9 o'clock, and they say, wait a minute, we're not going to start your job until maybe 11, maybe noon. And they hang you all through the afternoon. Now we're not going to start your job till Tuesday. Wait a minute, we may start it this afternoon. You know, you'd be emotionally exhausted, and yet these guys, when we interviewed them, keep saying, no, it's okay, it's a job, and we're just going to wait. And that's certainly what they're having an opportunity to do. Race was supposed to start 4 hours and 11 minutes ago. If you can imagine that, it would have been over long since by now. It's 11 after 3, as I have it, Indianapolis time. It would have been over almost an hour ago. That number 2 car you saw a moment ago was Mario Andretti, by the way, a man who has had many, many adventures on this racetrack, most of them not too pleasant. As you can see, visibility continuing to improve. That's the general scene at the racetrack. We're going to take another commercial break, but stay with us. The car of Mario Andretti, still waiting for the start of the 1986 Indianapolis 500. Mario, who was very much involved in the 1982 race that we've been talking about, but not until the green flag fell. Just before the green flag was supposed to go down and the race was supposed to start, he T-boned into Kevin Cogan, who had suddenly cut across the racetrack. Well, this year he is hoping, obviously, for much better luck than that. The 82 race, though, as we said, inauspiciously though it started, ended up to be one of the, well, it was the closest finish of all time. Let's go back to our coverage of the 1982 Indianapolis 500 as the jet dryer continues to do its work. Every year, it seems, one way or another, A.J. Foyt is in the center of the picture at Indianapolis. This time, for a very simple reason, he's leading the race again. Jackie Stewart is in ABC Sports Race Central. He, of course, saw that crash on the start and has been watching other things. So let's have a word now from Jackie Stewart.
Unquestionably for me, the focus so far in this 500, of course, is the start line accident. What occurred? Well, as soon as the accident happened, I rushed over to Kevin Cogan's garage to see what he had to say about it in the quietness of that garage. Frankly, he doesn't really know what happened. He doesn't know whether it was a mechanical failure or whether it was a driver error. He thinks not, however. Many very strong things are being said by other drivers about his inexperience. But what could have happened? Let's have a look at the tape one more time and see if we can analyze. What might have happened, a drive shaft on the right-hand side of the car could have sheared, and therefore the car could have pivoted towards the right and therefore driven in to A.J. Foyt, as it's doing right now. If that were the case, the drive shaft failure could certainly cause such an accident. Kevin Cogan has started many races before. Even though he's very young, he's driven in Grand Prix Formula 1 races, and of course that's a standing start, and they have roughly the same sort of horsepower at the standing start. So therefore the kind of accident that he had, from my point of view, should not be through lack of experience. However, this is a big race and a big day for a young man. What will ever happen? Now, with regards to other things, A.J. Foyt for me is a man possessed. Certainly, he's driving like a young A.J. Foyt. I've never seen him drive so hard. He was so angry after the start of the race that he seemed to get in there, put his race face on, and drive with a sort of grit and determination that perhaps we haven't seen for 10 years. Mario Andretti surely must be the most disappointed man here at the Speedway. A real chance of winning the race. You know, for 12 years, Mario Andretti has split his interest from Grand Prix racing to IndyCar racing, from qualifying in Belgium and Monte Carlo to slipping over here to try and do the race in a half-hearted way. This year he gave everything to the 500 and he's out of it. Very sad for him. Now back up to Jim McKay.
All right, Jackie, if you've just joined us, there was a crash before the start of this race triggered by Kevin Cogan's car going out of control. It took out of the race Mario Andretti and other cars, and that's what Jackie Stewart was talking about, just in case you joined us late. A.J. Foyt continues to lead the race right now, with Gordon Johncock in second place, Rick Mears third, and we're nearing the first pit stops under the green, I should think.
We are, and Jim, we still have an extraordinary situation. Snyder on the left of your screen, car number 35, has been holding up Johncock. Johncock making a bid there, though. He finally got the size of Snyder and was able to pass him right at the end, but Snyder, in effect, held up both Johncock and Mears, who who was in third in the picture there, while Foyt made a good lead there, was able to get ahead.
Right. Foyt is well ahead of the cars you were seeing in the picture right now. He's going to come in for a pit stop. By the way, we can report no one was injured in that crash at the start. No injuries. There's Rick Mears also coming in. Now, this is where the pit crews take over from the drivers, and it's vitally important.
It's a very rough pit lane that you just saw him come down. Now, it's an interesting experience to sit in the car during a pit stop like this. The fuel going in on that hose, it's actually cool on your back, Jim. It's almost an organic feeling of that fuel coming into the car and the car dropping back down. And funny, it's more disorienting to the driver to be in the pits, really, than it is out on the track. The track is his environment. And now as Rick Mears goes back out onto the track, he's getting back up to the speed at which he feels comfortable.
The usual immaculate Penske pit stop. Now A.J. Foyt coming into the pits. Here he is, bumping along that rather uneven pit row.
Exceptionally rough, especially back there where they're coming into the pits in the early part at very high speed. Let's watch his stop.
Okay, now the chief of this pit row is the man in the driver's seat. A.J. Foyt runs the whole operation.
Yeah, he certainly does. Look at him. He's very excited, Jim. He's doing a superb job. Look at that little bit of extra plastic on the windshield. Foyt's a tall man. He needs to get the air stream smoothed up over his head. He gets away very, very well. Good stop for A.J.
Now, Gordon Johncock is now the leader of the race in car number 20. Notice that the numbers, as we show them to you, are color keyed to the dominant color of the race car. You notice that all through the program. Okay, Gordon Johncock with the lead. However, he is going to have to pit very shortly here. And here he comes.
Again, let's watch him on that incredibly rough entry. It's the only part of the track that hasn't been repaved recently. Look at that rear wing shake, Jim, as he comes in here. He's still doing about 90 miles an hour, and they have to perfectly judge their stopping distance. Jim, that's a very hard thing to do exactly right, but it's something that these men are expert at doing. They're changing both the outside wheels, which is unusual so early in the going.
And now as all three leaders have pitted, the leader on the race course is car number 91. That's Don Whittington of the three Whittington brothers, one of whom crashed on the start, two of them still in the race. Okay, Gordon Johncock going out. As we said, pit stops, a very artistic and a very scientific matter these days. There's the leader, Don Whittington, by the way. But pit stops, as we said, vitally important in this sport. We thought you'd like a demonstration of how they work as opposed to the family car in the gas station. Jackie Stewart did it earlier.
Making a visit for minor service in your neighborhood gas station is not quite the same as what happens when a race driver enters pit lane at Indianapolis. When a car comes in there, maybe doing 200 miles an hour on the main straight before he gets in there, the pit crew have to be quick. Not quite the same as the leisurely pace in your neighborhood store. And if you're very lucky, maybe 2 attendants will look after the needs of your family car. But then again, it's maybe 20 gallons of gas, and what's the hurry? But when Rick Mears comes in this demonstration here, it's 40 gallons of alcohol that goes in. 5 men are over the wall. Maybe 8 stops in the 500-mile race. 300 feet a second is 200 miles an hour on the racetrack, and 11 or 12 seconds is what's needed to get that car back out. But back home, it's the old hand jack again. Get it under the car, get the little spin wrench out there, get the hubcap off, and leisurely, in a very peaceful way, get the wheel off. But at Indy, it's a very different story. Air jacks, when that gets plugged in, all 4 wheels raise off. 2 tire specialists who look after changing wheels alone are in charge of that, while the rest of the crew are working hard. The crew chief is the man who gives the order, who masterminds it all and lets them go.
Wheels in, get ready to go. Go, go.
So a race driver, the only cost is time.
Gas and tires, that would be $308.12.
Okay, a little bit different in the pits than in the family gas station. The leader is still A.J. Foyt. There you see Mears and Johncock, Sneva, and Don Whittington now back in 5th because while we were away, he took his pit stop under the green as the others had before. So Whittington dropping back, A.J. Foyt, the leader, in orange car number 14. There it is on the radio screen.
All right, well, now we're looking at what the so to speak, dreaded ground effect, Jim, because in order to corner properly, these cars need a clear flow of air underneath the car. And obviously, when they're in and out of traffic, zigzagging like this, they don't quite get that, and that means that, like right there, Foyt, following that other car, he may not have quite the same grip that he would if he was in clear air.
By the way, the car just in front of A.J. Foyt is Al Unser, a three-time winner of this race. Foyt has won it 4 times, but Al is well back in the pack. There's Roger Penske, brain working furiously in his pits, right?
Oh, you bet. He controls the race for Rick Mears, deciding how much fuel should be pumped into the car, whether tires should be changed, and so on.
One thing you can be sure of, there is no panic in those pits, not at this point in the race. But Foyt continues to lead. The lap's going by. We're well into the race now at Indianapolis. We'll be back. We'll be back, and we'll be back, and we'll be back, it appears. Still preparing, however, for what we hope will be the start of the race. There's been no change, been no more rain, no more bad news coming in. The pit road, though, as you can see, is still wet, and that's wetter than the race course, and they're going to have to dry that up before we can begin, because after all, they'll be coming into that pit entrance at 90 miles an hour or so, and that thing has to be just as dry as the race course itself. And they haven't had the opportunity to run things up and down because there are race cars and people in there. So still beginning to bring the cars out, one car after another. Number 23 there was Dick Simon, the oldest man ever to drive in the Indianapolis 500, if in fact he does get the opportunity here, at age 52, and he just got in the race on Friday when Dennis Firestone's car was withdrawn after the accident during the carburation tests on Thursday here. Really quite remarkable how many people are still here, because most of them got here about, before 8 o'clock in the morning, I should think. And that has been, let me count the hours. Let me count the ways, about 7.5 hours ago. There, are we doing slow motion of the jet dryer now? No, that's its normal speed. It does move rather slowly. We're going to show you in a couple of minutes the finish of that 1982 Indianapolis 500, which once again, remember, was the closest finish of all time. Couldn't get much closer than it was, I believe, 14 1/1000ths of a second. So let's take another break and come back. I was just thinking that somebody could have turned on our show when we began here this morning, 5.5 hours ago, given up, gone and played 18 holes of golf, and maybe be back for the start of the race. I hope a lot of people do have that good fortune. You're looking down from the Goodyear blimp. Still no more rain coming in. Still looking like we should get a start. Still looking like it's going to be a little more time. More and more personnel gathering there in the pits. The pole beginning to glow a bit, however, indicating that the light intensity here is not really what you would hope for, and that will become a factor along about 6 or 6:30 this evening, and I'm talking Indianapolis time. It's just coming up on 3:30 Indianapolis time. You think that guy would like to suggest he has something to do with automobile racing? But that's where we are, and that's where they are. Well, they've been in the fancy suites. You can see they're not wet. They're not muddy. They've got their neat little baseball caps on, and they have come back out, indicating that things are okay at the moment. Well, 1982, Indianapolis 500. We're going back to the last exciting laps. There are 40 laps to go when we pick it up. Back again at Indianapolis. Rick Mears, the favorite in the race, again in the lead. Gordon Johncock second now, remember. Tom Steva dropping back to third because of the trouble on the pit stop. Pancho Carter fourth. Those 4 cars still in the same lap. And there you see Mears, number 1, just behind him. The light blue car with the red trim is number 20, Gordon Johncock. He's been out of the picture for a long time to get the green flag, but now he's right back in the thick of it again.
Well, yeah, and now that Mears is ahead instead of behind, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
All right, now we have 40 laps left. That's just 100 miles. Wouldn't this be the time for Mears to move it out if he's capable, as we thought originally? Oh, look at this. That answers the question unspoken. Gordon Johncock has taken the lead in Indianapolis.
Well, he just surged right by him, Jim. That was horsepower, coupled with the fact that Gordon had better exit speed off the turn that preceded that straightaway.
Well, where did all this burst of power suddenly come from?
Well,
is it a burst of power by John Cock on the left of your screen, or something wrong with Mears? You see, we can't tell. The speeds are still very high. They're about 195 at this point. So I assume Mears' car is all right.
Of course, we can't count Sneva out of it. In third place, car number 7, because he was easily powerful enough to take the lead and keep it. There he is, going through in the white car. Joe Carter still lurking in the background in case anything would happen.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Mears does following John Cock. With the different aerodynamic characteristics of these cars, sometimes a car works better when you're not immediately in the wake of another car. Others seem to work just fine in the wake of another car.
Of course, John Cock is a Wildcat car, and Mears is a Penske.
And for that matter, Sneva is a March. So there's 3 different types of cars right there in the screen.
Although they're all ultra-modern, each one has a really different design. Each man has different ideas. Designer comes into play very much here as a technician and as an artist. These are the 3 leaders again. John Cock on front. Rick Mears second. Chris Economaki, in fact, did a piece for us about the shape of these cars, particularly the noses. Here it is.
For many years, the shape of the Indianapolis car reflected a single designer's thinking. Some had Coke bottle-shaped bodies, some had wedge shape, some were long, some were short. But with the advent of aerodynamics, the designs have become standardized. I'm standing with 3 of 1982's first-line cars. This one here, a March 82C that A.J. Foyt has chosen. Here, a Penske PC-10, Rick Mears' pole-winning car. And here, a Wildcat 8B, chosen by 1973 winner Gordon John Cock. Let's take a look at the rear wings now. They're all essentially the same height, the same distance back from the car. The engines and turbocharger units are all mounted essentially in the same place in the car, towards the rear. Directly in front of the engine, about here, on all 3 of the cars is the fuel tank, as narrow as the center section and this high. It holds 40 gallons. No difference there. And the side pods on each of the cars come out, under which the ground effects treatment is generated. But then we get to the front, and here is where the designers differ. The Wildcat has, you might call it a screwdriver nose. The PC-10, a needle nose. And the March, well, a W.C. Fields bulbous nose. And the way the PC-10 has been running this year, it figures that next year, all the Indianapolis cars may well have needle noses.
Okay, Chris Economaki discussing the noses of race cars, but there's John Cock still in front. We have ourselves a story and an automobile race here today. Gordon John Cock leading. Remember, he won this race once. There's Mears making a move on him, side by side almost, but Gordy shuts him off.
I don't have to tell you how dangerous this is, Jim. 2 drivers, brilliant drivers, battling for the lead as they come up through slower traffic, unknown air currents moving around, both men trying to feel each other out. The race is getting fairly near the end. It's a very difficult situation.
This is automobile race driving at its best, and as you say, at its most dangerous. These 2 men, John Cock by far the more experienced at age 45, but Mears, a former winner at age 30 of the Indianapolis 500. Both of them former winners. Each has won once. John Cock's victory slightly tainted in 1973 by the fact that the race was shortened by rain. There they are.
Very different in background. Mears with his off-road background. Gordon John Cock used to running 4-lap sprints on short ovals. So their whole way of thinking about racing is different.
But a lot of thinking going on in the race cars and the pits at this minute. Okay, back again live, and it sounds like an announcement is coming up here. It may not be a good one. I think they're giving it on the PA right now.
So the Indianapolis Motor Speedway joins with officials of the United States Auto Club in making the announcement to all of you brave fans that there will not be competition today. The race will be run tomorrow. The track opens at 6 o'clock in the morning. Rain checks will be honored. And the race will begin at 11 o'clock in the morning. There are many areas of this track that are not obvious to some of you along the main stretch that just are simply impossible to dry in time to run a full 500-mile race, and that is always the desire of the Speedway and officials of the United States Auto Club, and has been expressed so many times, the hopes of the drivers themselves. So that is the story. It's with regret that...
Okay, that is in fact the story, coming to us from PA announcer Tom Carnegie here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let it be said that we have not been stringing you along up here in our commentary booth. We have been bringing you the information that has come to us of 10 o'clock Indianapolis time this morning, and in fairness, I think they were telling us what the situation was. It just kept looking better than worse, and there might have been a race if it had gotten a little bit of sun on that track, or if the wind had started to blow stronger, but there was nothing going in favor of it, and it's just not going to happen.
Well, the good news is that so much rain has fallen today that you have to assume that the weather forecast now accelerates, and what was once thought to be an extreme chance of rain tomorrow is probably diminished. So indeed, you would think that maybe there's a better chance now that there will be a race tomorrow than we might have thought 3 or 4 or 5 hours ago. Quickly now, let's go down and hear it from the horse's mouth. Chief Steward Tom Binford standing by once again.
Well, we are again at the USAC office. We're having some problems with the camera transmission from this angle, so we're going to do this like a radio interview. Tom, the details on exactly what you decided.
Well, the announcement has been made, or is about to be made, that the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the United States Auto Club jointly have closed the track for the day. Race against time. We've felt it was impossible to have a safe, dry track and pits, and a completed 500-mile race. So the track will be open tomorrow. The gates are open at 6 a.m. We will try again to start the race at 11 o'clock, weather permitting. And when I say completed race, I'm not even talking about a 500-mile race, because it seemed quite impossible to have gotten a 500-mile race in, but it seemed quite unlikely we could have gotten in 101 laps if we had chosen to open up just with the knowledge that that's as far as we could go.
Tom, this next question may be a little premature, but did you have any conversation as to the fact, what if tomorrow is rained out? Because the weather report is not all that good.
We're well aware that the weather report is not good for tomorrow. But you can't compromise on safety or the integrity of the race. We simply ran out of time to have a race today, and we need to face up to that. Tomorrow, we hope we'll have a chance. If they might be as inaccurate tomorrow as they were today, and we'd have good weather. So that's the decision.
Did you get any feedback from any of the car owners who indicated, hey, we're here to run a 500-mile race. We don't want to run a partial race. Would you lean toward canceling the day so we can go the whole distance tomorrow? Did that happen?
I had no contact from any car owner at any time today regarding to the weather or what we're going to do about the weather.
So basically, we're still on the plan, the next clear day, 500-mile race.
The plan is that we're going to try again tomorrow.
Okay, Jim, there you have it from Tom Binford.
Okay, Larry, thank you very much. Well, there it is. We'll be coming on the air tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We're on Eastern Standard here in Indianapolis. 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's the same time that we came on this morning, so presumably we will have an hour of all the pre-race ritual and race interviews and all the things that you would expect. What we've had today has been a 5.5-hour pre-game show with no game, so we're going to give you a finish anyway. At long last, we're going to show you the finish of the 1982 race, which was the closest race, once again, in the history of Indianapolis. Let's end the day that way. Is there time left for Mears to catch him? Very, very doubtful. But it sure isn't over yet.
Well, there it is.
They give him 3. We get less than that. We get about 2.5.
Okay, I don't think...
Well, now, you don't need to measure seconds. You can see them.
You see it now. Will traffic be a problem? One of the Winningtons is ahead of them at this stage. Remember, if Mears catches him, he's still going to have to pass him.
Sam, we've got a trophy dash to the finish line. If this stays this way, there's never been anything like it. The closest finish in the history of Indianapolis was in 1937, 2.16 seconds. There's Dina Mears. Her man is the man that's closing on the leader.
Yep. Look at Mears pour it on, Jim. I know when you're this close, I mean, you can reach out, you can feel that guy ahead of you. And look at Mears
wait. The stopwatch, 0.63 seconds between them.
I don't have to tell you what's going to happen if he catches him. It's going to be, I mean, this is extremely dangerous business right here.
I don't think I've ever seen an open wheel car race with people this close at the finish.
No, and never so fast. I mean, these laps in the high 190.
Look at this.
Cena there. All right.
He may do it.
Yeah, he may. He's that close. Look at that shallow line.
They're going to get the white flag. There'll be one left to go as he moves along. Is he going to do it? The white flag out. This is the final lap.
Going down into the first turn. What? No! Gordon held him off there going into that first turn.
Over the roar of the engines, you can hear the 400,000 people going hoarse.
All right.
No one has ever seen this before in Indianapolis.
This is the back straight, Jim. There's 2 turns to go now. Mears behind, and he's again trying to slipstream him.
John Cox did a good job of staying ahead of him in turn 1 when he made that move there.
Good. That was brilliant.
Enough.
That was brilliant.
Not quite over. John Cox still with the lead.
Here it comes
Headed
again.
for the finish line. He's still closing. That's his wife.
It's too late now. You only got to pray. Look at that.
There you see them. Mears. Can he make a move at the finish? He's making a move. No, not quite. Gordon Johnson has won the Indianapolis 500. He won it by less than a car length. Less than a car length after 500 miles. The disappointed wife of Rick Mears there. The jubilation in the pits, the Pat Patrick pits. Gordon Johncock has won it. He held on in the closest finish. Well, if we get a finish anything like that when we return tomorrow, we can still all leave here happy. We will be back tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, for, we hope, the first live telecast on a network of the Indianapolis 500. We couldn't do it today, but we're going to try again tomorrow. This ABC Sports exclusive has been brought to you by Chevrolet, who invite you to drive today's Chevy, live today's Chevy. By Miller Beer. Miller, made the American way since 1855. And by Goodyear. You either have Goodyear Eagles or you need them. Travel arrangements made through and a promotional fee paid by United Airlines. United flies more people to Hawaii than any other airline. Nobody knows Hawaii like United. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports. ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.